Chapter 2069. Heh, now you want to bribe me? Yang Kai sneered. Can you be any more shameless? Jiang Lin's face stiffened. He was extremely annoyed, but due to the gap in cultivation, he didn't dare to get angry. However, Jiang Taixing was burning with rage. He shouted, Junior, my Jiang family has already given you enough face. Don't go too far. I'm going too far. Are you going to bite me? Yang Kai looked at him with disdain. You're pissing this old master off. Jiang Taixing only felt the blood and qi in his chest churning. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Furious, he glared at Yang Kai and shouted, Boy, even if you are from the First Order Dao Source realm, this old master will have to experience your means today. What's the point of talking so much? Let's fight. Yang Kai shouted angrily as the source qi in his body surged wildly. This old master has been in the Dao Source realm for more than 100 years. How can a little brat like you compare to me? Jiang Taixing shouted coldly with a complacent look. You haven't broken through to the next level after 100 years. Isn't your aptitude too bad, old thing? Yang Kai said disdainfully. Jiang Taixing was furious. The source qi in his body also surged. He didn't want to say anything more to Yang Kai, so he wouldn't be angered to death. With a tap of his foot, he suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. A soft thud could be heard coming from where he was just standing. Obviously, it was because he was too fast, causing the air to explode. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Yang Kai like a ghost and shouted with a gloomy face, This old master will let you experience the strength of a century-old Dao Source Realm master. While speaking, he floated lightly. He seemed to be very relaxed as he pushed his palm towards Yang Kai. Principal strength lingered in that palm. Before it was pushed out, Yang Kai was already surrounded by strong winds, whistling sounds. Mo Xiaoqi, who was standing not far from Yang Kai, turned slightly pale. Her chest rose and fell violently, as if she couldn't breathe. Mo Xiaoqi's origins were mysterious. His background was extraordinary, and his strength was also extraordinary. However, he had yet to reach the level of the Dao Source realm. So when faced with the pressure of Jiang Taixing's principal strength, he immediately had a difficult expression on his face. However, she was also a person who had seen the world, so she wouldn't be restrained by some principal strength. She let out a shout and urged the power in her body to forcibly break free from the oppression of the principal strength. With a flash, he was already far away. But at this moment, in front of Jiang Taixing's palm, a clear and misty energy palm leisurely took shape, and pushed towards Yang Kai with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. A gust of wind blew past. Yang Kai's robe fluttered in the wind. Zhang Ruoxi's hair fluttered in his arms. How dare you show off your petty tricks? Yang Kai snorted coldly. Without waiting for the other party's power of law to press down on him, he also mobilized the law of space to form a tight invisible barrier around himself, blocking the suppression of the other party's law. In the next moment, he raised his hand. Similarly, a huge energy palm formed in front of him and slapped towards Jiang Taixing. The two energy palms were like giant objects that could hold up the sky, and in a breath's time, they collided. Accompanied by a loud bang, the world energy suddenly became chaotic, and shattered principal strength sputtered in the void. It burst out in all directions. A faint sneer hung on Yang Kai's face, but Jiang Taixing's pupils shrank, and a trace of horror appeared on his old face as he exclaimed in a low voice, How can this be? As soon as he said this, his misty giant palm suddenly collapsed, while Yang Kai's palm continued to press down on him. Jiang Taixing's face changed drastically. He knew that the biggest reason for this situation was that the source qi in the other party's body was more vigorous and pure than his own. After all, this kind of killing move was formed by directly urging the source qi in the body. It was a competition of the quality and quantity of source qi. When he saw that Yang Kai was so young, he thought that he had just broken through to the Dao Source realm, and that his cultivation might not have stabilized yet. He thought that Yang Kai would definitely not be able to compare with him, a veteran master who had been immersed in the Dao Source realm for hundreds of years. However, after this exchange, he discovered that he was wrong. Seeing that giant palm slapping down, how could Jiang Taixing dare to continue standing in his original place? He hurriedly twisted his body to avoid it, and directly fled into the void a few dozen meters away, while looking at Yang Kai with an ugly expression. However, Yang Kai did not take advantage of this opportunity to pursue him. Instead, he still stood there, looking at Jiang Taixing with a mocking expression. That mocking smile was like a sharp thorn that pierced into his heart, causing him to feel uncomfortable all over. "Damn it!" Jiang Taixing muttered in a low voice. Under the gazes of so many people from the Jiang family, he could no longer maintain his old face. Gritting his teeth, he stretched out his hand and grasped the void, causing a tiger-headed broadsword to suddenly appear in his hand. That broadsword was impressively a Dao Source-grade artifact. Its body was thick and heavy, and was engraved with many mysterious patterns. At its hilt was a lifelike tiger head, giving it an extraordinary appearance. Obviously, because his source chi was inferior to Yang Kai's, he wanted to rely on the might of this artifact. Furthermore, this artifact was the Jiang family's most treasured artifact. As a Dao Source-grade artifact, only he could activate it, so it had always been in his possession. Madly pouring his source chi into the broadsword, Jiang Taixing stared at Yang Kai with a ferocious expression, as if he wanted to kill him. Accompanied by an earth-shaking tiger roar, the phantom of a tiger suddenly rushed out from the broadsword. As Jiang Taixing poured his source chi into the broadsword, the phantom of the tiger actually became more and more solid. After a while, it had turned into a real monster beast. Its body was emitting the aura of an 11th-order monster beast. The giant tiger was 50 to 60 feet long, and it roared towards the sky with an extraordinary aura. Jiang Taixing raised the artifact in his hand high and slashed down fiercely, shouting, "Go!" The giant tiger immediately took a step forward, its scarlet eyes staring at Yang Kai as it rushed towards him like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Yang Kai coldly snorted and did not dodge. He did not even have the thought of summoning his artifact, and just rushed towards the giant tiger. Arrogant. Seeing this, Jiang Taixing shouted and followed closely behind the giant tiger. Holding the broadsword, he shot forward, his body wrapped in a dazzling stream of light. After a short while, the giant tiger arrived in front of Yang Kai and bit towards him, its fangs clearly visible. Yang Kai hugged Zhang Ruoxi tightly with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. In a blur, countless fist shadows appeared and bombarded the giant tiger like a storm. Pung pung pung. Strong and rhythmic sounds rang out as the giant tiger whimpered like a living creature. Its body twisted and deformed, and in less than 3 breaths, it suddenly collapsed. Seeing this, the faces of the Jiang family members who were nervously watching the battle between the Dao Source Realm Masters suddenly turned gloomy. But in the next moment, Jiang Taixing, who was wrapped in a saber light, rushed in front of Yang Kai. The saber light suddenly grew bigger, turning into a giant blade more than 100 feet long, and slashed towards Yang Kai. With a twist of his body, Kai Yang avoided this terrifying attack. The saber light slashed the ground, immediately creating a gully more than 5 feet deep. Dirt and sand flew everywhere for a while. Before Jiang Taixing could do anything else, Yang Kai fiercely punched the saber light. A crisp sound rang out, accompanied by a muffled groan. Jiang Taixing's figure suddenly appeared more than 100 feet away, but at this moment, his face was extremely ugly as he held the saber in front of him with both hands. A vague dent appeared on the saber. Looking at the shape, it seemed to have been made by a fist. The strength of your body. Jiang Taixing looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, his eyes trembling violently. The other party had just beaten his Dao Source-grade artifact to this extent with just a single punch. Even its spirituality seemed to have been damaged. How terrifying was the body of such a person? Was he still human? Just as he was in a daze, Yang Kai had already flicked his 5 fingers with a fierce look on his face. A series of black moon blades shot out like a shower. Jiang Taixing's face changed drastically as he said in horror, "Space Force?" After realizing that the pitch-black crescent blades were all condensed from space energy, how could he dare to stay where he was? He quickly used his means to avoid them. However, the crescent blade was like a maggot that followed closely behind him. Moreover, its speed was extremely fast, causing him to be somewhat exhausted from running. "Ha ha ha ha, Jiang family old dog. Why are you running? Do you think you can escape? If I don't turn your Jiang family upside down today, this matter won't be over." Young Kai laughed and shouted, looking extremely relaxed. On the other side, the faces of the Jiang family's cultivator changed drastically when they saw this. The old ancestor that they relied on was running around like a stray dog after exchanging 2 moves with Young Kai. Not only did he not have a chance to attack, he could not even talk back. This made them immediately realize that they were in big trouble this time. Patriarch, a Jiang family elder said in a deep voice, "Let's attack together and help the old ancestor." Yeah. The others also echoed. The old ancestor seems to be no match for this person. Jiang Lin's face turned solemn as he looked at the battlefield not far away. Then he looked to the other side and said coldly, "Instead of taking the risk to help the old ancestor, it's better to deal with her." Everyone was stunned. Following Jiang Lin's gaze, they saw Emo Xiaoqi standing in place with an idle look on her face. She was leisurely paying attention to the battlefield, as if she was not worried about Yang Kai's safety at all. That's right. That Yang Kai appeared together with this woman, so their relationship is definitely not shallow. As long as we can capture her, do you think Yang Kai won't submit? Jiang Chuhi's eyes lit up as his gaze swept over Emo Xiaoqi's beautiful figure. However, when he saw the crescent-shaped birthmark on Xiaoqi's face, he could not help but sigh, as if he was lamenting about something. The Jiang family group exchanged glances for a moment before all of them suddenly swarmed towards Emo Xiaoqi. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen Origin King Realm Masters surrounded Emo Xiaoqi, leaving no gaps. "What are you doing?" Emo Xiaoqi furrowed her brow and looked around in displeasure. "Ha ha ha." Jiang Chuhi chuckled in a low voice. "Girl, don't you know what we're doing? If you know what's good for you, you'd better cooperate obediently, lest we accidentally hurt you. That wouldn't be good." Chapter 2070. Upon hearing this, Emo Xiaoqi immediately understood. Looking at the Jiang family group in disdain, she asked, "You want to bully me with numbers?" Jiang Lin's old face turned embarrassed as he coughed lightly. "We had no choice, please don't blame us, miss." "Patriarch, why are you wasting words with her? Just attack her together. If she dares to resist, don't blame us for being ruthless," a Jiang family elder shouted. "You're too shameless." "I'm just a little girl," Emo Xiaoqi shouted angrily. "On the battlefield, there's no need to differentiate between little girls and big girls. If you want to blame someone, blame that Yang Kai." Jiang Chu seemed to have a grudge against Yang Kai and transferred his twisted thoughts to Emo Xiaoqi, causing him to be impolite to her. "Do you really want to attack me?" Emo Xiaoqi looked angry as she gnashed her teeth at Jiang Chu. "Ha, do you think this young master is joking with you?" Jiang Chu sneered. Saying so, with a flip of his wrist, an Origin King grade artifact sword suddenly appeared in his hand. With a shake of the sword, he stabbed it towards Emo Xiaoqi. In an instant, the sword hummed as source chi appeared. Wherever the sword pointed, sword flowers bloomed, seemingly wanting to envelop Emo Xiaoqi. A playful expression appeared on Emo Xiaoqi's pretty face, as she stood in place with no intention of dodging. Instead, she shot a glare at Jiang Chu before calmly summoning an item and pouring her source chi into it. With a puff, the artifact summoned by Emo Xiaoqi suddenly grew larger and directly enveloped her, leaving no gap between her and Yang Kai. This artifact was in the shape of a sphere and was light blue in color. Its surface was sparkling. It was like a water curtain, clear and as thin as a cicada's wing. From the outside, Emo Xiaoqi looked like she was wrapped in a water ball at this moment. This artifact was none other than the weak water bead that Emo Xiaoqi had used in Clear Jade Mountain. The weak water bead could even imprison a young Wanfeng, which showed how powerful it was. Emo Xiaoqi was currently using the weak water bead, which was originally used for imprisonment. Obviously, she was using it as a defensive artifact. The effect was obviously not bad. The moment this artifact appeared, Jiang Lin's eyes narrowed as he shouted in a low voice, "A Dao Source Grade artifact." As soon as he said that, the gazes of many elders and deacons of the Jiang family became heated. Clang! Jiang Chuhi's longsword made contact with the water screen. However, unexpectedly, his attack did not have the slightest bit of effect. The only thing it managed to do was cause the water screen, which looked like it could be easily broken, to cave in a tiny bit, before fiercely rebounding back. Not only that, even the power behind the attack seemed to have been completely reflected back onto Jiang Chuhe. This outstanding talent of the Jiang family's new generation was caught off guard. Unexpectedly, he couldn't completely dissolve it. He couldn't help but let out a strange cry and staggered back a few steps. His face slightly paled, and his expression became aghast. Fortunately, he did not use his full strength just now. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. I'm afraid this little girl has an extraordinary background. Everyone, there is no need to worry. Let's end this quickly. Jiang Lin's eyes drooped as he shouted in a low voice. If she was an ordinary origin king, how could she bring out a Dao source grade artifact right off the bat? Furthermore, it was a defensive artifact. One had to know that there were so many origin kings in the Jiang family. Yet none of them had a Dao source grade artifact of their own. Only those with extraordinary backgrounds and great backgrounds would be able to obtain 1 or 2 Dao source grade artifacts as a reward from their elders. Previously, when Jiang Chuhe took action, Jiang Lin was still somewhat conceited. He wasn't willing to take action together, as he didn't want others to say that he was bullying the weak. However, now that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, how could he hesitate? As soon as he said that, he formed a seal with his hand and pointed forward. With a soft poochie sound, a stream of light shot out from his fingertip, instantly smashing against the water screen of the weak water bead. At the same time, the other Jiang family elders and deacons also took action. In an instant, the brilliance of various martial skills and artifacts blossomed, all of them shooting towards Mo Xiaoqi. However, all the attacks were in vain. The weak water bead wrapped around Mo Xiaoqi was constantly changing its shape, dissolving all the attacks one by one, and miraculously bouncing them back. Seeing this scene, the group of Jiang family origin king realm cultivators' complexion changed drastically, and they hurriedly dodged. Mo Xiaoqi hid behind the water screen of the weak water bead. Her pretty face pulled a long face, as if a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "You guys are really bullying me with your numbers. Shameless. I'll fight it out with you." Like a child who had been bullied, Xiaoqi flipped out. As soon as she finished speaking, she stretched out her hand and patted the small cloth bags hanging from her waist. These small cloth bags were bulging, and no one knew what was inside. Even if the Jiang family people had discovered it before, they wouldn't have cared. However, at this moment, a scene that made their eyes pop out appeared. Following Mo Xiaoqi's actions, one after another, monster beasts of different shapes and sizes suddenly rushed out of those cloth bags like gods descending to the mortal world. The first to appear was the majestic silver lion tiger beast with a body length of more than 60 to 70 feet. As soon as this beast appeared, it roared towards the sky and opened its bloody mouth, revealing its fangs, which frightened the Jiang family people and made them retreat again and again. The aura of a peak 10th order monster beast was in full display. Then the heaven-escaping bat appeared, followed by the scarlet fire Qilin. Soon, a pitch-black flood dragon with a body length of more than 100 feet and 2 horns on its forehead, which seemed to have a trace of a true dragon's shape, appeared. The giant flood dragon surrounded Mo Xiaoqi, raised its head and puffed out its chest, its scarlet tongue flicking in and out of its mouth, looking like it was not to be trifled with. However, this black flood dragon's eyes were light blue, which was extremely strange. Blue eyes, black scale flood dragon? Immediately, a knowledgeable Jiang family elder cried out in surprise. Asterisk dang dang dang. Asterisk the group of Jiang family cultivator retreated a few steps, each of them looking at each other in shock, their faces filled with disbelief as they stared at the extremely rare and powerful monster beast. Not to mention the small heaven-escaping bat, the silver lion tiger beast, the scarlet fire Qilin, and the blue eyes black scale flood dragon that appeared in front of everyone. Which one of them wasn't a monster beast that was almost extinct? It was impossible to see an ordinary cultivator in the outside world. The reason why these monster beasts were almost extinct, it was because they all carried the bloodline of some ancient strange beasts. This kind of bloodline was extremely difficult to pass down. With the passing of the flowing time great emperor and the passage of time, these monster beasts with the bloodline of ancient strange beasts became rarer and rarer with each generation, and in the end, they were almost extinct. The reason why the Jiang family elder recognized the blue eyes black scale flood dragon was because he had to cultivate a secret technique that required the blood essence of this black scale flood dragon. That was why he had made many inquiries. Unfortunately, he had spent more than 10 years, but he still couldn't find any trace of this black scale flood dragon. In the end, he had no choice but to give up on cultivating that secret technique. He never expected that after so many years, another blue eyes black scale flood dragon would suddenly appear in front of him. Because these monster beasts carried the bloodline power of ancient strange beasts, every one of them was extremely difficult to deal with. They were usually able to display strength that surpassed their own level. If they used the innate divine technique that was passed down from ancient times, it wouldn't be a problem for them to fight someone one level higher. In other words, the true strength of these monster beasts in front of them had to be increased by one level before they could accurately assess it. And right now, peak 10th level? They are actually all peak 10th level? What kind of monster beast are these? Where did they pop out from? Where did this little girl come from? A group of Jiang family cultivators exclaimed, the soles of their feet almost cramping. They originally thought that Mo Xiaoqi, who was alone and only had the cultivation of the Origin King realm, was obviously a very good breakthrough point. They were prepared to capture her to restrain Yang Kai, who knew that they would suddenly poke a hornet's nest. Jiang Lin's face was even paler. As the patriarch of this generation of the Jiang family, how could he not guess that his patriarch had provoked someone he couldn't afford to provoke this time? He originally thought that Mo Xiaoqi only had some background, but when he saw the other party summon 4 peak 10th level monster beasts to help out with a wave of her hand, he immediately understood that Mo Xiaoqi didn't have some background at all. She clearly had a great background. She wasn't someone that a small family like his Jiang family could provoke. As the patriarch, he was naturally more worried than others. Moreover, when he looked at the small cloth bags on Mo Xiaoqi's waist, he vaguely seemed to think of something, but he couldn't figure it out. Just as the group of Jiang family cultivators were in a daze, Mo Xiaoqi had already gritted her little silver teeth and said angrily, "Little silver, little red, little black, teach this group of shameless guys a good lesson. How dare they bully me together?" Little silver, little red, little black. When the Jiang family members heard this, they were shocked and cold sweat flowed down their foreheads. 3 peak 10th level monster beasts with the bloodline of ancient mutant beasts were actually given such simple and laughable names. If it were any other time, the Jiang family members would really laugh, but at this moment, they all wanted to cry. Asterisk roar. Hoo hiss hiss. Asterisk the 3 monster beasts seemed to understand Mo Xiaoqi's order, and responded with strange sounds. The silver liger roared and its huge body, which was several meters long, showed extraordinary agility at this moment. With a leap, it rushed into the group of Jiang family cultivators, and raised its powerful front claws to sweep forward. With a sweep, a gust of wind rose and the sky almost changed color. How could the Jiang family members dare to face it? They all screamed and dodged. At this moment, the red fire Qilin opened its big mouth and shot scorching red fireballs forward like a storm. Those fireballs were at least the size of a millstone, and contained extremely terrifying flame power. The fireballs bombarded the ground and melted the earth. The Jiang family members were frightened. They all retreated far away for fear of being contaminated. The blue eyes black scale flood dragon also took action. A layer of dark aura suddenly spread out from its body, and turned into a black cloud. It rushed into the battlefield like the wind, and enveloped the 3 Jiang family Origin King realm cultivators. After a short while, the sound of fighting and strange hissing came from the black cloud. Mo Xiaoqi stood steadily in the water curtain of the weak water bead, holding the heaven-escaping bat in her arms and slowly combing its hair. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, she murmured faintly, "It seems that we can't get the upper hand. Should I call Xiaobai, Xiaohuang, Xiaoqing, Xiaolu and the others?" Jiang family members. Chapter 2071. Even though the 3 peak 10th order monster beasts were extraordinary, the Jiang family had a lot of Origin King realm masters, and there was no lack of 3rd order Origin King realm masters among them. Therefore the 2 sides were evenly matched in this battle. However, after hearing Mo Xiaoqi's words, Everyone from the Jiang family felt their hearts skip a beat. They couldn't help but look at each other from a distance, speechless and choking on their tears. Just the three monster beasts were enough to tie them down. If Xiao Bai, Xiao Huang, Xiao Qing, Xiao Lu, and the others appeared, how could the Jiang family fight back? At this moment, Jiang Lin suddenly thought of something. While avoiding the fierce attacks of the Scarlet Flame Qilin, he looked at the small cloth bag on Mo Xiaoqi's waist in horror, and exclaimed, "Spirit Beast Bag. Miss, are you from Spirit Beast Island?" Until now, he finally remembered the origin of those small cloth bags. Don't underestimate these small cloth bags because they were unique products of Spirit Beast Island. Only the masters of Spirit Beast Island could make such an artifact that could contain monster beasts through a secret method. Moreover, Spirit Beast bags were never sold, so it was impossible for others to get one. On the other hand, Mo Xiaoqi had a lot of them hanging around her waist. If she had no relationship with Spirit Beast Island, how could she have gotten so many Spirit Beast bags? Spirit Beast Island was a famous existence in the entire star boundary. Although it wasn't as big as Star Soul Palace or Serene Soul Palace, and had many disciples, it was still a transcendent force. The owner of Spirit Beast Island, or rather, the Island Master, was one of the 10 great emperors, the martial beast. It was rumored that there were many monster beasts that were rarely seen in the outside world on Spirit Beast Island. Even ancient divine spirits had settled there. They also settled down there. There were countless birds and beasts on the island. Therefore, even though Spirit Beast Island was just an island and the martial beast didn't open its doors to recruit disciples, the deterrence of Spirit Beast Island in the star boundary was not inferior to Serene Soul Palace and Star Soul Palace, which also had the 10 great emperors. However, Spirit Beast Island was located in the boundless sea of the Eastern Territory, hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Southern Territory. Jiang Lin did not connect Mo Xiaoqi's identity to Spirit Beast Island at first. But as the patriarch of the family, after seeing the many magical methods Mo Xiaoqi had displayed at this moment, how could he not have guessed? "Young lady, what relationship do you have with Martial Beast?" Jiang Lin saw that Mo Xiaoqi did not answer, so he took the opportunity to ask. After all, as far as he knew, the Spirit Beast Island did not recruit disciples on a large scale to live on the island. All of them were related to Martial Beast. If Mo Xiaoqi was really from Spirit Beast Island, then she must be a relative or one of Martial Beast's few disciples. How could the Jiang family afford to offend such an existence? It would be more appropriate to treat her like a grandaunt. Mo Xiaoqi just stood in the water curtain of the weak water bead, holding Little Bat in one hand and stroking it with the other. Hearing this, he looked up at the sky. He had an indifferent look on his face. After hearing Jiang Lin's words, the expressions of the other Jiang family members changed drastically. They all felt a chill run down their spines. How could they still have the mood to deal with the monster beast's attacks? With this, the balance was immediately broken. First, an elder of the Jiang family was caught off guard, and was hit by the red fire Qilin's fireball. He screamed and melted on the spot. Then, another deacon of the Jiang family was slapped into a meat patty by the silver liger beast. Blood splattered all over the ground. His death was too horrible to look at. From the black cloud transformed by the blue eyes black scale flood dragon, a figure flew out. Before landing, this figure's aura was cut off. After falling to the ground, his head tilted and he lay there forever. In an instant, 3 Jiang family origin King Realm cultivators died a violent death. Seeing this, Jiang Lin's eyes turned red. He swept away the fear and worry in his heart and shouted, "Young lady, no matter what relationship you have with Martial Beast, since we have shed all pretense of cordiality today, either you die or we die." As soon as these words came out, the other Jiang family members were shocked. Everyone knew that there was no other way but to go all out. Not to mention that this blood feud had already been formed. Mo Xiaoqi's background was not something they could provoke. If they couldn't kill Mo Xiaoqi here today, there would be no place for the Jiang family in the entire star boundary in the future. Mo Xiaoqi didn't even need to do it herself. She only needed to spread the word and countless masters would rush to bring the heads of these Jiang family members for her. There weren't many opportunities to gain favor with Spirit Beast Island. After calming down, The group of Jiang family members regrouped and turned the tables around. But at this moment, the result of the Dao Source Realm battle seemed to have come out. Accompanied by a scream, the figures of Jiang Taisheng and Yang Kai, who were entangled in midair, separated upon contact. Yang Kai had a leisurely look on his face. On the contrary, Jiang Taisheng, who was standing not far in front of him, was pale and bloodless. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. This century-old veteran Dao Source Realm Master had fallen into a disadvantageous position after fighting with Yang Kai for less than half a cup of tea's worth of time. He looked at Yang Kai with extreme resentment and disbelief. He couldn't believe that he wasn't this young man's opponent. Turning his head to look below, Jiang Taisheng's face suddenly sank. With his eyesight, how could he not see that these descendants of his family were also in trouble? He couldn't count on them at all. Perhaps the Jiang family's several hundred years of foundation would be buried here today. Thinking of this, Jiang Taisheng's face darkened. He glared at Yang Kai angrily and shouted, "Junior, even if this old master dies today, I'll drag you down with me." Saying this, he pushed the power in his body. His pale old face turned a lot redder. At the same time, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Yang Kai's face sank. He realized that the other party was really going to go all out against him. Although he was confident that he could kill Jiang Taisheng, the other party was still a Dao Source Realm Master. If he really went all out, he couldn't be underestimated. What's more, he was holding Zhang Ruoxi in his arms, so his movements were restricted. Therefore, Yang Kai cautiously assumed a defensive posture, lest this old man really use some kind of method to take him down with him. In the next moment, a cloud of blood mist wrapped around Jiang Taisheng. His figure couldn't be seen at all. Then, the blood mist flickered and directly disappeared. It turned into a rainbow light and quickly fled in the opposite direction of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. For a moment he was stunned on the spot. He didn't expect that Jiang Taisheng's slogan would be so loud and sonorous. It seemed that even if he died, he wouldn't let Yang Kai have an easy time. In the end, it was just a cover for his escape. Cunning old fox. Yang Kai cursed angrily. His eyes were full of contempt. At the same time, he hurriedly urged his space force and mobilized the space principles. He pointed at the bloody light that Jiang Taisheng had turned into and shouted, "Bind!" The bloody light paused for a moment, but it was only for a moment. Soon, it broke through the blockade of the principal's strength and fled forward at an even faster speed. After all, Jiang Taisheng was a Dao Source Realm Master. Yang Kai was mobilizing the principal's strength from such a long distance, so how could he be trapped? After escaping the shackles of the space principles, he turned around and directly plunged into the cave in the barren mountain. Soon he disappeared. This old thing. Yang Kai immediately understood Jiang Taisheng's intentions. Obviously, he was not a match for him and had suffered some injuries, so he didn't want to rely on speed to escape. If he really did so, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape Yang Kai's pursuit. Yang Kai, who understood the Tao of space, had an absolute advantage when it came to tracking and escaping. Therefore, Jiang Taisheng set his eyes on the space array in the cave. As long as he teleported away through the space array, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to catch up to him, no matter how powerful he was. Jiang Taisheng's plan was indeed good, and he succeeded as he wished. 2 breaths after he entered the cave, his aura suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a weak fluctuation of space force. This fluctuation of space force was naturally caused by Jiang Taisheng using the space array. On the other side, the hearts of the Jiang family members turned cold when they saw this. They had fought with their lives on the line, and even lost 3 of their people, all because they wanted to help their own ancestor. But they didn't expect that at this critical moment, their old ancestor would abandon them without hesitation, and escape alone without even saying goodbye. They didn't have much confidence in defeating Mo Shaoqi, and now that Yang Kai, a Dao Source Realm Master, was free, the Jiang family members would undoubtedly be courting death if they stayed. So Jiang Lin made a prompt decision and shouted, "Let's go!" Everyone hurriedly withdrew from the battle, and madly ran towards the cave in the barren mountain. Their thoughts were the same as Jiang Taisheng's. Since they couldn't escape from Yang Kai, They could only rely on the power of the space array. As long as they could teleport away, they could escape this calamity. To their surprise, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest intention of stopping them. Instead, he stood in the air with an indifferent expression and watched them escape. However, the playful smile at the corner of his mouth made Jiang Lin vigilant. On the other hand, the other members of the Jiang family were overjoyed. They scrambled into the cave, filling up the small cave in no time. Pieces of source crystals were quickly thrown into the grooves around the array by an elder of the Jiang family. When everything was in place, he immediately urged his power to activate the array. However, nothing happened. As the members of the Jiang clan waited anxiously, the spatial magic array that should have been activated immediately was like an inanimate object. It didn't make a single sound, let alone teleport everyone away. What's going on? Jiang Chuhi asked in shock. The space array is not responding. The elder replied with a pale face. Why is there no response? Let me try. As Jiang Chuhi spoke, he urged his power and poured it into the space array just like the elder. But the result was the same. The space array seemed to have lost its function and didn't activate at all. A figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave, letting out a strange laugh as he walked in step by step. Chapter 2072. The faces of the Jiang family members instantly turned ashen. They turned their heads to look at Yang Kai, who was gradually approaching them like the god of death. Their entire body was shrouded in a chill. Everyone suddenly realized that their wrong choice had caused them to be caught like a turtle in a jar by Yang Kai. Very good, very good. Since you're all here, I won't have to chase after you one by one. Yang Kai stood not far in front of the Jiang family members and looked at them calmly. With a faint smile on his face he said, "Your ancestor doesn't seem to be a very kind person." As soon as these words came out, Jiang Lin seemed to have been hit in the chest by an invisible sledgehammer. His face suddenly turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately he looked up to the sky and lamented, "I hate it." The other Jiang family members also looked ashen. Their expressions were complicated and embarrassed. At this point, how could they not understand that the reason why the space array under their feet could not be operated was greatly related to the ancestor destroying another space array on the other side? The array in the cave and the one in the mine were connected to each other. Only when both were intact could they be transmitted to each other. However, as soon as Jiang Taisheng was transmitted away, the array here had a problem. Obviously, it was because he had done something on the other side. It was not difficult to understand why he would do this. He just wanted to obstruct Yang Kai's pursuit. However, because of this, he had ruined the escape route of the other Jiang family members. As the ancestor of a family, he only cared about himself at the critical moment and ignored the lives of his family members. How could they not be bitterly disappointed? In despair, Jiang Lin looked at Yang Kai with waning interest and said, "Alchemist Yang, since things have come to this, kill me or torture me as you wish." He still had some backbone. In the face of a desperate situation, he didn't have the intention to beg for mercy. Instead, he just wanted to die. He was probably hurt by his own ancestors' actions, so he didn't have the intention to continue living. However, although he thought so, the other Jiang family members did not think so. Jiang Lin said. The expressions of the Jiang family elders couldn't help but flicker, while the outstanding talent of the new generation, Jiang Chuhi, turned pale with fright. He hurriedly took a step forward, looked at Yang Kai with a fawning expression, and implored, "Alchemist Yang." This Jiang had eyes but failed to see before an offended Alchemist Yang. "I hope that Alchemist Yang will be magnanimous and not bother with me. Now this Jiang has completely repented. In the future, I will definitely turn over a new leaf and follow by Alchemist Yang's side." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, revealing a look of interest. "Bastard you." Jiang Lin was already suffering from a heart attack due to his blood and qi, causing him to become dispirited and listless. The situation was getting worse. He nearly fainted on the spot. Forcing himself to stay alert, he pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Chuhi's spine and said in grief and indignation, "You cowardly coward! How dare you call yourself a member of my Jiang family?" Jiang Chuhi abruptly turned his head and snapped, Old man, don't be so long-winded. Even the old ancestor has abandoned us, so why should I seek my own death? I, Jiang Chuhe, am still young and have a bright future ahead of me. I don't want to die here for no reason. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and submit to Alchemist Yang. Alchemist Yang is kind and benevolent, so he may spare your lives. Well said. Yang Kai smiled faintly, looked at Jiang Chuhe approvingly and said, a wise man submits to circumstances, not bad, not bad. Jiang Chuhe hurriedly turned his head and put on a fawning expression, bowing slightly, and said with a flattering smile, Alchemist Yang is too kind. However, I hate cowardly people. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold. Jiang Chuhe's smile stiffened on his face. Alright, let's cut the crap. Originally, I didn't intend to exterminate the Jiang family. I only intended to punish the culprit. However, since this blood feud has already been formed, then, everyone rest in peace. As he spoke, Yang Kai's expression gradually turned cold. Murderous intent surged like a tide as he slowly extended his hand and pushed it towards the Jiang family. The faces of the group of Jiang family origin kings changed drastically. They instinctively wanted to resist, but they were shocked to find that the surrounding space had already solidified. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move an inch. Not only that, even the strength in their bodies had stagnated in their meridians, unable to be activated. Principal strength. The faces of the Jiang family members instantly turned ashen as they watched Yang Kai's hand push forward, causing the aura of death to rush towards them. But right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. All of a sudden, the earth started to hum and tremble violently. In just a breath of time, a series of cracking sounds rang out from all directions. The sound was deafening, as if doomsday was coming. Yang Kai's face changed. He released his divine sense, and after clearly detecting the changes in his surroundings, he didn't even have time to deal with the Jiang family members. His figure flickered and disappeared from the cave, appearing next to Mo Shaoqi in the next moment. Shaoqi had already put away her monster beast, and was floating in the air with a solemn look on her face. After seeing Yang Kai appear, she hurriedly said, Big brother Yang, it seems to be that. I know, let's go. Yang Kai interrupted her. Pushing his source chi, he wrapped her up and quickly fled into the distance. At the same time, in the cave, the Jiang family members had just escaped death, and all of them were somewhat bewildered. No one knew who shouted that something bad was going to happen, but everyone rushed out of the cave one after another. When they got outside and looked around, the Jiang family members were dumbfounded. They saw that the earth within a radius of 1,000 miles was violently undulating like waves, as if something was causing trouble underground. Along with this violent undulation, crisscrossing ravines suddenly appeared in their field of vision. There were so many of them that no one knew how far they stretched. And from those ravines, a pitch-black aura spread out. This aura quickly divided into something like a pitch-black spirit snake and slithered around. The world was soon filled with this kind of thing. The Jiang family members were only distracted for a moment before they were completely surrounded by this black aura. What is this? An elder of the Jiang family cried out in horror. He could sense a sense of unease from the black aura. That feeling seemed to be able to trigger all kinds of negative emotions in the deepest part of his heart. In an instant, his eyes turned crimson red, and his breathing suddenly quickened. Demonic chi. Oh no! Run! The Jiang family members shouted and activated their powers, wanting to use their techniques to escape this place, but how could they make it in time? The pitch-black spirit snake-like existences were like living creatures, surging over from all directions and tightly surrounding the Jiang family members in an instant. The protective source power of the Jiang family cultivator could not stop the corrosion of this black aura at all. In a short while, holes were corroded, and the black aura took the opportunity to enter, drilling into their bodies through their mouths, noses, eyes, and ears. After a short while, screams sounded one after another. The Jiang family members seemed to be enduring unimaginable torture and pain. But after a while, these screams came to an abrupt stop. In the world shrouded by the black aura, the Jiang family cultivators straightened their backs and stood up again, but at this moment, their auras were very different from before. No matter who it was, They were all shrouded in a black aura, and each of them had an indescribable evil smile on their faces. Their eyes had also turned dark red, and they looked extremely terrifying. Boom, 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 boom. Somewhere, a huge hole was suddenly blasted open by a violent force. Soil flew everywhere, and from that hole, a vigorous figure rushed out. This figure landed on the ground and moved his arms and legs slightly, and a series of crisp crackling sounds came from his body. He twisted his neck again and suddenly laughed in a low voice. If Yang Kai was still here, he would definitely realize that this figure was not just anyone, but the Jiang family ancestor who was beaten by him like a stray dog, Jiang Taisheng. In just a short while, the injuries on Jiang Taisheng's body seemed to have healed. Not only that, his aura was more than a level stronger than before, as if he had received a huge upgrade. Not only him, but the rest of the Jiang family members were also the same. Everyone who was corroded and transformed by the black aura seemed to have a huge improvement in their aura and strength. Jiang Taisheng stood there for a while, and suddenly a series of whooshing sounds came from behind him. One figure after another rushed out of the hole behind him, and stood behind him in an orderly manner, not saying a word. It was very strange. These figures were all the Jiang family cultivator and slave miners who had been demonized in the mine before. Jiang Taisheng looked around, and a very satisfied expression appeared on his face. Immediately he raised his head and let out a long howl. The howl went straight to the sky, and the pitch-black demonic chi seemed to have been summoned by something. It spun and converged into a pitch-black tornado that rushed into the sky, as if it wanted to poke a hole in the sky. In the distance, Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi, who were running with all their might, heard the howl and looked back. Their faces couldn't help but change drastically. "This is bad," Yang Kai exclaimed. "I don't know what the Jiang family released this time, but I'm afraid that Maplewood City is in danger. If I'm not wrong, it should be the demonic chi of the ancient great demon." Mo Shaoqi continued. "Ancient great demon?" Yang Kai frowned. In ancient times, the human race, demon race, and various other races had their heyday and once ruled the star boundary. However, with the change of the flowing time Great Emperor, the races changed and replaced one race after another. Our human race has been able to rule the star boundary until now because of our large numbers and numerous powerhouses, suppressing the living space of the other races. However, this doesn't mean that the other races have been destroyed. In some secret places in the star boundary, various races have their own places of reproduction and living, but they rarely show themselves. The current demon race is one of them. However, the current demon race is completely different from the ancient great demon. Only the pure demonic chi of the ancient great demon can demonize other creatures and transform them into members of the demon race. Chapter 2073. There's such a thing? Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise. Either the ancient great demon's demonic chi was sealed in that mine, or the ancient great demon's body was sealed. Damn it, how did the Jiang family find this place and even destroy the seal? Mo Shaoqi's pretty face was filled with anger. It seems that the reason why there are so many pure heart jades in that mine isn't naturally formed, but because of the seal? Yang Kai mused. The greatest effect of the pure heart jade was to purify the heart and mind, and it was the nemesis of the evil demonic chi. Perhaps a long time ago, an ancient master used a large number of pure heart jades to set up a seal underground, but as the Jiang family continued to send people to excavate over the years, the seal must have been destroyed, resulting in the leaking of the demonic chi. I hope it's the former, if it's the latter. Mo Shaoqi hesitated. What will happen? Yang Kai asked. Mo Shaoqi glanced at him faintly and continued. This means that the ancient great demon has a chance to be resurrected. If that's the case, I'm afraid that only the 10 great emperors can destroy it personally. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face suddenly became gloomy. The demonic chi is dispersing. Mo Shaoqi seemed to have made a new discovery at this moment and hurriedly shouted. Yang Kai took a moment to look back and found that it was just as Mo Shaoqi said. The huge demonic chi that covered a radius of 1,000 kilometers seemed to have been mobilized by something, and was dispersing in all directions. The rolling demonic chi was like an invincible torrent, leaving behind a mess wherever it went. At the foot of the barren mountain near the mine, there was originally a village here. But at this moment, when the demonic chi rolled past, miserable screams immediately rang out from the village. After the demonic chi disappeared, one figure after another wrapped in the dark aura stood up from every corner of the village. Immediately after, they set their eyes on Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi, who were fleeing in the distance, and chased after them. These ordinary people, who had never cultivated before, were now displaying physical strength that was not inferior to that of wild beasts. Their bodies were strong and vigorous. He was like a cheetah. Although he couldn't catch up with Yang Kai, he still had no intention of giving up. Sir. At this moment, Zhang Ruoxi's weak cry came from Yang Kai's arms. You're awake? Yang Kai looked down and saw Zhang Ruoxi looking at him with her eyes wide open. Her originally pale face seemed to have regained some color after this period of rest. Yang Kai hurriedly circulated his source qi and circulated it through her body. After making sure that she was fine, he finally relaxed. Sir, please save the orphan and widow of the Zhang family. Zhang Ruoxi pleaded. They don't know anything about the situation here. If we leave them alone. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned. But very soon, he nodded and said, Okay, I'll rush to the Zhang family. Thank you, sir. Zhang Ruoxi replied gratefully. Big brother Yang, why don't we split up? Mo Xiaoqi suddenly said. You go to the Zhang family, and I'll go to Maplewood City to inform the City Lord Master to take precautions. Otherwise, when the demonic chi invades Maplewood City, I'm afraid it will be too late. All right. Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. He also had this plan. Now that Mo Xiaoqi took the initiative to suggest it, it was naturally for the best. Be careful. I'll rush to Maplewood City to meet you as soon as possible. Then, we'll leave this place. Mo Xiaoqi nodded heavily. Then she urged her strength and turned into a stream of light, shooting straight toward Maplewood City. After she left, Yang Kai suddenly accelerated. After half an incense stick of time, Yang Kai had arrived at the Zhang family's manor. At this moment, the sky had just brightened, but the group of orphans and widows of the Zhang family had woken up very early. There were already traces of people moving in the manor. When Yang Kai arrived, the two remaining men of the Zhang family, the fat and thin cultivator, were competing in an open space somewhere. The two of them had similar strength and cultivation, so they were locked in a fierce battle. Just as they were locked in a fierce battle, their vision blurred and a person suddenly appeared. The fat and thin cultivator were shocked and took a step back at the same time, shouting, Who is it? But in the next moment, the fat cultivator's face showed a happy expression and said in surprise, Oh, it's our benefactor. And Ruoxi? The thin cultivator also saw Zhang Ruoxi, who was gently put down by Yang Kai, and greeted him enthusiastically. Since Yang Kai solved the Zhang family's extinction crisis last time, everyone in the Zhang family was grateful to Yang Kai. Seeing him now, they were naturally full of joy. Second brother, third brother. Zhang Ruoxi's pretty face blushed, as if she was a little embarrassed, and she quickly called out softly. You guys chat, I'll go find the old madam. After saying this, Yang Kai's figure suddenly blurred and disappeared. Benefactor, what are you doing in such a hurry? The fat cultivator instinctively sensed that something was wrong and looked at Zhang Ruoxi worriedly. Did something happen? It's like this. Zhang Ruoxi also knew that this was not the time to reminisce, so she quickly told them what happened in the mine. After hearing this, the fat and thin cultivators' faces turned pale. At this moment, the Zhang family's matriarch's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Their expressions turned cold, and after calling Zhang Ruoxi, they hurriedly rushed to the manor. After half a cup of tea's time, an exquisite ship suddenly rose from the Zhang family's manor, and quickly turned into a stream of light, shooting in the direction of Maplewood City. There weren't many people in the Zhang family now, only about a dozen. Except for the fat and thin cultivator, who were both men, the rest were all women. Moreover, their cultivations varied. In order to save time, Yang Kai could only summon the ship artifact and take them to Maplewood City. Fortunately, they didn't have many people, otherwise, they wouldn't have acted so quickly. The Zhang family's old madam didn't doubt Yang Kai's words. After learning the seriousness of the matter, She made a prompt decision to leave with Yang Kai, not caring about the hundreds of years of the Zhang family's foundation. The old madam was already half buried, so she naturally knew that as long as there were still people in the family, there would always be a chance to make a comeback. But if there were no people, then the family would really be finished. Compared to the safety of a family's members, what was a few hundred years of foundation? The distance of 300 kilometers was covered in a moment. At the city gate, the cultivator guarding the city saw the ship rushing over, and his face changed drastically. One of the First Order Origin King cultivators raised his voice and shouted, "Who are you? No flight-type artifacts are allowed in Maplewood City. Please disembark immediately." There was no response from the ship. Seeing the ship getting closer and closer, the guards all had grave and stern expressions. Just as they were about to launch an attack on the ship to defend the dignity of Maplewood City, an unbearable pressure suddenly came from the ship. Dao Source Realm. The First Order Origin King cultivator almost knelt on the ground. As for the others, their cultivations were lower than his, so their situation was even worse. In this moment of distraction, the ship rushed into Maplewood City at an extremely fast speed. Who is so bold as to use a flight-type artifact in the city? This person is tired of living. Where are the people from the City Lord's mansion? Why didn't they teach him a lesson? Are you kidding me? The one on that ship is a Dao Source Realm Master. Besides the two Vice City Lords and the City Lord's Master, who can stop him? For a moment, the cultivator in Maplewood City looked up at the sky and whispered. Normally, Yang Kai would never be so ostentatious, but now time was tight, and he had to bring a group of orphans and widows from the Zhang family with him, so he really had no choice. Good news did not go out, but bad news traveled 1,000 miles. Soon, the news that someone had ignored the rules of Maplewood City and used a flight-type artifact to break into the city spread to the ears of the great families in the city, making them very surprised. At this moment, Yang Kai had already arrived at Spirit Pill Plaza on his ship. Naturally, Yang Kai had come here to inform Kong Si Ran. In the entire Maplewood City, he had a close relationship with Kong Si Ran and Mo Xiaoqi. Now that Maplewood City was facing a disaster, he naturally had to inform the other party. Stay here and don't move. I have already activated the defensive barrier of the ship. I will be back soon. Yang Kai said to the group of people from the Zhang family before hurriedly leaving the ship. At the same time, Kong Si Ran heard the noise and walked out of Spirit Pill Plaza. When he saw Yang Kai, Kong Si Ran's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He pointed at him and said in shock, Brother Yang, you. He thought he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. After all, when the Yuan Furnace Mountain collapsed, Yang Kai disappeared without a trace. Later, he inquired about Yang Kai's whereabouts and knew that the people of Raging Fire Temple had searched the collapsed Yuan Furnace Mountain for 2 months, but still found nothing. More than half a year had passed, but there was still no news of Yang Kai. Kong Si Ran took it for granted that Yang Kai had died in the Yuan Furnace Mountain. But now, Yang Kai had magically appeared in front of him. How could Kong Si Ran not be surprised? But soon, Kong Si Ran put on a relieved expression, as if he had put down a burden in his heart. He quickly walked forward, grabbed Yang Kai's arm with one hand, and patted him on the shoulder with the other. He looked him up and down and said, Good, Brother Yang, you are indeed a worthy person. This brother can finally rest assured. Kong Si Ran had been feeling quite guilty these days because he had brought Yang Kai to the Yuan Furnace Mountain. But when the Yuan Furnace Mountain collapsed, he ran back safely while Yang Kai died there. Over the past half a year, Kong Si Ran felt guilty every time he thought of this. He felt that he had harmed Yang Kai and often couldn't sleep at night, nor could he cultivate in peace. But now, the source of his uneasiness had returned safe and sound. So he naturally felt a lot more relaxed. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood Kong Si Ran's psychological changes, but he couldn't explain anything. Brother Yang, what are you? Kong Si Ran cast his gaze at the exquisite ship floating above Spirit Pill Plaza, a trace of suspicion flashing across his face. He didn't know what Yang Kai was up to. Chapter 2074. Brother Kong, something bad has happened. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice with a grave expression. What happened? Kong Si Ran's expression changed as he saw some clues from Yang Kai's expression. So he asked anxiously, what happened? It's like this. Yang Kai quickly explained what happened in the mine, then continued, Brother Kong, please pack up your things quickly and leave Maplewood City with me. How could this be? How could there be the ancient great demon's pure demonic chi near Maplewood City? Kong Si Ran was stunned and couldn't believe his ears. If Yang Kai hadn't told him this, he would have just laughed it off and wouldn't have taken it seriously, but this was the news brought by Yang Kai, so he couldn't help but think about it. There's no time to think about it. Yang Kai looked back worriedly at the sky outside the city, and as if he had noticed something, his expression changed slightly and he shouted in a low voice, Brother Kong, I'm going to the City Lord's mansion, and I'll be back soon. After I come back, I'll leave this place immediately. After saying this, he activated his space force and started to flicker in the city. Kong Si Ran shivered and didn't have time to think about it, so he turned around and rushed into the Spirit Pill Plaza. In the next moment, the whole Spirit Pill Plaza was in chaos. The City Lord's mansion was located in the center of Maplewood City, and Yang Kai had been there when he participated in the auction with Kong Si Ran, so he was naturally familiar with the place. He wasn't going to the City Lord's mansion to inform anyone, but to find Mo Xiaoqi. Calculating the time, Mo Xiaoqi should have explained the situation in the mine to the City Lord's mansion by now, but she was still nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai could only go there in person. He had to bring Mo Xiaoqi back first. Halfway there, he took out the sound bead given to him by Mo Xiaoqi and poured his divine sense into it to send a message. Unfortunately, Mo Xiaoqi didn't respond. Yang Kai furrowed his brow, and after taking back the sound bead, he sped up a lot. After a short while, he arrived at the City Lord's mansion and swept it with his powerful divine sense. He immediately found Mo Xiaoqi's trail. Mo Xiaoqi was in a side hall of the City Lord's mansion at this moment, and there seemed to be a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator with her. However, this cultivator's aura was very unfamiliar, so no one knew who he was. Space force fluctuated, and Yang Kai appeared in the side hall. Glancing around, Yang Kai immediately found that Mo Xiaoqi was standing in front of a gray-skinned old man at the moment, an excited look on her face as she said something. The old man, on the other hand, was standing in place with his hands behind his back. He had an indifferent look on his face. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, the old man sensed it and suddenly turned his head. Two rays of light suddenly shot out from his calm eyes and landed on Yang Kai. Immediately, a surprised expression appeared on his face. This was because the old man had discovered something. Yang Kai was actually an extremely unfamiliar Dao Source Realm cultivator. This was a rare sight in Maplewood City. Big Brother Yang. Mo Xiaoqi, on the other hand, acted as if she had seen her savior and greeted him happily. Have you dealt with it? Yang Kai asked hurriedly. Mo Xiaoqi heard this and looked annoyed. Pointing at the gray-skinned old man, she stomped her foot and said, This Vice City Lord Zhuang doesn't believe what I said at all. I'm arguing with him. He doesn't believe you? Yang Kai frowned. But after hearing what Mo Xiaoqi said, Yang Kai also knew who this gray-skinned old man was. Maplewood City's Vice City Lord Zhuang Pan. He was also a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. There was only one City Lord in the entire Maplewood City. Of the two Vice City Lords, the City Lord was naturally Duan Yuanshan, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Of the two Vice City Lords, one was Drunkard, who had once presided over the auction. He was eccentric, and the other was Zhuang Pan. Although he and Drunkard were only first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, they had been immersed in this realm for many years, so it was very possible for them to make a breakthrough at any time. Today, perhaps because he was on duty in the City Lord's mansion, it didn't take much effort for Mo Xiaoqi to see him after arriving here. Unfortunately, this Zhuang Pan didn't believe Mo Xiaoqi's words. No matter how serious the situation was described by Mo Xiaoqi, he still looked indifferent. Instead, he looked at Mo Xiaoqi with a suspicious look, wondering if he was suspecting that she was plotting something. This really made Mo Xiaoqi anxious. The reason she had taken the initiative to come to the city lord's mansion to inform him of the demon chi leaking out was because she was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see so many cultivators in Maplewood City suffer from the demon chi. She didn't have any selfish motives, but Zhuang Pan's attitude made her feel as if her face had been plastered to the ground, causing her to feel wronged. How should I address this friend? You look very unfamiliar. When Zhuang Pan faced Yang Kai, his expression finally became a lot more solemn. After all, Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't something he could ignore. Yang Kai greets Vice City Lord Zhuang. Yang Kai cupped his fists at him, and without waiting for him to say anything, he continued. What my friend said before is not a fabrication. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. As for how the City Lord's mansion should resist, I hope Vice City Lord Zhuang can quickly discuss a countermeasure with the City Lord's master. I'm afraid it will be too late if we delay. That's all I have to say. Farewell. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he didn't give Zhuang Pan any face and pulled Mo Xiaoqi to leave. Seeing this, Zhuang Pan's face suddenly sank, looking very unhappy. At this moment, a First-Order Origin King cultivator rushed in with a panicked expression. When he entered the hall, he shouted, reporting to Vice City Lord Master, just now a ship rushed into the city despite the city's ban on flying. There was a Dao Source Realm Master on the ship, and we were unable to stop it. We ask Vice City Lord Master to make a decision. Ship. Dao Source Realm? Zhuang Pan's eyes couldn't help but shrink when he heard this. In the next moment he looked up at Yang Kai's back and immediately shouted, Friend, take care. As soon as he finished speaking, he angrily pushed his source chi and his figure flickered. He appeared behind Yang Kai like a ghost and reached out to pat his shoulder. Sensing the movement behind him, Yang Kai pushed Mo Xiaoqi away, turned around, and raised his hand to meet Zhuang Pan's big hand. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang, the world energy shook, and a gust of wind raged in the hall. Yang Kai was as still as a mountain, but Zhuang Pan took a step back slightly, his face becoming even gloomier than before. What do you want to do? Yang Kai leaned to the side and looked at Zhuang Pan with an unfriendly face, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Zhuang Pan's heart trembled, but he was still a Dao Source Realm Master, so he took a deep breath to calm the tumbling blood in his chest and said in a deep voice, Friend, this Zhuang is the Vice City Lord of Maplewood City and has the authority to manage all affairs in the city. You must have heard the guard's report just now. So this Zhuang wants to know. That ship is indeed mine. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish and finished his sentence. Friend, you are quite bold. Zhuang Pan was furious when he heard this. No flying is allowed in Maplewood City, and no flying artifacts are allowed. This is a rule that no one can break. Since this friend has ignored the orders of the City Lord's mansion, this Zhuang Pan must ask for an explanation. Before Yang Kai could speak, Mo Xiaoqi stomped her foot and said angrily, You are really interesting. The leaked demonic chi is about to attack Maplewood City, but you are here investigating Big Brother Yang's ship. Do you really not care about the lives of the hundreds of thousands of people in Maplewood City? Zhuang Pan narrowed his eyes and coldly snorted. Whether this is true or not, how can this Zhuang believe your one-sided words? This friend has broken the rules of Maplewood City, so I'm afraid you can't just leave like this, right? If you want to leave, you have to ask this Zhuang first. What rules are you talking about when you are about to die? Yang Kai laughed angrily. Xiaoqi, there's no need to talk to him anymore. We have already delivered the news, so it's up to him to believe it or not. When the day comes that Maplewood City is plunged into misery and suffering, I want to see if those hundreds of thousands of innocent souls will continue to haunt him day and night. Let's go. Mo Xiaoqi nodded, glared angrily at Zhuang Pan, and then followed after Yang Kai. This king said, If your excellency wants to leave, you have to pass through this king first. Zhuang Pan shouted angrily as a small pagoda-like artifact suddenly appeared in his hand. Pouring his source chi into it, the small pagoda began to rotate and fly towards Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi. While flying, the small pagoda expanded in the wind, growing into a behemoth more than a dozen meters high. The bottom of the pagoda was dark and shrouded in principal strength as it pressed down on Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi. From the looks of it, it seemed the pagoda intended to suppress the two of them directly. A Dao Source Great Artifact. Yang Kai noticed the powerful aura emanating from the small pagoda, and his eyes couldn't help narrowing as his anger flared up. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai reached out and took out a light blue bead, pouring his source chi into it. The light blue bead wasn't big, only the size of a longan fruit, but as he poured his source chi into it, a faint arc of lightning appeared inside the bead. Mo Xiaoqi stared at the bead in astonishment, and immediately let out a soft cry of surprise, as if she was extremely surprised. At that moment, the arc of lightning leapt out of the bead like a fish and, with a light crackling sound, flew towards the pagoda. Seeing this scene, Zhuangpan couldn't help sneering, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt as he formed a series of hand seals, causing the already large pagoda to become even larger. Kacha. The arc of lightning struck the interior of the pagoda and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The pagoda didn't react at all. Zhuangpan laughed and ridiculed. Friends' means are really eye-opening. Yang Kai just stood quietly in place and responded with a sneer. Seeing such a strange reaction, Zhuangpan's heart skipped a beat for no reason as a bad feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. Before he could figure out what kind of trick Yang Kai had up his sleeve, a series of crackling sounds came from inside the tower that was pressing down from the sky. Immediately afterwards, the tower's exterior flashed with a dense layer of lightning, like a dancing demon, while the light of the tower itself flickered erratically. The moment the lightning flashed, Zhuangpan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His face paled as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura weakened greatly as he cried out in alarm. How is this possible? Chapter 2075. At that moment, Zhuangpan realized that the spirituality of his pagoda had been greatly damaged. His pagoda was a Dao Source grade low-rank artifact that he had refined with his secret technique and divine sense for many years, so it was closely related to him. After using that secret technique to refine it, although it could greatly increase the power of the pagoda, correspondingly, once the pagoda was damaged, as its owner, he would also suffer varying degrees of backlash. At this moment, he was suffering a great backlash. The source chi in his body was turbulent and on the verge of going berserk. He was unable to suppress it at all, so he had no choice but to spit out a mouthful of blood. Kacha. The lightning flowing around the pagoda continued for a long time before gradually extinguishing. The surface of the pagoda did not seem to be damaged, but its spirituality had been greatly damaged. Moreover, Zhuangpan could feel that the interior of his pagoda was actually quite damaged, with many cracks appearing. If he wanted to repair it completely, he would have to find some special materials, and it would take a lot of time. After receiving this blow, Zhuangpan's vitality surged again, and he kept coughing up blood. Vice City Lord Master. The guard who came in to report before saw this and shouted in shock. Zhuangpan clutched his chest, his face extremely pale, his breathing uneven as he looked at Yang Kai with an ugly expression. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. He really could not understand. What grade was that round bead-like artifact? How could it release such great power in a single blow? Even his own Dao Source grade artifact could not resist it. If it had hit him, how could he have survived? If he knew that the round bead was an Emperor artifact, he would be relieved. After all, Zhuangpan was a Dao Source realm master, and Yang Kai did not want to waste any more time with him, so he summoned one of the two Emperor artifacts, the Annihilation Thunder Bead. When he obtained the Annihilation Thunder Bead, he was just an origin returning realm cultivator, and although he could activate the Annihilation Thunder Bead, he could not display its full power because of his insufficient cultivation. He had used it many times, and every time he used it, the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead would grow stronger as his strength increased. Now that he was a Dao Source realm cultivator, he could mobilize the world principles, but he still could not display the full power of an Emperor artifact. It was still not something a Dao Source grade artifact could contend with. When the two collided, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Vice City Lord Zhuang, please conduct yourself with dignity. If you dare to stop me again, don't blame this Yang for being merciless. Yang Kai glared coldly at Zhuangpan as he growled. Zhuangpan's face was ashen. He opened his mouth but didn't dare to say anything. Naturally, He could sense that Yang Kai was not bluffing. He really intended to do so. In other words, if she continued to obstruct him in the slightest, she might really die here. Ha 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 ha, friend, you sure talk big. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from outside. Then two figures, one thin and one fat, rushed in from outside. At the same time, a strong wine aroma filled the hall. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He glanced at the newcomer. He recognized both of them. The short and fat man was the eccentric Vice City Lord Drunkard. As soon as he entered the hall, he glanced around and narrowed his eyes. But soon he calmed down and took a big gulp from the gourd at his waist, as if to suppress his shock. As for the slightly thinner cultivator, he was shockingly the city lord of Maplewood City, Duan Yuanshan. He was also the only second-order Dao Source Realm Master in Maplewood City. Yang Kai had seen Duan Yuanshan many times, so he was naturally no stranger to him. At this moment, Duan Yuanshan's eyes were looking at Yang Kai with great interest. He laughed and said, "When did my Maplewood City have another Dao Source Realm Master? It's really worth celebrating." He didn't seem to have any intention of blaming Yang Kai for injuring Zhuang Pan. Instead, he showed a very gratified expression. It wasn't difficult to understand why these two would suddenly appear here. After all, this was the city lord's mansion. Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard usually lived here. Just now, when Yang Kai and Zhuang Pan's artifacts collided, how could they not notice the strong energy fluctuations emitted? So they rushed over at the same time. "Greetings, City Lord, Master, Vice City Lord, Master." Yang Kai frowned and cupped his fists at the two. Drunkard grinned and reached out to wipe the wine flowing from the corner of his mouth. He casually returned the salute and didn't say anything. Instead, he found a place next to a pillar in the hall and sat down with a lazy look on his face. He picked up the wine gourd and poured it into his mouth. Duan Yuanshan chuckled. "This friend is too polite. And how should I address you?" "This one is Yang Kai. So it's Brother Yang." A trace of suspicion flashed across Duan Yuanshan's face. This city lord remembers that there is no great family surnamed Yang in Maplewood City. "I'm just a scattered cultivator who came to Maplewood City more than a year ago. So that's how it is." Duan Yuanshan showed a look of surprise and immediately said, "Then, may I ask why Brother Yang and Brother Zhuang are making such a big fuss? We're all Dao Source Realm cultivators, so why don't we sit down and talk about it? Why are you so agitated?" "City Lord, this person is really arrogant. He ignored the rules of the city and rushed into the city on a ship. This Zhuang just wanted to ask him some questions, but he didn't cooperate at all. Please investigate thoroughly, City Lord." Zhuang Pan didn't wait for Yang Kai to speak and spoke first. What he said was in line with the truth and didn't embellish anything. "Is that so?" Duan Yuanshan frowned and turned to look at Yang Kai. "Yes, it's true." Yang Kai nodded. Zhuang Pan immediately sneered. "City Lord, Master, the rules of Maplewood City were set by you personally, but this person is ignoring them, wantonly destroying. May I ask, how should we deal with him?" He had just suffered a loss at the hands of Yang Kai, and even lost the spirituality of his pagoda, so naturally, he hated Yang Kai to the extreme. At this moment, Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard were here together, so if they could really convict Yang Kai, they would definitely make Yang Kai suffer. This was what he wanted to see. If City Lord, Master still wants to punish this Yang after learning the other news, then this Yang has nothing to say. Yang Kai didn't wait for Duan Yuanshan to speak. He sneered and said, "What news?" Duan Yuanshan saw his serious expression and was a little puzzled. 2,000 kilometers away, the ancient Great Demon's seal has been broken, and its pure demonic chi is leaking out. "I'm afraid it won't be long before it attacks Maplewood City," Yang Kai said. "What?" Duan Yuanshan heard this and exclaimed, "The ancient Great Demon's seal? The pure demonic chi is leaking out?" On the side, Drunkard, who was leaning against a stone pillar and drinking wine, was also stunned, the drunkenness on his face completely gone. His eyes widened as he looked at Yang Kai, the wine at the corner of his mouth flowing all over his body, but he didn't notice. "You're spouting nonsense," Zhuang Pan shouted angrily. "City Lord, Master, don't listen to this person's nonsense. He Duan Yuanshan raised his hand to stop him from continuing. He looked at Yang Kai with a serious expression. He asked, "Is this true? Where did Brother Yang get this news? What evidence does he have?" "I saw it with my own eyes. I also fled all the way back to Maplewood City." Yang Kai glanced at Zhuang Pan and sneered, pointing at Mo Xiaoqi. "This friend of mine is worried about the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Maplewood City. So she specially came to the City Lord's mansion to inform you so that you can make preparations." However, Vice City Lord Zhuang didn't move, and didn't even have the intention to send someone to investigate. Instead, because this one flew into Maplewood City in a hurry and broke the rules, he kept nagging and pestering endlessly. He even started a fight. Haha, as for evidence, won't you know if you go and see for yourself? It's only 2,000 kilometers, not too far. I'll go and see. On the other side, Drunkard heard this and didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly put the wine gourd on his waist, stood up abruptly, and turned into a stream of light, shooting out. "I've said all that needs to be said. City Lord Master, this one will take his leave." Yang Kai finished speaking and signaled to Mo Xiaoqi. Mo Xiaoqi understood and quickly walked out. "You can't leave. We haven't figured out what's going on yet." Zhuang Pan stood in place and shouted in a threatening manner. "If you dare to stop me, I'll kill you." Yang Kai didn't even look back. After leaving this sentence, he disappeared with Mo Xiaoqi. "City Lord Master, this person is simply too arrogant and despotic." Zhuang Pan didn't dare to stop Yang Kai, so he could only pin his hopes on Duan Yuanshan, hoping that he would take action to restrain Yang Kai. The latter glanced at him leisurely and said lightly, "If what this person said is true, I'm afraid Maplewood City is in imminent danger." Zhuang Pan heard this and shivered, not daring to say anything else. Although Duan Yuanshan didn't say anything, how could he not see the dissatisfaction and blame in the eyes of the City Lord Master? He knew that he was extremely angry and anxious at this moment. But the ancient Great Demon's seal had been broken, and the pure demonic qi had leaked out. No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible. After a short while, Duan Yuanshan suddenly took out a communication artifact from his space ring and poured his divine sense into it. Obviously, Drunkard had sent back a message. Zhuang Pan looked at it expectantly, praying in his heart that Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi were just making things up. If that was the case, he would have a reason to find trouble with Yang Kai. Duan Yuanshan would definitely not let Yang Kai go for deceiving the city lord. But, under Zhuang Pan's nervous and expectant gaze, Duan Yuanshan's face suddenly turned pale, and his body trembled slightly. "City Lord Master." Zhuang Pan shouted nervously. "Pass down the order. Activate all the defensive spirit arrays in the city. Increase the power of the spirit arrays to the maximum at all costs." Duan Yuanshan suddenly shouted, spreading throughout the entire city lord's mansion. "No way." Zhuang Pan's face turned ashen as he fell to the ground. Duan Yuanshan glanced at him angrily before his figure flickered and disappeared from the hall. After a short while, countless orders were sent out from his communication artifact in an orderly manner, spreading to every corner of Maplewood City. After a short while, buzzing sounds came from the vicinity of Maplewood City's walls. The various defensive spirit arrays that had not been activated for many years were activated today. Chapter 2076. Maplewood City. Accompanied by a violent noise and shaking of the earth, a multicolored light curtain suddenly emerged, forming a semicircle that enveloped the city. These spirit arrays were painstakingly created and arranged by the city lords and family masters of Maplewood City in order to guard against foreign enemies, but these spirit arrays have basically never been used. Because Maplewood City has not been invaded by any powerful enemies so far, even the cultivator who has lived in Maplewood City for a long time almost forgot about the existence of these spirit arrays. But today, these spirit arrays were activated one by one. What's going on? Why are these spirit arrays activated? Something big must have happened. Is there a foreign enemy invasion? Could it be a master from the Emperor realm? For a time, many cultivators in the city were bewildered and began to discuss. Some even raised their eyes in the direction of the city lord's mansion. wondering what kind of explanation the city lord's mansion would give. But at this moment, a hurried shout came from outside the city. "Everyone enter the city quickly, don't delay." This voice was shouted several times in a row, as if it was very urgent, and it was full of energy, spreading almost all over Maplewood City. It's the voice of Vice City Lord Drunkard. After some of the warriors recognized the owner of the voice, their expressions turned cold, and they immediately rushed up to the city wall, looking around. In a short while, the city wall was full of people. The next moment, exclamations came one after another. "Look, Vice City Lord Master seems to be being chased by something. Heavens, what the hell is that thing? It's so dark." Even Vice City Lord Master is no match for it. Just as everyone was discussing, Drunkard had already rushed to the front of Maplewood City. Seeing this, the cultivator in charge of controlling the spirit array immediately opened a hole in front of him. Drunkard's figure flickered and shot into the city through the hole. After he entered, the crack quickly closed up and returned to its original state. At the same time, the dark aura that followed behind Drunkard also rushed here, and without slowing down, it directly hit the outermost light curtain. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk a loud noise rang out. The bright light screen actually trembled slightly, and its color suddenly dimmed a lot, almost shattering. This scene was imprinted into the eyes of the nearby cultivator. Immediately they were shocked, and their expressions changed greatly as they retreated one after another. The cultivator controlling the formation also hurriedly activated his own power. He increased the input of his own power. It took a lot of effort to stabilize the trembling light screen. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, streams of light streaked across the sky from all directions in the city. Obviously, they were the masters of Maplewood City who had noticed the commotion here. City Lord Duan Yuanshan was the first to appear. He landed on the city wall and stared ahead with a solemn expression, his eyelids twitching slightly. On both sides of him, several masters with Dao Source Realm auras appeared one after another. When they saw the horrifying scene in front of them, their faces changed drastically. "City Lord Duan, what are these things?" one of the white-haired elders asked. This old man had the cultivation of the First Order Dao Source Realm. He was none other than the old ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Chaoyang. He was also the oldest among the nearly 10 Dao Source Realm masters present. He seemed to be nearing the end of his lifespan, and there were even some age spots on his face. This was extremely rare for a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Only those cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespan would show such physiological changes. That's right, City Lord Duan. Since you gave the order to activate the defensive array in advance, you should have received some news, right? Du family's old ancestor Du Lishan asked. The other Dao Source Realm masters of the other families also looked at Duan Yuanshan, expecting him to give an explanation. Demonic Qi. The ancient great demon's pure demonic Qi, Duan Yuanshan said with a solemn expression. It is said to have leaked from 2,000 kilometers away. The ancient great demon's pure demonic Qi. The expressions of the group of Dao Source Realm masters changed drastically when they heard this. This city lord has just received the news. Don't ask me where the demonic Qi came from. This city lord doesn't know. I only know that if we don't work together, Maplewood City will be in danger today. The expressions of the Dao Source Realm masters turned solemn when they heard this. Duan Yuanshan turned his head and looked around. You are all leaders of your respective families. Many of your clansmen are still in the city. You don't want to see them get corroded by the demonic Qi and lose their minds, right? Of course. Qin Chaoyang was the first to express his opinion. However, we still need City Lord Master to tell us how to deal with the enemy. That's right. This is the first time we have encountered the ancient great demon's pure demonic Qi. We don't know how to expel it effectively, Liang family's Liang Penglu said with a solemn expression. Duan Yuanshan was at a loss for words. Although he was a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, a level higher than everyone present, this was the first time he had encountered the ancient great demon's pure demonic Qi. How would he know how to expel it effectively? Brother Duan, we might as well consolidate the defensive line first. We can study the rest later. Drunkard had already sobered up, and was more sober than ever. That's right. Duan Yuanshan's eyes lit up and he said, "Everyone, please look for a section of the city wall and assist others in stabilizing the defensive spirit array. Wait for me to find someone and ask him for some information." While speaking, Duan Yuanshan gave Drunkard a look. Drunkard understood and immediately called everyone forward to start studying. After a short while, all the Dao Source Realm cultivator had determined their defensive territory and dispersed. Drunkard's expression flickered as he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly rushed towards the city lord's mansion. The shocking changes outside the city had long been known by many cultivator in the city. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and very soon, all the cultivator in Maplewood City knew something about the situation. Naturally, the hot-blooded cultivator heeded the call and went to the city wall to assist in the defense. For a time, the city wall of Maplewood City was overcrowded. At the same time, in front of Spirit Pill Plaza, Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi returned and swept with their divine senses. Yang Kai knew that Kong Si ran, and the people of Spirit Pill Plaza were ready and had even boarded the ship. He gestured to Mo Shaoqi and she immediately flew into the ship. Just as he was about to enter the ship, he suddenly looked to the side thoughtfully. Over there, in the crowd of onlookers, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man was quietly looking at him. When their eyes met, the middle-aged man's lips curled slightly, revealing a strange smile. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He felt that this middle-aged man was very unfamiliar. He was sure that he had never seen this person before, but this person was actually a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, which was really a bit inconceivable. It was rare for a master of this level to appear in Maplewood City. Aside from the Luanfeng's appearance in Clear Jade Mountain, which had attracted countless powerful masters to investigate, there might not even be a single Third Order Dao Source Realm master passing through Maplewood City every year. But now there was one in the crowd, and it seemed that this person was somewhat interested in him. This made Yang Kai a little puzzled. However, he didn't think too much about it and quickly boarded the ship and drove it away. After the ship left, the middle-aged man sneered and muttered to himself in a voice that no one else could hear. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. I didn't expect to run into young Palace Master's ship here after half a year without any clues. So, it seems you know something? This middle-aged man. Surprisingly, he was the master sent by Flying St. Palace's Palace Master to investigate the murderer of Ning Yuancheng more than half a year ago. He followed the vine to the melon and easily found out that Ning Yuancheng's last appearance was at the auction in Maplewood City, so he naturally rushed all the way to Maplewood City. However, after half a year, he didn't find any useful information. How could he have known that today, by coincidence, he would see Ning Yuancheng's ship artifact in the city? He didn't think that Yang Kai had the ability to kill Ning Yuancheng. After all, Ning Yuancheng was protected by Lu Yizhi, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. With Yang Kai's cultivation, he shouldn't have such ability, but he felt that since Yang Kai could obtain Ning Yuancheng's ship, he must know something. That was why he was a little concerned about Yang Kai. There were too many eyes in the city, so it wasn't convenient for him to act, so he planned to follow Yang Kai out before making a decision. Outside the city wall, Yang Kai flew his ship over, but when he saw the situation outside, his heart sank. Because at this moment, the boundless ancient demonic qi had completely surrounded Maplewood City, leaving no gap at all. If one were to look down from above, Maplewood City at this moment seemed to have an extra layer of solid black walls cast from a dark material. The pitch-black city wall wriggled continuously, spanning several tens of miles. Any living being that dashed into it would most likely be met with misfortune. Although the grade of the ship artifact wasn't low and it also had some defensive barriers, if they rushed in rashly, Yang Kai knew that except for himself, everyone else would definitely suffer. Brother Yang. Kong Si Ran obviously also noticed the situation, and his face suddenly turned pale. What should we do? It's too late. Mo Shaoqi bit her red lips lightly, a look of annoyance on her face, at the same time cursing Zhuang Pan in her heart. If they hadn't wasted so much time with Zhuang Pan, they might have had a chance to leave this place before the demonic qi surrounded the city, but now, it was too late. Inside the ship, many pairs of eyes were also looking at Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai's cultivation was the highest, and he had become their backbone. Although Yang Kai's face was cold, he didn't show much panic. Because even if he had no way out in the end, he could send everyone here into the sealed world bead and break through this demonic chi alone. Using his space force, Yang Kai was 80% sure he could escape safely. But in this way, the great secret of the sealed world bead could no longer be hidden. The people from the Zhang family were fine. After all, Yang Kai was their benefactor, so if Yang Kai asked them not to reveal the secret of the sealed world bead, they would definitely swear to keep their mouths shut. Chapter 2077. However, the same couldn't be said for the shop assistants and alchemists of Spirit Pill Plaza. Yang Kai didn't have much of a friendship with them, so if they were to reveal the secret of the sealed world bead, it would likely attract the covetous eyes of countless masters. The sealed world bead was an emperor artifact that could form its own world and be carried around. It was probably the only one of its kind in the entire star boundary. There were still some treasures that could form their own worlds in the star boundary. For example, the 5-colored treasure pagoda that Yang Kai entered last time was the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace, and it also had its own world inside. However, the biggest difference between the 5-colored treasure pagoda and the sealed world bead was that it couldn't be carried around, and could only be placed inside Star Soul Palace. The sealed world bead was of great importance, so Yang Kai didn't dare to expose it unless it was absolutely necessary. Now it seems that it's impossible to break out of the encirclement head-on. Yang Kai murmured. Suddenly his expression changed and he asked, "There should be a space array in Maplewood City, right?" In the territory of Hometown Star, there were space arrays that could be used for teleportation in the big cities, let alone in the vast star boundary. Although Maplewood City wasn't big, it should have a space array. There is, but it's in the City Lord's mansion. Kong Si-ren nodded and replied, "Let's go to the City Lord's mansion." Yang Kai responded and immediately controlled the ship to fly in the direction of the City Lord's mansion. Looking down from the sky, the entire Maplewood City was in chaos at this moment. When the news of the ancient great demon's pure demonic chi besieging the city spread, the cultivator who lived in the city all year round naturally panicked, fearing that the city's defensive spirit array would be broken and they would suffer. And the first way out they could think of was, naturally, they could use the space array to teleport away. So at this time, the cultivator who was rushing towards the City Lord's mansion, who knows how many? After realizing this, Yang Kai's face darkened, and he urged the ship to move even faster. After a while, the ship arrived above the City Lord's mansion, but before he could control the ship to descend, he suddenly sensed the energy of a Tao Source Realm Master erupting from one of the palaces. With a loud bang, the palaces were destroyed. Broken stones flew everywhere, and the great hall was suddenly turned into a pile of rubble. Many cultivators flew out of the ruins, cursing and swearing, all of them looking angry. That place! It is. The corner of Kai Yang's mouth twitched as he cast his gaze towards a sloppy figure floating in midair. His clothes were ragged and his hair was a mess. He looked no different from a beggar, but this person was giving off a powerful aura that only a Tao Source Realm Master could possess. There was also a large cyan gourd hanging from his waist. Who else could it be but Drunkard? At this time, he was the only Tao Source Realm Master here. It seemed that the commotion just now was his doing. Below, at this moment, countless cultivators were glaring at Drunkard angrily, as if they couldn't wait to kill him. Vice City Lord Master, why did you destroy the teleportation array? We have always respected you, but we didn't expect you to be so vicious at this critical moment. Yeah, Drunkard, why did you cut off our way out? The space array is destroyed. We're done for. We can't escape anymore. Drunkard. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Drunkard, we're irreconcilable enemies. Angry shouts and questions were like the sharpest thorns, stabbing towards Drunkard who was floating in midair. Some of the more agitated ones had already taken the initiative to take action, summoning their artifacts and displaying their martial skills to attack Drunkard's face. Drunkard simply stood there motionless. Even in the face of the attacks, he didn't even bat an eye. He simply pushed his source chi to protect himself, showing no intention of fighting back. Everyone. Drunkard looked around, his eyes cold, his voice low and deep as he shouted. This old man understands everyone's thoughts, and I know everyone's thoughts. But today, my Maplewood City is besieged by the demonic chi and is in imminent danger. It could be broken at any time. You old fart, since you knew, why did you destroy the space array? You really have sinister intentions. A roar came from the crowd. Drunkard turned his gaze to that side, an apologetic look flashing across his face as he continued. Because of this old man had no choice but to do this. My Maplewood City has hundreds of thousands of cultivators. If we can work together, then we might be able to overcome this calamity. But if all of you only want to leave this place through the spatial formation, then the city will definitely be destroyed. At that time, all living beings here will be plunged into misery and suffering, and whales will be everywhere. It will definitely become a living hell. This old man has lived in Maplewood City all his life. This old man's family and friends are all here. This old man doesn't want to see them suffer and lose their minds. Are all of you willing to see such a scene? If you only think about running for your lives, then who will protect your family and friends? At this point, Drunkard's dignified eyes swept around. The angry voices in the crowd gradually weakened as many people lowered their heads and pondered. My Maplewood City is just a drop in the ocean of the entire star boundary. Even in the Southern Territory, it is not famous and few people know about it. But the men of my Maplewood City are all proud and unyielding. This old man has lived for most of his life, and has witnessed hundreds of years of flowing time. Great Emperor in Maplewood City. This old man likes this place and doesn't want to see the moment the city is broken. Rest assured everyone, there are already messengers who have gone to other cities through the transmission array, and will also pass on the information here to Star Soul Palace and other great sects. I believe that soon, there will be masters coming to help and solve the crisis of my Maplewood City. But before that, this old man earnestly requests that you all guard the city with me and resist the foreign enemies. This old man promises that he will do his best to protect the city and keep everyone safe. Even if his blood is spilled, he will have no complaints. Everyone, please lend me a hand. At this point, Drunkard swept his gaze around, his eyes full of sincere pleading. The entire scene was silent, and it wasn't as clamorous and disorderly as before any longer. Count this city lord in. This city lord swears on his heart demon that if the city survives, we will survive. Duan Yuan Shan's voice suddenly came from afar, and after a short while, his figure flickered and appeared beside Drunkard. Drunkard was taken aback, but immediately grinned at Duan Yuan Shan. Old Drunkard, you've given a lot of thought. Duan Yuan Shan quietly sent a message, his face full of gratitude. Drunkard slowly shook his head. At this moment, in the crowd below, someone suddenly shouted, "Follow the city lord and vice city lord closely. Listen to the orders of the two lords. If the city lives, the people will live. If the city falls, the people will die. If the city survives, we will survive. If the city survives, we will survive." More and more cultivator joined in the shouting, and gradually, the earth-shaking voices converged into a shocking sound wave that spread in all directions and spread to the ninth heaven. Everyone was united. Unity was an impregnable fortress. Drunkard looked down with a gratified face and bowed deeply. Whether the people below sincerely supported him or were forced to do so, as long as they were willing to do their part to protect Maplewood City, it was enough to earn his gratitude. Many thanks, everyone. Now we have no way out. If we want to live, the only way is to resist the demonic chi. Please go to the city wall and support the fellow cultivators in the city. Drunkard shouted in all directions. As soon as his voice came out, the crowd below began to move, each summoning a flight-type artifact and dispersing in all directions. Old Drunkard, I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to meet someone. After Duan Yuan Shan finished speaking, he cast his gaze to the ship not far away, and with a sway of his figure, arrived directly in front of the ship, cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, can you show yourself? City Lord Duan, please come in and have a chat." Yang Kai's voice came from the ship. Hearing this, Duan Yuanshan smiled slightly and stepped onto the ship. After entering the cabin, Duan Yuanshan saw Yang Kai with an indifferent expression. Brother Yang. Duan Yuanshan cupped his fists again and said with a cold expression. This Duan came uninvited this time, because I wanted to inquire about the ancient demonic qi from Brother Yang. I know. Yang Kai nodded and had no intention of hiding anything, so he briefly recounted everything that happened in the mine. After listening, Duan Yuanshan's brows furrowed and he said in a deep voice, according to Brother Yang, this incident was actually caused by the Jiang family? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. No wonder I didn't see that old man Jiang Taisheng. Duan Yuanshan looked angry and immediately asked, since Brother Yang has come into contact with the ancient demonic qi, do you know how to resist it? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not too sure about this. I only know that after the ancient demonic qi erodes a person's body, it will cause a great change in their temperament. Moreover, the person who has just died will come back to life after being eroded. How can this be? Duan Yuanshan's face changed. I don't know about this. Perhaps there is something magical about the ancient demonic qi. While the two were talking, Emo Xiaoqi suddenly interrupted. In fact, there is no special way to deal with the ancient demonic qi. You can only use a powerful force to defeat it. If it was an ordinary demonic qi, there would be something to restrain it, but it is too difficult to restrain the pure demonic qi from the ancient great demon. But what? Duan Yuanshan immediately turned his head to look at Emo Xiaoqi with an inquiring look on his face. But since the pure heart jade was used as a seal in the mine, the pure heart jade should be able to resist the invasion of the demonic qi. If we can let the cultivator in the city wear some pure heart jade, it might have some miraculous effects. Pure heart jade? Duan Yuanshan raised his brows and said with a headache. This thing is rare. There are some in the city lord's mansion's warehouse, but they are very few. Emo Xiaoqi smiled and took out a few rings, handing them to Duan Yuanshan. City lord, master, take a look at these. Duan Yuanshan took them suspiciously and scanned them with his divine sense. Immediately his face lit up with joy. So many pure heart jade. Chapter 2078. The rings that Emo Xiaoqi gave to Duan Yuanshan were filled with countless pure heart jade. This made Duan Yuanshan overjoyed. Young lady, did you take all these from the mine? Duan Yuanshan asked thoughtfully. Emo Xiaoqi nodded. I knocked out a few Jiang family cultivator in the mine and snatched their space rings. They are all here. Young lady, please accept this Duan's respect. Duan Yuanshan said as he immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Emo Xiaoqi. Emo Xiaoqi quickly waved her hand and said with some embarrassment, City Lord Duan is too serious. These are actually nothing. Duan Yuanshan shook his head slowly and said in a deep voice, in any case, my Maplewood City will remember young lady's kindness. If we can safely survive this calamity, young lady will be my Maplewood City's honored guest. Pure heart jade was more or less useful to any cultivator, so its value wasn't small. With so many pure heart jade, it was a shocking amount of wealth. If it was an ordinary cultivator, even if they knew that Maplewood City was in danger, they wouldn't offer these pure heart jade. However, Emo Xiaoqi took them out without a frown. This made Duan Yuanshan very grateful. These pure heart jade were purchased by my Maplewood City's City Lord's mansion. In the future, my City Lord's mansion will convert them into source crystals and repay young lady. Duan Yuanshan said. It's really no problem. Emo Xiaoqi really didn't know what to say. Yang Kai's expression flickered as he said, City Lord Duan, I also have some pure heart jade here. If it's not enough, just let me know. Duan Yuanshan heard this. His eyes lit up. He laughed heartily. With the help of Brother Yang and young lady, why should I worry about my Maplewood City? Since Brother Yang is so generous, this Duan will thank you in advance. If it's really not enough, I will look for Brother Yang. And this Duan now needs to distribute these pure heart jade. I wonder if Brother Yang is willing to follow this Duan to the city walls, to defend against the enemies? Yang Kai didn't answer immediately. Instead, he swept his gaze towards the others and said, I can go, but I have to settle them down first. Of course. I'll take my leave first. Duan Yuanshan was overjoyed when he heard this. Obtaining the assistance of a Dao Source Realm Master at this time would be of great benefit to the entire Maplewood City. Naturally, he was grateful to Yang Kai for being able to see the big picture and understand righteousness. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he immediately boarded the ship. It flew straight towards the city wall. After Duan Yuanshan left, Yang Kai looked at Mo Shaoqi and said, Shaoqi, my cave mansion has been taken back by the city lord's mansion. Let's settle them in your cave mansion. No problem. Mo Shaoqi readily agreed. Yang Kai nodded and followed Mo Shaoqi's instructions, controlling the ship to fly towards her secluded home. A short while later, the group arrived at Mo Shaoqi's secluded home. Under the arrangement of Yang Kai, a group of people from the Zhang family, some shop assistants from Spirit Pill Plaza, and 2 alchemists all entered the secluded home. Old madam, you rest here. If there are any changes in Maplewood City, I will come to you in advance and take you away from here. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Ruoxi and said, Ruoxi, take care of your Zhang family. Yes. Sir, you must be careful. Zhang Ruoxi looked at Yang Kai with a worried face. Shaoqi, do you have a secret room here? Yang Kai asked again. Yes. Come with me. Although Mo Shaoqi didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, she still hurriedly led the way. Brother Kong, come with me. Yang Kai called out to Kong Siran. Although Kong Siran was puzzled, he didn't ask and followed closely. The secluded home rented by Mo Shaoqi in Maplewood City was of the highest grade. Whether it was the density of the world energy or the size of the secluded home, it couldn't be compared to Yang Kai's secluded home. There were 5 or 6 secret rooms in the secluded home that could be used for secluded cultivation. After arriving at one of the secret rooms, Yang Kai signaled to Mo Shaoqi with his eyes. Mo Shaoqi understood and retreated. Brother Yang, why did you bring me here? Kong Siran was confused. He didn't know why Yang Kai brought him to this secret room in this time of crisis. Shouldn't they be working together with the cultivator outside to resist the demonic qi? Brother Kong, take a look at this. Yang Kai said as he threw a jade bottle to Kong Siran. Kong Siran caught it suspiciously, opened the bottle cap, and poured out a spirit pill from the jade bottle. In the next moment, Kong Siran's body shook violently as he stared at the spirit pill in his hand with a look of disbelief on his face. His eyes widened as he stared at it carefully. After a while he exclaimed as if he had just confirmed something, Dao Source Pill? As the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza, countless pills had passed through his hands, so Kong Siran was quite knowledgeable about them. Although he had never seen a Dao Source Pill before, with his experience and knowledge, how could he not know what a Dao Source Pill looked like and what kind of fragrance it gave off? The spirit pill in his hand was exactly the same as the rumored Dao Source Pill. The only difference was that this Dao Source Pill had veins that resembled the meridians of a human body, as if they were exquisite patterns drawn by the hands of heaven and earth, adorning the surface of this spirit pill. A Dao Source Pill with pill veins? Kong Siran's voice became sharp, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. I got this from the Yuan Furnace Mountain. As Brother Kong expected, it was indeed Gong Sun Mu's cave mansion, and the Dao Source Pill he refined was also left there. Unfortunately, the Flowing Time Great Emperor has been here for too long. Only this one has been preserved. The others have all become waste. Yang Kai explained with some regret. Of course, this was nonsense. This Dao Source Pill with pill veins was personally refined by Yang Kai before he broke through to the Dao Source realm. At that time, after he successfully refined it, he didn't have time to check his results at all as he immediately immersed himself in breaking through. After he succeeded in his breakthrough, he had the time to check it while waiting for Lu Yen near the Yuan Furnace Mountain. At that time, he refined 6 pills at once, 5 of which were ordinary Dao Source pills, and only this one had pill veins. Fortunately, this was the case, otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain the origin of this Dao Source Pill in his hand. After all, only a spirit pill with pill veins could last for a long time without losing its medicinal properties. Now he told Kong Siran that this Dao Source Pill came from the Yuan Furnace Mountain, and was refined by Gong Sun Mu himself, so it was reasonable. Brother Yang this. Although Kong Si Ran was extremely excited, he didn't have the slightest greed. Instead, he looked up at Yang Kai, gritted his teeth, and said, "This thing is too precious. This foolish brother can't accept it." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Brother Kong, you are treating me like an outsider. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gone to the Yuan Furnace Mountain. What's more, didn't you and I agree before that if there was a Tao Source pill inside, it would belong to you, and everything else related to alchemy would belong to me? Let's put it this way. I got more than one Tao Source pill in the Yuan Furnace Mountain. I also got some things that were useful to me. Even I was able to break through to the Tao Source realm thanks to the opportunities inside." Yang Kai wasn't speaking nonsense. If he hadn't taken the 10,000 medicinal treasures soup under the Yuan Furnace Mountain, the source chi in his body wouldn't have been transformed so quickly. If his source chi hadn't been completely transformed, he naturally wouldn't have been able to break through to the Tao Source realm. That may be the case, but I didn't help at all. If this Tao Source pill were to be auctioned, it would be worth at least tens of millions of source crystals, or even more. This Kong is ashamed to accept such a precious item. Kong Si Ran kept shaking his head, and even flipped his hand, putting the Tao Source pill back into the jade bottle and stuffing it to Yang Kai. Even though his eyes were full of reluctance, his actions weren't sloppy at all, and his voice was sonorous and forceful. Obviously, he wasn't putting on an act, and he really meant it. At the last auction, the finale Tao Source fruit was sold for 10 million source crystals. Although a Tao Source fruit could be used to refine a furnace of Tao Source pills, and if one was lucky, several pills could be refined. Correspondingly, there was also a huge risk. If one failed, they would lose everything. But what Yang Kai took out was a finished Tao Source pill. Moreover, it was a Tao Source pill with pill veins, which had extraordinary effects. In terms of value, it was definitely several times more valuable than the Tao Source fruit. In other words, any cultivator at the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm who could obtain this Tao Source pill would have at least a 70% chance of breaking through to the Tao Source realm. "Brother Kong, are you sure you don't want it?" Yang Kai looked at Kong Si Ran with a smile. Kong Si Ran shook his head firmly, but his eyes kept glancing towards Yang Kai's hand. In the end, he steeled his heart and simply turned his head away. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. "In that case," Yang Kai said slowly, then opened the jade bottle and tossed the Tao Source pill in his hand. "What are you going to do?" Kong Si Ran immediately looked at Yang Kai vigilantly. "I'll just eat it like fried beans. This spirit pill is quite fragrant, so it should taste good," Yang Kai said as he really threw the Tao Source pill in his hand. The Tao Source pill immediately flew out and flew towards his open mouth in a parabola. "Stop!" Kong Si Ran was shocked. He stretched out his hand and pulled the Tao Source pill back before it entered Yang Kai's bloody mouth. He said angrily, damn it, Brother Yang, you are wasting heaven's treasures recklessly. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate this." "You don't want it anyway." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent look on his face. "Then you can't," Kong Si Ran said before sighing. "Fine, Brother Yang has treated me so well, so if this Kong still hesitates, it would appear too petty. This Kong will accept this Tao Source pill. Brother Yang's kindness will be engraved in this Kang's heart, and will definitely repay it in the future. Brother Yang, please accept this Kang's bow." Saying so, he straightened his robe and bowed deeply to Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and nodded, "That's right." He suddenly put on a serious look and said, "Brother Kong, you should enter retreat here and refine the spirit pill's efficacies. If I'm not wrong, there shouldn't be any major problems in Maplewood City for at least 7 or 8 days. These days should be enough for you to break through. I will wait for Brother Kang's good news outside. If I don't succeed, I will die trying. This Kong will live up to Brother Yang's expectations," Kong Si Ran quickly said. Chapter 2079. Kong Si Ran had been stuck in the Third Order Origin King realm for several hundred years, and without the help of the Tao Source pill, it would have been impossible for him to break through in this lifetime. Yang Kai's Tao Source pill with pill veins could be said to have been a timely help. Because of Kong Si Ran, Yang Kai had obtained huge benefits under Yuan Furnace Mountain. In addition, Kong Si Ran was willing to lend him a few million source crystals at the auction that day. Yang Kai also remembered this friendship, so he did not hesitate to give the Tao Source Pill to Kong Si Ran. If people respect me, I will respect them tenfold. Yang Kai had never been a stingy person. Although Mo Shaoqi was also a peak third-order origin king, and with the help of the Tao Source Pill, she may be able to break through to the next level in a short time. Her situation was different from Kong Si Ran's. Mo Shaoqi had such a high cultivation at such a young age, and her background was mysterious and extraordinary, not to mention whether she needed the Tao Source Pill. Even if she did, she probably had the ability to obtain it. Breaking through to the next level with the help of the Tao Source Pill may not have much impact on the cultivator, but it may affect the cultivator's future prospects. Therefore, no cultivator would use pills to break through unless they had no other choice. Yang Kai himself did not take the Tao Source Pill when he broke through to the Tao Source realm, because of this reason. When Yang Kai came out of the cave mansion, not only was Mo Shaoqi with him, but also the old woman and the beautiful woman from the Zhang family. The two of them were not willing to hide in the cave mansion and wait for death. After all, there were other descendants of the Zhang family here. And if the city was really breached, the Zhang family would definitely perish. So no matter how Yang Kai tried to persuade them, the old woman and the beautiful woman from the Zhang family still had to go out to meet the enemy and contribute their strength to protect the city. Yang Kai had no choice but to let them do as they wished. Fortunately, although the two of them were not very strong, they were still first-order origin kings, so they were not too bad. If it was just to help the city guards maintain the defensive spirit array on the city wall, it would not be a problem. A streak of light wrapped around the four of them. He quickly moved through Maplewood City, and after a short while he arrived at a certain position near the city wall. As far as the eye could see, it was pitch black outside the city. Boundless demonic chi was rolling and squirming as if it was alive, causing one to shudder. From time to time, one could even hear waves of ghostly wails and howls, which seemed to be able to stir up some painful memories in the depths of one's heart. Every cultivator had no choice but to circulate their energy to resist. On the city wall, Duan Yuanshan was in charge of distributing the pure heart jade. Any cultivator that came to the city wall to help defend the city would be able to obtain a piece of pure heart jade to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Duan Yuanshan was overjoyed. He hurriedly called out, "Brother Yang, this way please." Yang Kai's figure flickered. He brought Mo Shaoqi and the two girls from the Zhang family to Duan Yuanshan. Glancing at the situation outside, he discovered that although the demonic chi was ferocious enough, Maplewood City still didn't have any problems at the moment. There were a large number of cultivators standing on each section of the city wall. Some were maintaining the defensive spirit arrays, while others were displaying their martial skills, fiercely attacking the demonic chi. "City Lord Master, if there's anything you need help with, just let me know." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said. "Since Brother Yang has said so, this Duan won't be courteous." There aren't many Tao Source Realm Masters in the city right now. Including Brother Yang, there are less than 10 of them. The others have already occupied a section of the city wall, and are responsible for guarding it. As of now, they can still hold on for a while. However, we can't let our guard down. Brother Yang, I don't have any special tasks, so you can act as you please. See where you need support and go there. How about it? Duan Yuanshan said with a solemn expression. All right. Yang Kai nodded his head. Duan Yuanshan hurriedly took out a communication artifact and handed it to Yang Kai. Brother Yang, take this. If anyone needs support, they will definitely send a message through it. When the time comes, I ask Brother Yang to come to our aid immediately. Yang Kai took it and didn't put it in his space ring. Instead, he put it directly into his sleeve. He then turned his head to look at Mo Shaoqi and the two girls from the Zhang family and said, "You guys stay here and listen to City Lord Duan's orders. I'll take a look around." As he said this, he turned into a stream of light and roamed along the city wall. On the city wall, countless cultivators of Maplewood City were fighting with all their might. Most of these cultivators were at the Origin King realm. They were either fighting in groups of 3 or 5 or fighting alone. Whenever they were exhausted, they would retreat from the city wall and be replaced by others. Yang Kai investigated for a while and found that the situation wasn't bad. After experiencing the initial panic and bewilderment, the cultivator of Maplewood City had already calmed down and no longer thought about escaping. Instead, they were truly united in resisting the demonic chi. The radiance of many martial skills struck the demonic chi. Although they were quickly annihilated, with Yang Kai's keen divine sense, he was naturally able to detect that the demonic chi was being worn down a little. A single person wearing it down was just a drop in the bucket, but 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people, 100,000 people. If they all did the same thing, the effect would be completely different. Whenever the demonic chi on the periphery was about to attack, a powerful secret technique or martial skill would meet it and disperse the seemingly invincible demonic chi. Yang Kai also gave it a try and found that it was indeed a stupid way to lift the siege of the demonic chi. However, the demonic chi contained an extremely strong corrosive power, so the general cultivator didn't dare to summon an artifact at all. They could only use their own secret techniques and martial skills to attack. For a time, Maplewood City seemed to be impregnable. This made the cultivator on the city wall very happy, and their morale was greatly boosted. At the same time, they couldn't help but underestimate the demonic chi, thinking that it was only SOSO. Time passed slowly. After being besieged by the demonic chi for a day, there were no casualties in Maplewood City. This abnormal phenomenon made Yang Kai very vigilant. After all, he had personally experienced the horror of the ancient demonic chi in the mine. Although he didn't confront it head-on, the violent will emanating from the demonic chi couldn't be underestimated. The communication artifact transmitted the messages of the various Dao Source Realm Masters, so even if they were scattered all over the place, they could clearly understand the situation of others. At dawn the next day, the demonic chi that had been enveloping the entire Maplewood City seemed to have been moved by something and retreated a few dozen meters, leaving a circular territory outside the city wall. When the cultivator on the city wall saw this scene, they immediately let out earth-shattering cheers. They thought that they had successfully repelled the demonic chi and couldn't help but celebrate. Even a small number of Dao Source Realm Masters thought so. Don't be careless. Duan Yuanshan's solemn voice came from the communication artifact. Somewhere on the city wall, Yang Kai stood in the sky, narrowing his eyes as he looked forward. Although he was already a Dao Source Realm Master and had extremely good eyesight, it was currently the darkest moment before dawn, and the demonic chi was rolling, so he couldn't see too far. Suddenly, the earth shook slightly, and the sound of thunder rolling seemed to come from a very distant location, approaching the city wall at an extremely fast speed. This movement was very subtle at first, almost imperceptible, but as time passed, it became more and more obvious. The cheering cultivator on the city wall came to an abrupt stop. After looking at each other, a trace of uneasiness welled up in their hearts. Yang Kai took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his left eye had turned into a golden light, and his pupil had become an extremely terrifying vertical pupil. Demon Eye of Annihilation, see through all illusions. In his left eye, there seemed to be infinite vision that could pierce through the void, looking into the depths of the demonic chi. In the next moment, his face suddenly changed, and he shouted at the nearby cultivator, "Quickly strengthen the power of the spirit array." At the same time, his divine sense surged as he poured his divine sense into the communication artifact, sending a message to the other Dao Source Realm cultivators. A large number of demonized monster beasts and human cultivators are approaching. Be careful. In his field of vision, in the boundless rolling demonic chi, strong and vigorous figures were rapidly approaching here. Not only were there traces of monster beast, but there were also traces of humans. Those monster beasts were all grotesquely shaped, and no one knew where they came from. Their entire body was emitting a monstrous evil aura. Those humans, after being eroded by the demonic chi, also had a strange aura, and their vitality was extremely vigorous. However, regardless of whether it was the monster beast or the humans, their cultivation levels were somewhat different, but their numbers were extremely terrifying. They were coming from all directions, almost surrounding the entire Maplewood city. When the nearby cultivator heard Young Kai's shout, almost without the slightest hesitation, they hurriedly poured their energy into the defensive spirit array of the city wall. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the light curtain of the spirit array suddenly brightened a little. The reason why these cultivators were so obedient was entirely because Yang Kai had displayed the strength of a Dao Source Realm Master today. They had no doubts about the words of a Dao Source cultivator. In the next moment, Duan Yuanshan's command was transmitted from the communication artifact. In an instant, the defensive spirit array of the entire Maplewood city was pushed to the maximum level. Light flickered, almost illuminating the vicinity of the city wall as if it were daytime. Kong Long Long, the demonic chi, which had retreated several dozen meters away, started rolling again at this moment, like a tsunami, rolling up monstrous waves and smashing towards the city wall. Loud sizzling sounds rang out. The demonic chi was blocked by the defensive light curtain, constantly eroding the power of the defensive light curtain, causing teeth-numbing sounds to ring out. This was a scene that the cultivator on the city wall had already experienced countless times, so naturally, they were desperately urging their energy to pour it into the spirit array. However, in the next moment, figures suddenly took advantage of the cover of the pitch-black demonic chi and rushed out from the boundless black demonic chi. Ferocious-looking, demonized monster beast and humans with black eyes and surging black mist all over their bodies appeared in the vision of the Maplewood City cultivator, like ghosts. Prung pung pung. Sounds of collisions rang out. After getting close, the demonized monster beast each displayed its innate divine technique, blossoming out a variety of beast skills. As for the demons, they retained the strength they had when they were alive, and were even able to summon their artifacts to attack the defensive light curtain. The defensive light curtain was like a balloon, continuously sinking inwards, before bouncing back. However, the radiance that represented the strength of the defensive light curtain was rapidly fading. Everyone turned pale with fright. Chapter 2080. On the city wall where Yang Kai was located, the cultivator was also stunned for a moment. Fortunately, Yang Kai had warned them in time, so they were mentally prepared. After a short pause, more violent secret techniques and martial skills blasted outwards, engulfing the demonic chi and disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai himself flicked his 10 fingers, controlling the golden blood threads with his divine sense. Like dragons and snakes dancing in the dark demonic chi, they brought out golden rays of light. Most of Maplewood City's defensive spirit arrays were one-way. In other words, when these spirit arrays were activated, attacks from outside the city would be blocked by the spirit arrays, but attacks from inside the city could ignore the protection of the spirit arrays and blast outwards. Most of the city's defensive spirit arrays were of this type, and there were also two-way spirit arrays, but this type of spirit array would never be used easily unless it was absolutely necessary. Once it was used, it meant that the city had reached its final defensive juncture. When these spirit arrays were activated, the cultivator inside the city would no longer be able to attack outside, and could only sit and wait for death. Amid the flashes of golden light, the monster beast and demon cultivator that pounced fiercely in front of the city wall were dismembered, turning into countless pieces of flesh and blood that scattered from the sky. In an instant, an empty space appeared in front of Yang Kai. These monster beasts and demon cultivators that had been corrupted by the demonic chi of the ancient great demon were actually not weak. Each of their bodies had been greatly strengthened. Not only were they ruthless, but they could also use all kinds of abilities they had when they were alive. If they fought against a cultivator of the same level, they would definitely win. But Yang Kai was a Dao Source Realm cultivator after all. These monster beasts and demon cultivators were not very strong before they were demonized. They were at most Origin King Realm. So, under the wild dance of the golden blood threads, they were as weak as tofu. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivator was greatly encouraged. One after another, they displayed their best skills and attacked fiercely. For a moment, the city wall that Yang Kai was in charge of protecting seemed to be impregnable, and the surrounding cultivator's confidence was greatly boosted. But Yang Kai's expression was dignified. Because there were too many monster beasts and demon cultivators, he couldn't see the end of them at a glance. They hid themselves in the dark demonic chi, and took advantage of the demonic chi's tumbling to launch an attack. If they were careless, the defensive spirit arrays on the city wall would lose a lot of its power, and its color would turn dark. As his 10 fingers flew, Kai Yong suddenly understood. He suddenly understood why the city was surrounded by demonic chi. But on the second day, countless demon cultivators and demon cultivators. Clearly, the ancient demonic chi that had spread out earlier was demonizing all kinds of living beings around Maplewood City. That was why there were no traces of demonic beasts or demons on the first day. Yang. Just as he was focused on blocking the demons, the communication compass on his chest suddenly vibrated, and his expression changed slightly. He hastily took out the communication compass. The situation in the southwest corner has changed. Brother Yang, go and help. City Lord Duan Yuanshan's order came from the communication artifact. Yang Kai put away the communication artifact and turned his head to look in the southwest direction, but it was too far away. He couldn't see anything. He could only see that the demonic chi was extremely dense, and he could vaguely hear a roar. While he was observing, a figure suddenly flashed beside him. As soon as that person appeared, he hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, go. This old man will be in charge of this section of the city wall." The person who spoke was Maplewood City's Vice City Lord, Drunkard. At this point, Drunkard suddenly took out the big cyan gourd from his waist and poured a mouthful of strong wine into his mouth. Then he flipped his hands and his face suddenly turned red. In the next moment he puffed up his cheeks and spat forward. Boundless raging flames spewed out from his mouth. The raging flames contained an unimaginable amount of heat. Any demon or demonic beast that came into contact with the raging flames would shriek and retreat. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not extinguish the flames on their bodies. As they struggled, they were reduced to charcoal in just 3 breaths. A nauseating burnt smell filled the air. Drunkard wasn't done yet. He shook his head slightly, and the flames spewing from his mouth swayed, forming a wall of fire more than 300 meters long in front of the city wall. The flame soared to the sky, illuminating the sky, as if it wanted to burn the sky red. The demonic beasts retreated, not daring to approach. Drunkard retracted the demonic chi in his mouth, and his body shook slightly. It seemed that the attack just now was a fierce move for him, and he couldn't use it again. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded to Drunkard before his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. He was originally in the east of the city, and the southwest corner was far away, but for Yang Kai, who could use space secret techniques, he could arrive there in the shortest time possible. After a few flashes, Yang Kai rushed to the southwest corner without caring about the consumption of source chi. Looking around, Yang Kai's eyes shrank. At this time, a hole of several meters in diameter had been opened in the defensive array of the city wall. The rolling demonic chi was like a cat that smelled fish, and many demonic beasts were hiding in the demonic chi. As soon as they entered the city wall, they attacked the cultivator next to them. There were already dozens of corpses lying on the ground. Strands of demonic chi were like snakes, drilling into the corpses through their mouths and noses. In front of the hole, a white-haired old man was holding a jade scepter in his hand, and he was constantly waving it. As he waved it, beams of light shot out from the jade scepter, and the demonic creatures that tried to sneak in were chopped into pieces. This old man exuded the aura of a Tao Source Realm Master. His source chi fluctuated, and his robes fluttered in the wind. On the city wall, countless cultivators were resisting the demonic chi and demonic beasts invading together. The scene was a mess. As soon as Yang Kai arrived here, he summoned his Tao Source grade low-rank longsword artifact, and pushed his 5 elements indestructible sword chi, stabbing it downwards in a series of sword flowers. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk colorful sword lights fell from the sky, covering a large area. Within this area, all the demonic beasts that invaded the city were cut in half by the sword chi. Some were cut in half, some were seriously injured, and roared in anger. Even more sword chi swept towards the intact corpses lying on the ground. Asterisk pu pu pu. Asterisk as the sword chi dissipated, The intact corpses let out explosive sounds as they all exploded into fine powder. Countless cultivators who saw this scene were dumbfounded. Immediately, they glared at Yang Kai. After all, among the corpses lying on the ground, there were their loved ones, their friends, and their companions who had fought hard with them before. It was fine if they were killed by the demonic beasts, but they didn't even have a complete corpse after death. The most hateful thing was that their own people had destroyed their corpses. How could they tolerate this? If you don't want more demonic beasts to be born, destroy all the corpses. This demonic chi doesn't only corrode the living, it won't even let the dead go. Seeing that they had misunderstood, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. Only after hearing this did some people reveal relieved expressions. However, even more people held a skeptical attitude. After all, the dead couldn't be resurrected. Even if the ancient demonic chi was mysterious, how could it make the dead stand up again? However, this suspicion didn't last long, because a corpse on the ground that was supposed to be dead suddenly stood up slowly. Its body was wrapped in demonic chi. When it opened its eyes, there wasn't a trace of white, but a deep dark red. This master was right. Quickly destroy the rest of the corpses. Someone shouted. The others didn't dare to hesitate. They all attacked and destroyed the corpses near them. The demonic beasts that stood up again didn't even have time to examine the world after resurrection before their heads were chopped off by Yang Kai's sword. The demonic beasts fell on their backs. Yang Kai turned around and swung his sword again. Light bloomed, and the sword chi was everywhere. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the sword light swept across, and more than half of the demonic beasts were cut into pieces. I'll leave the rest to you. After Yang Kai said this, he flew up to the sky and greeted the white-haired old man. The crisis at the southwest city wall was ultimately because of the broken defensive formation. As long as the hole was not repaired, there would be an endless stream of demonic chi and demonic beasts invading. Not far away, there were already array masters working hard to repair the formation, but it seemed that they still needed some time. At the hole, the old man couldn't defend it at all. From time to time, there would be some demonic beasts that escaped the net and escaped into the city through the gaps between his attacks. This made the cultivator below panic for a while. And looking at the old man's appearance, it seemed that he didn't have enough strength. He kept urging the power of the Jade Rui secret treasure in his hand, which made him feel like he was under a mountain. His whole face was slightly pale. Old mister, I'll help you. Yang Kai's figure flashed and came to the old man's side. As soon as he finished speaking, he shook the long sword in his hand. The long sword suddenly shot out countless sword lights from the tip of the sword and flew into the hole in front of him. In an instant, the demonic chi and demonic beasts gathered at the entrance of the hole suffered heavy casualties and had to retreat. Seeing this, the old man was overjoyed and quickly said, "This Chin thanks little brother." He was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. Resisting here alone consumed a lot of demonic chi. If Yang Kai had come a little later, he was afraid that he would have died of exhaustion. While speaking, he took half a step back and let Yang Kai stand in front of him. Seeing this, Yang Kai also did not decline. Seeing the defeated demonic chi and demonic beasts coming back, his face couldn't help but turn cold. He stretched out his hand and reached forward. The space force surged, and a dark black hole suddenly appeared in the hole, blocking it completely. Space secret technique, exile. All the demonic chi and demonic beasts that invaded the hole poured into the black hole, and were swallowed up in the blink of an eye. Although this black hole only lasted less than 10 breaths of time before it was destroyed, this strange secret technique made the remaining demonic beasts feel a little frightened. For a time, no demonic beasts dared to come forward. Chapter 2081. At the sight of this, the old man couldn't help but be taken aback. Shock filled his eyes as he looked at Yang Kai's back. Although he knew that Yang Kai was a newly advanced Dao Source Realm Master in Maplewood City from the 2 days of shared demonic chi, he didn't expect him to be so powerful. The secret technique he had displayed earlier contained clear fluctuations of space force. Did this mean that he could control space force? A Dao Source Realm cultivator like him couldn't be underestimated. Originally, the old man didn't take Yang Kai too seriously, believing him to be just a newly advanced young master. However, after Yang Kai displayed that secret technique, the old man had no choice but to re-evaluate Yang Kai. Right at this moment, a shout suddenly rang out from below. "Master, we've encountered a small problem in the repair of the spirit array." Hearing this shout, the old man furrowed his brow. Hurriedly turning his head, he shouted, "What's the problem?" "It's like this, Senior Qin." An awkward look appeared on the array master's face as he said in a deep voice, "If we want to repair this hole, there must be no interference from powerful forces." "What do you mean?" The old man with the surname Qin frowned. Although his cultivation had reached the Tao Source realm, he didn't have a deep understanding of spirit arrays. Naturally, he didn't know the whole story. In other words, if the two master continued to fight with these demonic creatures at the damaged area of the spirit array, we will never be able to repair it. The array master explained with an uneasy look on his face. Useless. The old man with the surname Qin flew into a rage upon hearing this. Doesn't that mean that this spirit array can't be repaired? Seeing the old man with the surname Qin getting angry, the array master couldn't help but cower. He said in a weak voice, "That's not the case. As long as the two master can move the battlefield, it will be fine as long as it doesn't interfere with the repair." "How do we move it?" the old man with the surname Qin asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, the array master's face turned embarrassed. "We might need the two master to go outside the spirit array." Before he could finish his words, the old man with the surname Qin roared, "Bullshit! If that's the case, how can we still be alive?" The reason why Maplewood City was still safe and sound was because of two reasons. Firstly, it was because the attack from the demon chi that surrounded the city the day before was not too strong. Secondly, it was because of the power of the layers of formations. "Senior Qin, please calm down. It's our fault for not being skilled enough." The array master also knew that this proposal was somewhat difficult, but just as the overall level of Maplewood City's martial artists was not high, the ability of array masters was also not very outstanding. Seriously, Bai? There was no way they could continue with the repair work. "Senior Qin, let me go." At this moment, Kai Yang suddenly opened his mouth. "You." The old man with the surname Qin turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled. "Since we have to move the battlefield in order to repair the spirit array, there's no other way." The old man with the surname Qin couldn't help but reveal a trace of worry. "Little brother, are you confident? You have to know. If we really go out of the spirit array's protective range, we will be in deep trouble. That would be tantamount to penetrating deep into enemy territory alone. That demonic chi is not something that can be easily resisted. We have to try to know if I'm confident or not." Yang Kai smiled calmly. "If we don't do anything, the city will fall when we are exhausted." Hearing Yang Kai's words, the old man with the surname Qin also knew that there was no other way. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, this Qin will go with little brother." Humph, as the saying goes, how can one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? This old man wants to see how that demonic chi is going to erode my mind. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "If old Mr. Qin goes with us, how will the people below deal with any fish that escapes the net?" This. The old man with the surname Qin was startled. Yang Kai's face turned solemn. "Let me go. Old Mr. Qin will hold the rear." The old man with the surname Qin knew that Yang Kai was right. He sighed and said, "Then little brother must be very careful. If you really can't handle it, then quickly retreat into the city." Yang Kai nodded. "If this matter succeeds, this Qin will definitely report to the city lord master, and have him record this merit." The old man with the surname Qin said in a deep voice. Yang Kai didn't comment. His figure flashed and he had already fled through the hole. The old man with the surname Qin immediately filled in. At the same time he shouted, "Repair the formation as fast as you can. If you can't completely repair the formation in 15 minutes, this old man will throw all of you array masters outside." The array masters below immediately frowned when they heard this. However, they didn't dare to refute. They hurriedly began to repair the formation with all their might. Outside the city, Yang Kai leisurely fled. He felt as if he had fallen into another world. There was no light in this world. There was only boundless darkness. The pitch-black qi that flowed around his body contained an extremely terrifying corrosive power. At the same time, there seemed to be something else as well. The moment Yang Kai fled, the demonic qi and demonic creatures were like ferocious dogs that had seen a bone. They all gathered around him. For a moment, the space in front of the old man with the surname Qin was empty. There were no more demonic qi or demonic creatures that wanted to invade the city through the hole. Seeing this situation, the old man with the surname Qin was happy, but also a little worried. What he was happy about was that this way, the formation masters would be able to safely repair the formation array and complete it in the shortest time possible. However, he was worried about whether Yang Kai would be able to last until then. If something happened to Yang Kai, not only would this mission be a complete failure, the demonic creatures would also have a Dao Source Realm Master appear out of nowhere. When that time comes, Maplewood City would be in danger. Just as the old man with the surname Qin was anxiously waiting, several streaks of light suddenly shot over from nearby. Not long after, the streaks of light landed in front of the old man with the surname Qin, revealing a few figures. What are you doing here? The old man with the surname Qin's face couldn't help but change when he saw a delicate woman among them. He shouted in a deep voice, "This place is dangerous. Quickly return." Impressively, the delicate woman was Qin Yu, whom Yang Kai had met once before. Within Maplewood City, the only Dao Source Realm Master with the surname Qin was the old ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Chaoyang. Hearing this, Qin Yu remained unmoved and said, "We heard that the old ancestor was in a critical situation here, so we hurried over to provide assistance." As Qin Yu said that, she turned her head to look at her surroundings. To her surprise, she discovered that this place was completely peaceful. Other than the hole in the array in front of the city walls, there wasn't a single trace of demonic creatures. At this moment, the demonic qi and demonic creatures outside seemed to have turned a blind eye to the hole in the array. They didn't seem to have any intention of taking this opportunity to invade the city. Instead, they continued to roll around in the periphery, converging towards a certain location. This place. Qin Yu had a blank look on her face. How did this happen? Hearing this, Qin Chaoyang sighed and said, "A little brother rushed out to attract the attention of the demonic qi and demonic creatures. If not for that, how could this place be so peaceful?" Someone rushed out? The Qin family members turned pale with fright when they heard this. After all, although none of them had personally experienced the terror of the demonic qi, just looking at it was enough to make their hair stand on end. At this time, who would dare to rush out of the city to seek their own deaths? Those who had the guts to rush out were probably disregarding their own life and death. Thinking of this, the few of them felt deep respect for that unknown person, secretly admiring him. Since you've come, then forget it. Help this old master take a look at the situation over there." Qin Chaoyang suddenly thought of something and said to Qin Yu, "Okay." Qin Yu gently nodded her head, before gently closing her eyes. When she reopened them, her eyes had astonishingly turned into a silvery color. Silver streams seemed to flash within her pupils, while a mysterious energy shot out from her eyes, piercing through the void. Qin Yu suffered from a chronic illness and her body was in poor health all year round. Using this secret technique seemed to be a great burden on her, so after a while, her delicate body began to tremble slightly, and some sweat seeped out from her forehead. Her already pale face gradually became even paler. "How is it?" Qin Chaoyang stretched out his hand and placed it on Qin Yu's shoulder, slowly pouring his source qi into her body as he asked softly. "Huh." Qin Yu looked into the void and couldn't help but cry out softly, as if she had discovered something. Soon, a trace of joy burst out from her face and she said in surprise, "It's him." After saying this, Qin Yu's tender body shook and she suddenly closed her eyes, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. Seeing this, Qin Chaoyang's expression became solemn, and his fingers moved quickly, pressing a few points on Qin Yu's body. At the same time, he took out a spirit pill from his space ring and flicked it into Qin Yu's mouth. He didn't rush to ask anything and instead waited for Qin Yu to sit down cross-legged and adjust her breathing. After a while, Qin Yu opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Qin Chaoyang excitedly. Old ancestor, is that person surnamed Yang? Do you know this person? Qin Chaoyang's expression changed as he recalled what Qin Yu had said before, and asked thoughtfully. Chapter 2082. How could Qin Chaoyang not know about Ghost Hand Shin Tu? They were all Dao Source Realm masters who had been in Maplewood City all year round. He had also dealt with Shin Tu several times, and because of their different standpoints, they had fought twice. Although Shin Tu's actions were despicable, Qin Chaoyang could not deny his strength. He felt that Shin Tu was a great enemy. In those two fights, he only had a slight upper hand, and could not do anything to Shin Tu's day. In the end, he could only let Shin Tu escape arrogantly. But listening to Qin Yu's words, Yang Kai was able to severely injure Shin Tu at the moment of breaking through to the Dao Source Realm. In other words, Yang Kai was not yet a Dao Source Realm master at that time. He was just a peak third-order origin king. Qin Chaoyang did not dare to imagine how powerful a person could be to be able to injure Shin Tu in that situation. Didn't this mean that Yang Kai was not someone he could contend with at that time? Now that he had broken through to the Dao Source Realm, his cultivation had crossed a big realm. His strength had probably more than doubled compared to before. Thinking of this, Qin Chaoyang suddenly felt his breathing become a little heavy. He also realized that although he had tried to overestimate Yang Kai's strength, he still underestimated him. What about Shin Tu? Qin Chaoyang asked anxiously. Shin Tu had some enmity with the Qin family. If they could find him while he was recuperating, they might be able to get rid of him and prevent future troubles. Qin Yu smiled bitterly. I was about to tell old ancestor about this. Shin Tu is dead. Dead. Qin Chaoyang narrowed his eyes. Didn't you just say that he was only severely injured? How did he die? At that time, that Yang master was breaking through. There was another Dao Source Realm master guarding in the dark. When Shin Tu retreated with heavy injuries, he was killed by that person in one move. Unfortunately, I didn't see what that person guarding looked like, and what level he was at. Oh, Qin Chaoyang asked with a look of interest. You mean there is a hidden master behind little brother Yang? Qin Yu nodded and said excitedly, Ancestor, this person is a scattered cultivator. If we can win him over to our Qin family, then our Qin family's power will definitely increase greatly. Moreover, there's another expert behind him. If we can form a good relationship with him, then our Qin family will definitely benefit. Qin Chaoyang's eyes flashed as he said, I understand what you mean, but this matter has to wait until the current crisis is resolved. You understands. However, ancestor, please be careful. Don't ever offend him. Qin Yu solemnly exhorted as a strange light flickered in her beautiful eyes. She said in a deep voice, Perhaps the revival of our Qin family will fall on this person. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Qin Chaoyang's expression brightened greatly. He said with rapt attention, Did you see something else? Qin Yu shook her head. My fated fortune heavenly pupil can only see that this person has a great fortune and opportunity. His future is definitely not in Maplewood City. Qin Chaoyang's expression changed and he said in a deep voice, With your words, this old man has confidence. After speaking, the two of them looked outside. However, it was pitch black outside, and they couldn't see anything at all. They could only vaguely see that the rolling demonic chi was constantly rolling, and seemed to be converging in a certain direction. Inside the pitch-black demonic chi, the roars of various demonic creatures could be heard constantly. It was hair-raising. Where did so many damn things come from? Outside the city, Yang Kai frowned. He didn't notice it when he was in the city, but as soon as he left the city and entered this boundless world of darkness, he discovered that there were countless demonic creatures hidden in the demonic chi. Yang Kai was like a ray of light in this pitch-black darkness, attracting countless demonic creatures to besiege him. Under the suppression of the space principles, the space around him became extremely dense. Any demonic creature that came within 20 meters of him, regardless of their cultivation level, would immediately become sluggish and unable to move. Under the flashing golden light, all the demonic creatures were cut to pieces by the golden blood threads. Even though Yang Kai was displaying invincible bravery, the demonic creatures still continued to charge at him without fear of death. In just a short while, a mountain of corpses had formed at his feet. Although he was able to resist the corrosion of the demonic qi with his source qi, from the sound of the demonic qi sizzling, Yang Kai could tell that the corrosive power of the demonic qi was extremely strong. Being in this environment for a long time was also extremely taxing on him. "Come out!" After killing for a while, Yang Kai frowned and shouted in a low voice. The queen monster insect and blue flame thunder wolf both appeared, one on his left and one on his right. As soon as the two blood beasts appeared, they received Yang Kai's orders. The purple and green dual swords on the queen monster insect's two pincers shone with a brilliant light as an ice concept spread out. In an instant, everything within a radius of 1,000 meters was frozen solid as snowflakes drifted down from the sky. The snowflakes swept past the bodies of the demonic creatures, cutting them in half amidst miserable howls. The blue flame thunder wolf opened its mouth wide and spat out fireballs and purple lightning. Although it was not as strong as the queen monster insect, it was still able to hold its own. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the blood-red chi on the two blood beasts' bodies was almost solid as they emitted a faint golden-red glow, repelling the invincible demonic chi. For a while, the situation stabilized. There were no outsiders here, so Yang Kai simply went all out. Space force lingered around his body as he alternately released all kinds of space secret techniques. With the cooperation of the two blood beasts, the countless demonic creatures were unable to get within 10 meters of him. This was also thanks to the fact that the overall strength of the cultivator near Maplewood City was not high. So even though the demonic creatures demonized by the demonic qi had improved to a certain extent, they were still not that strong. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai be able to perform so well in this place? After fighting fiercely for a long time, Yang Kai became so excited that he no longer cared about his own consumption. Moonblades flew in all directions, each one clearing a neat path. At this moment, the queen monster insect seemed to have sensed something and crossed its two pincers, sending a burst of ice principle strength in a certain direction. In that direction, a sneaky figure that was quietly approaching was suddenly exposed. This person seemed to be a little different from the other demonic creatures. The evil aura exuding from his body was extremely powerful, and was shrouded by a deep demonic qi. It was unknown what kind of secret technique he used to hide from Yang Kai's perception. If the queen monster insect had not sensed it, Yang Kai would not have sensed it until he was close to him. A Jiang family member? Yang Kai's reaction was also very fast. The moment the queen monster insect made its move, he had already turned his gaze in that direction. Taking a closer look, he found that this person was actually an elder of the Jiang family. He had previously dealt with him above the mine. However, Yang Kai did not know his name. This elder of the Jiang family was a third-order origin king before, but now he seemed to have become even stronger. The energy fluctuations coming from his body had already reached the level of a Dao Source Realm cultivator, but what was strange was that he was still only a third-order origin king. Yang Kai's heart moved. He immediately understood that this should be the work of the demonic qi. After being eroded by the demonic qi, although it would cause one to lose their consciousness, it could also increase their strength. After this elder of the Jiang family was transformed into a demon, his strength naturally increased greatly. However, the demonic qi was not omnipotent, and could not really transform him into a Dao Source Realm cultivator. It could only increase the amount of source qi in his body, but not the quality. Courting death. Yang Kai hated the Jiang family, the culprits who caused the crisis in Maplewood City. If they had not recklessly mined the mine, he would not have been implicated in this trouble. Right now, he might be peacefully cultivating in his secluded home. Sensing Yang Kai's murderous intent, the queen monster insect did not hesitate to draw its two swords. Two different colored lights suddenly crossed and cut through the Jiang family elder's body. The sound of his flesh being minced could be heard. Although the Jiang family elder's strength had been enhanced by the demonic qi, how could he be an opponent of the queen monster insect? After the light flashed, the Jiang family elder's body directly split into 4 halves and collapsed. Before he died, he did not show the slightest fear. Instead, he kept roaring, as if he had gone mad. Xiao! At this moment, another figure suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai, holding a long sword. The long sword was completely black and filled with a dark aura. With a shake of the sword, it pierced towards the back of Yang Kai's head. Seeing this, the blue flame thunder wolf on the other side opened its mouth and spat out a fireball the size of a brazier towards this person. This person did not dodge and was hit by the fireball. The dark demonic chi on his body dissipated for a moment, and at the same time, a burnt smell spread. But after forcefully withstanding this attack, his long sword continued to stab into Kai Yang's head. Ha 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 ha. After succeeding in his attack, this person could not help but laugh out loud. His laughter was filled with madness and unimaginable evilness. Brother Chuhi, you're laughing really happily. An indifferent voice inexplicably rang out from behind him. This demon instantly turned pale with fright as he hurriedly turned his head to look, only to discover that Yang Kai, who should have been killed by him in a single blow, had unknowingly appeared behind him, and was currently staring at him with a look of ridicule. As for the body with its head pierced through, it slowly dissipated. Impressively, it was just an illusion. Seeing him looking over, Yang Kai could not help but sneer. Brother Chuhi, why are you laughing so happily? Why don't you tell me and make me happy as well? Previously, when he was concealed by the Jiang family elder, he was almost ambushed. How could Yang Kai not be vigilant? Naturally, he had discovered traces of Jiang Chuhi's actions in an instant. With his ability, avoiding such a sneak attack was simply a piece of cake. At this moment, Jiang Chuhi was radiating an aura that was even stronger than that of the Jiang family elder. It seemed that he had yet to break through the shackles of the Dao Source realm, and was unable to utilize the world principles. Everything else about him was something that only a Dao Source realm master could possess. It was unknown whether or not Jiang Chuhi had understood Yang Kai's mockery, but all of a sudden, he let out a low roar from his mouth, while his expression abruptly turned ruthless. Surging demon chi surged out from his body, causing his originally scarlet-black eyes to turn even darker, as though they were capable of sucking a person's soul into them. Chapter 2083. As the demonic chi churned, the demonized Jiang Chuhi was extremely enraged. Opening his mouth wide, he took a deep breath. Like a whale sucking in water, the churning and squirming demonic chi madly converged towards his mouth, before being sucked into his body. In an instant, Jiang Chuhi's stomach seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss, as the demonic chi was sucked in. The aura radiating from Jiang Chuhi's body grew more and more dangerous. At the same time, the demonic patterns on his skin started to radiate with a black radiance, seemingly containing some kind of majestic power, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat uneasy. Kill him! Yang Kai roared out, knowing that he could not allow Jiang Chuhi to continue like this. Otherwise, an unforeseen event might really occur. Giving the order, the demonic insect queen and great blood beast transformed into two streaks of light, rushing towards Jiang Chuhi from both sides. With a shake of the long sword in his hand, his body was wrapped in sword light as he merged with his sword and stabbed towards Jiang Chuhi. Faced against such a berserk attack, Jiang Chuhi did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he opened his mouth wide, before a furious roar that shook the heavens and earth erupted from his mouth. Unrestrained and unrestrained, it spread out in all directions. Accompanying the roar, a jet-black pillar of light shot out from his mouth, condensing into a churning jet-black flood dragon. Baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, it rushed towards Yang Kai. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes could not help but narrow. Radiance radiated from his longsword, transforming into a strangling power that engulfed the jet-black flood dragon within his sword intent. On the other side, Jiang Chuhi sent a fist rumbling out, landing squarely on the head of the blue flame thunder jackal that had just closed in on him. This blood beast, possessing the strength of the first-order Dao Source realm, let out a mournful cry. Its gigantic body was sent flying. Before it even landed on the ground, entangled by countless demonic chi, it was unable to break free. The demonic chi corroded the blood chi around its body, causing ear-piercing sounds to ring out. In just a short while, a large hole was corroded out, allowing demonic qi to drill into its mouth and nose. At the same time, purple and green lights flashed. Enveloped by the concept of ice, the queen of demonic insects appeared. The two swords on its pincers merged into one, and suddenly emitted a dazzling light. It actually dispersed the demonic qi around it in a short moment, and condensed into a huge sword light that slashed downwards. Jiang Chuhi seemed to have realized that this attack was not something that he could take head-on. With a quick twist of his body, he disappeared from his original location. Boom! As soon as he disappeared, the sword light slashed the ground. A deep ravine was carved out on the ground, and soil was sent flying everywhere. On the other side, Yang Kai finally managed to cut the black flood dragon into pieces. Turning his head to look at the blue flame thunder wolf, he cursed in his heart and quickly flashed away. Then he came to the side of his blood fiend. With a grab, he tossed it into the sealed world bead. If he left the blue flame thunder wolf alone, it might not be long before it was demonized and turned into a member of the demonic beasts. Even though he had cooperated with the two blood beasts to take action, Jiang Chuhi had still managed to cripple one of his arms in an instant. This caused Yang Kai to fly into a rage out of humiliation. At the same time, it also allowed him to fully understand just how terrifying a demonized person's strength was. If it was before, he could casually pinch a guy like Jiang Chuhi to death. The gap between the Tao Source realm and the Origin King realm was no joke. Within the demonic qi, silence reigned. After avoiding the Queen of Demonic Insects' attack, Jiang Chuhi seemed to have completely fused with the demonic qi around him. There was no longer any trace of him. Thinking about it, he must have used this advantage to get close to Yang Kai just now. Without any trace of the enemy, the Queen of Demonic Insects stood quietly in place, its entire body covered in a lustrous white radiance. This lustrous white radiance radiated with an extremely strong chill. It was the manifestation of Clear Sky Snowfall's sword intent. You think that hiding is enough? With a cold snort, Yang Kai opened his eyes and activated his demon eye of annihilation. Looking around, he quickly discovered a faint figure hidden within the demonic qi, not moving in the slightest. If not for the demon eye of annihilation's ability to see through illusions, even with his incomparably powerful divine sense, it would be absolutely impossible for him to discover this. Not only that, there were even more figures not far away. Using the concealment of the demonic qi, they were quietly approaching. The auras radiating from those figures were not much weaker than Jiang Chuhi. In fact, there were even a few that were slightly stronger than him. Yang Kai's heart shook. He knew that he had stayed outside for too long, and had attracted the hostility of even more demonized people. Furthermore, these demonized people with decent strength should be transformed from the Jiang family. That's because one of the figures was extremely similar to the Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Lin. It could be said that they were practically identical. Little brother Yang quickly returned to the city. The grand array is about to be repaired. At this moment, Qin Chaoyang's shout suddenly rang out from behind him. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. He knew that his mission was complete. However, he was somewhat unwilling to leave just like that. Seeing more demonized people approaching, he clenched his teeth and gave a command to the Queen Monster Insect. In the next moment, the Queen Monster Insect displayed its Sword Dao secret technique. Clear Sky Snowfall. The concept of ice followed the brandishing of the purple and green dual swords, and suddenly descended on a certain area of the territory in front of them. In an instant, that area of territory became bitingly cold. Within the space, the ice principles lingered, corroding the surroundings like a poison. The demonized people hidden within the demonic qi were caught off guard, and fell one after another. Roars rang out continuously as figures appeared one after another. These demonized people displayed their own secret technique, the divine technique, to dissolve the ice principles around them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai flashed and arrived in front of Jiang Chuhi. Condense! Yang Kai roared out. With a single thought, the power of space principles burst forth, locking down that part of the world. Jiang Chuhi's figure was instantly revealed. However, at this moment, a sliver of panic appeared on his malevolent face as he struggled with all his might. demon crests flickered on his exposed skin, while blue veins popped out, giving him an extremely terrifying appearance. However, he was still unable to completely break free from the influence of the space principles. In the end, he was just a demonized person transformed from a third-order origin king cultivator. He was simply unable to resist the restraint of the world principles. Chop! Yang Kai raised his sword and swung it down fiercely. A will to live suddenly erupted from Jiang Chuhi's jet-black eyes. Who knows where he got the strength from, but he actually managed to forcefully shift his head to the side. With a flash of sword light, an arm was neatly chopped off, with jet-black blood spurting out from the wound. Jiang Chuhi roared out in pain. Seeing this, Yang Kai was somewhat surprised. He never expected that his attack would not have the desired effect. However, rolling his eyes, he came up with an even better idea. In the next instant, he roared out once more, "Bind!" As though it had obeyed his command, the surrounding space abruptly compressed towards Jiang Chuhi. As though he was enduring a massive impact, the bones in his entire body started to emit cracking sounds as blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. Nevertheless, he continued to struggle without the slightest intention of begging for mercy. In fact, he didn't even have the intention to escape. On the contrary, he continued to roar at Yang Kai, appearing just like a wild beast that had gone berserk. Yang Kai formed hand seals, continuously changing them as he struck towards Jiang Chuhi. Streams of source qi poured into Jiang Chuhi's body, completely suppressing the power within his body. After a short while, Jiang Chuhi no longer had the slightest bit of strength left to resist, as his cultivation was completely sealed within his body. Yang Kai extended his hand to grab him, lifting him up. At the same time, he called out to the queen monster insect in his heart. The queen monster insect understood and turned into a streak of light, shooting towards Yang Kai before being sucked into the sealed world bead. Immediately after, Yang Kai's figure twisted as he rushed towards the city walls. Seeing him appear, Qin Chaoyang's face lit up with joy as he shouted, "Little brother Yang, come back quickly." Yang Kai nodded towards him. Just as he was about to enter the city through the spirit array that had yet to fully close, his expression suddenly changed as he turned his head back. "Little brother, what are you doing?" Qin Chaoyang looked confused, not knowing why Yang Kai had stopped at such a critical moment. "Old Sir Qin, did you not hear anything?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Qin Chaoyang was stunned for a moment before he carefully listened. In the next moment, his expression changed as he asked, "Someone is calling for help?" He did hear someone shouting for help not far outside the city. Judging from the voice, it seemed to be a man, and not a young one at that. A trace of struggle flashed across Qin Chaoyang's face as he quickly said, "Little brother, don't worry about it. No matter who that person is, I'm afraid he is already dead. You should come back first." Yang Kai gently nodded, thinking that what he said was right. The danger of this demonic qi was far beyond his expectations. If someone really rushed into it, it wouldn't take long for their mind to be devoured and transformed into a demon. Even with his current strength, he didn't dare to stay in the demonic qi for too long, otherwise he would be in danger. "Master, wait, master, help." Suddenly, the inexplicable cry for help came from behind, and it seemed to be closer than before. Yang Kai suddenly became very curious. He didn't know what kind of person was able to protect themselves in the rolling demonic qi and the endless demonic creatures. "You're cursing me to die early and reincarnate." It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. The man seemed to have realized that his previous words were a little inappropriate. As he spoke, he had already arrived a few dozen meters in front of Yang Kai. "Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and come in," Yang Kai said impatiently. Seeing that the hole behind him was about to close, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the man. Turning around, he entered the city through the hole. "Master, wait for me," the man shouted strangely. His speed suddenly increased a lot, and he quickly followed Yang Kai into the city. Without a target to attack, the countless demonic beasts and demonic qi continued to rush into the city. But how could the array masters, who had been quietly waiting for an opportunity, allow them to do as they wished? The array disc in each of their hands emitted a dazzling light, which turned into a stream of energy that shot into the array formation. The hole that had been broken quickly closed, and was soon completely repaired. Boom, boom, boom. The demonic beasts continued to bombard the array formation's light screen, and the demonic chi kept tumbling. But everyone breathed a sigh of relief, because as long as the array formation was intact, they didn't have to worry too much. You guys quickly strengthen the weak points here. You must not let the demonic beasts break through the array formation. Qin Chaoyang shouted at the array masters. Receiving the order, the array masters quickly controlled the array disc in their hands. Little brother Yang, this time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I'm afraid Maplewood City would have. Qin Chaoyang cupped his hands and thanked Yang Kai with a face full of fear. The demonic chi and the demonic beasts outside the city were so ferocious. He didn't dare to underestimate the whole. If the array formation couldn't be repaired, the overwhelming demonic chi would definitely invade the city. When that time came, how many of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in Maplewood City would be able to resist? He could almost imagine the scene of Maplewood City being plunged into misery and suffering. If that really happened, then he would be the sinner of Maplewood City. After all, he was responsible for guarding this section of the city wall. Old Mr. Qin, you don't have to be so polite. It's my duty. Yang Kai waved his hand. He didn't take his words to heart. Instead, he curiously looked at the person who had rushed in from outside the city. In the next moment, he showed a look of surprise and whispered, "It's you, you old swindler." Before outside the city, Yang Kai didn't see the person's face. Now that he was in the city, he realized that the person who had rushed in from outside the city was actually that wretched old swindler. This old man had cheated Mo Xiaoqi of a few thousand source crystals in the black market. Later, before the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, he was peddling his inexplicable 9 revolutions life-restoring pill, which was passed down from his ancestors and was said to be able to revive the dead. It seemed that his business was very good. Yang Kai never expected that this old swindler would have such an extraordinary side. Not any random origin king would be able to come and go freely within the demon chi. Although the old swindler appeared to be gasping for breath at this moment, as though he had just survived a calamity, at the very least he had survived. Yang Kai was surprised and doubtful. He didn't know what mysteries this old man had that allowed him to stay in the demonic chi for a long time and resist the erosion and demonization of the demonic chi. Based on this alone, the old swindler was extraordinary. "Master, please don't speak so harshly." The old swindler looked extremely embarrassed when he heard this. He smiled mischievously and said, "This old master is just trying to make a living. I haven't swindled anyone." "Is that so?" Yang Kai smiled mischievously and stared at him meaningfully. The old swindler said seriously, "This old master has always been honest when doing business. The price is fair, and I will never force anyone to buy or sell. It's just that someone has misunderstood this old master and said that this old master is a swindler. This is definitely slander. This old master is a businessman. Honesty is the most important thing." "It's you, you old thing. What was the situation with the golden spear pill you sold me last time?" Suddenly, a cultivator stood out from the crowd and looked at the old swindler angrily, as if he had suffered a great loss in the old swindler's hands. "Is that thing useless?" The old swindler looked at that person in surprise and said strangely, "It can't be. That thing is refined using this old master's secret ancestral recipe. The effect is absolutely amazing. Brother, don't tell me that you didn't use the correct method?" That person asked curiously, "What other uses does that thing have besides eating it?" The old swindler slapped his thigh and said bitterly, "Idiot, how can that golden spear pill be eaten? You have to grind it into powder with water, and then apply it." The person who asked the question opened his eyes wide in an instant, and his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. "Apply what? Where's to?" Beside him, Qin Yu was curious and asked innocently. Qin Chaoyang couldn't help but cough lightly. He didn't know how to answer, and his face was very embarrassed. The old swindler glanced at Qin Yu and waved his hand, saying, "Little girl, don't ask so many questions." Qin Yu pouted and was very angry. Only then did the old swindler look at that cultivator again. A wretched expression appeared on his face, and he asked in a low voice, "Brother, you didn't really eat it, did you?" That cultivator's face turned red, and he didn't say anything. The old swindler clapped his hands and said with a big laugh, "You really ate it. Haha, brother, you're in luck. Although that golden spear pill can also be eaten, if it is directly eaten, the golden spear won't fall down for 49 days. Oh, let me see, the last time I saw you was... Bastard." That cultivator immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He directly rushed up to the old swindler and beat him while shouting, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a tooth for a tooth, a tooth for a tooth. Brothers who have a grudge with this old man, let's attack together." As soon as he said this, dozens of people rushed up with a whoosh. A series of crackling sounds rang out, mixed with the old swindler's miserable howls and pleas for mercy. Qin, who was watching from the side, was so frightened that she couldn't help but reveal a look of pity. After a short while, the crowd dispersed, leaving the old swindler alone on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He looked like a young girl who had been raped by dozens of burly men. 2 drops of clear tears streamed down from the corners of his eyes, looking very miserable. Everyone's eyes converged on that cultivator at the front, and they all revealed a look of understanding. They thought to themselves that no wonder this brother had been wearing extremely loose robes these days, and often stooping his back. They originally thought that he had suffered some kind of injury, but it turned out that he had some unspeakable troubles. That cultivator's face turned red under the stares of the crowd. He let out a strange cry and quickly fled from where he was. Cough. Qin Chaoyang coughed lightly at this time, and looked at Yang Kai with concern, saying, "Little brother Yang, you didn't suffer any injuries, right?" "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head. "That's good." Qin Chaoyang seemed to be relieved and said, "The city lord's mansion has already known about this matter. This time, it was thanks to your efforts that we were able to repair the array again. City Lord Duan said that when the demon thought is over, he wants you to be the 3rd deputy city lord of Maplewood City. What do you think, little brother Yang?" "Deputy city lord?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "City Lord Duan thinks too highly of me, but I'm not interested in being a deputy city lord." "Haha, I'm afraid that little brother Yang is used to being a carefree person, and can't be restrained. This deputy city lord position seems to be glorious, but in fact, there are many things to worry about. Little brother Yang's choice is a wise one." Qin Chaoyang laughed, and his expression relaxed a lot, and said, "Instead of being a deputy city lord, this old man thinks that little brother Yang might as well choose a family, and be a supreme consecrator, and live a carefree life." Chapter 2085. With a chuckle, Yang Kai did not continue the conversation. Instead, he turned his head to look at the old swindler. In a flash, he appeared by his side. Extending his leg, he gave him a kick and said, "Stop pretending to be dead. Hurry up and get up." "Master, I've been beaten so badly. I beg you, master, to uphold justice and punish the culprits." Lying on the ground, the old swindler looked at Yang Kai with a pitiful expression. With snot and tears he complained, "If master can't teach them a lesson, this old master won't get up. Then just lie down and talk." The old swindler was instantly rendered speechless. Squatting down, Yang Kai stared deeply at him and asked in a deep voice, "Let me ask you, why did you come in from the outside?" Qin Chaoyang also came to the side. Looking at the old swindler with a smile, he said with a chuckle, "This Qin is also very curious about this point." Being stared at by 2 Dao Source Realm Masters, the old swindler could not help but shiver. He hurriedly said, "Master, there must be some misunderstanding. I've come to Maplewood City to ask for help." "Ask for help?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. On the other hand, Qin Chaoyang revealed a thoughtful look. "I've come from Forest City," the old swindler said. Yang Kai could not help but frown. Forest City is located 30,000 kilometers away from Maplewood City. It's even smaller than Maplewood City. Furthermore, its cultivator's level is even lower, Qin Chaoyang said from the side. Suddenly his expression changed and he shouted out, Could it be that Forest City has already? Forest City is in danger, master. The old swindler had an anxious look on his face. However, looking left and right, he sighed and said, "It seems that Maplewood City is also powerless to protect itself. What should we do?" "What's the current situation of Forest City?" Qin Chaoyang shouted out with an ugly look on his face. "It's very bad. Although it's also surrounded by demonic qi and demons like Maplewood City. However, master, you also know what kind of situation Forest City is in. It probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. Furthermore, there's a demon in Forest City that seems to have reached the Dao Source realm." Jiang Taisheng. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. The ancestor of the Jiang family? Qin Chaoyang's expression changed drastically. Yang Kai nodded and said, "No wonder I didn't see any trace of Jiang Taisheng. When I was outside, I was constantly on guard against this person, fearing that he would suddenly appear and launch a sneak attack on me, but I didn't see him. It turns out that he wasn't in Maplewood City. Instead, he went to Forest City. If that's the case, does he want to use the devil chi to transform more devil dwellers?" "It's possible, and it's highly likely." Qin Chaoyang's face turned ashen. Although Forest City isn't big, it still has over 100,000 people. If all of them were to be turned into demonic humans. At this point, an imaginary scene appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but shudder. "Other than coming to Maplewood City to ask for help, did you go anywhere else?" Yang Kai asked. The old liar nodded. He said, "Of course, but Maplewood City is the closest, and this old man is also very familiar with Maplewood City, so I volunteered to come here. Who would have thought that I wouldn't be able to break through?" "You do have some ability." Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully. The old liar smiled embarrassedly. Good luck, good luck. Moreover, if not for Master attracting a large number of demons, I wouldn't have been able to enter the city safely." Yang Kai smiled and nodded slightly, then shouted in a low voice, "Take this old liar away and watch over him. Don't let him escape." While speaking, he suddenly reached out and touched the old liar's body. The power of the law circulated and poured into the old liar's body, sealing his cultivation. The old liar was dumbstruck. Qin Chaoyang didn't seem to have expected Yang Kai to suddenly change his expression, and was also dumbfounded for a moment. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes glowed as she stared at Yang Kai in astonishment. She didn't know what he was doing. "Master Yu." The old liar stared at Yang Kai with his eyes wide open, his face full of grief and indignation. "Take him away." Yang Kai saw that the cultivator was standing still, so he quickly shouted again. At this time, 2 guards of the city lord's mansion came forward, one on the left and one on the right, and flew in the direction of the city lord's mansion. It looked like they were going to imprison him in the city lord's mansion's dungeon. "Master, it's a misunderstanding. I just came here to ask for help. I'm one of your own, master. You can't do this to me." The old liar cried and wailed loudly, and gradually disappeared into the distance. "Little brother Yang, you shouldn't imprison this person because he often swindles people, right? What's the deep meaning of this?" Qin Chaoyang looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully and asked. Qin Yu also looked over curiously. "Of course not." Yang Kai shook his head. "However, this person is actually able to pass through the demonic qi unscathed with his third-order origin king cultivation. It looks like he's hiding some kind of secret. I'm very curious about this. Little brother Yang wants to get this secret out of him?" Qin Chaoyang's eyes lit up. Maplewood City didn't lack origin king realm cultivator. If everyone could move freely in the demonic qi like the old liar, there would really be no need to fear the dangers before them. Everyone could just kill their way out and kill all those demons. This old thing looks like a wily old fox, so it won't be easy to get his secret out of him. Furthermore, even if he reveals this secret, it might not be suitable for everyone. In any case, let's just do our best, Yang Kai said calmly. "You're right, little brother." Qin Chaoyang nodded his head, agreeing with Yang Kai's words. Pointing his finger at Jiang Chu-he, who was still roaring despite having his cultivation suppressed, he asked, "Then, how do you think we should deal with this person, little brother?" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Jiang Chu-he. "I originally wanted to capture this person alive to inquire about the situation outside from him. However, looking at his current state, at this point he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Now that Jiang Chu he had lost his mind, how could he possibly find any useful clues? Unless someone took the risk of suffering a backlash and used a secret technique like the soul-searching technique on him. However, to use such a secret technique, one would need to have a cultivation realm that surpassed Jiang Chu's by a large margin. Otherwise, there was a high chance of suffering a backlash from Jiang Chu's tyrannical consciousness. Looking at the entire Maplewood City, the highest cultivation realm was only at the second-order Dao Source realm. There was simply no such condition. Yang Kai's divine sense was comparable to a master from the third-order Dao Source realm. However, he had never learned the soul-searching technique, so he might not be able to obtain any useful information if he forcefully used it. If that's the case, this little girl might be able to help. Qin Yu suddenly spoke up. You. Yang Kai shot a stunned look at Qin Yu, a puzzled look on his face. He almost thought that he had misheard, because Qin Yu's second-order origin returning realm cultivation was clearly visible. You are. Qin Chaoyang, on the other hand, reacted as if he was facing a great enemy. His face changed drastically as he roared out, "Don't make trouble." Qin Yu pursed her lips and smiled. "Old ancestor, you isn't making trouble. With yours cultivation, I'm naturally unable to use a secret technique on Jiang, this demon. However, with the help of the spirit array and old ancestor Lord Yang, I can give it a try." Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart shook. Staring deeply at Qin Yu, he said, "When this Yang first saw Sister Qin in the five-colored treasure pagoda, this Yang felt that Sister Qin wasn't an ordinary person. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. Lord Yang is too kind." Qin Yu smiled gently. "This little girl is too weak to stand up to the wind, so how could I receive such praise from Master? On the other hand, Master has already broken through to the Dao Source realm at such a young age. Your future is limitless. This little girl truly admires you." "Old Sir Qin." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Qin Chaoyang and asked, "Are all the girls in your family so good at talking?" Qin Chaoyang laughed. "If little brother is interested, you can come to my Qin family and pick a few girls to take back. My Qin family has many unmarried girls. I'm sure little brother will take a fancy to some of them." Yang Kai's face darkened. "Old Sir Qin is really good at joking." Qin Chaoyang smiled. "This old master isn't joking." Yang Kai coughed lightly and changed the topic. Looking at Qin Yu, he said, "Sister Qin, you should know that your cultivation is far inferior to Brother Chu He's. If you aren't confident, don't take risks. Otherwise, it won't be good if something happens." Many thanks for Lord Yang's concern. This little girl naturally knows her limits. Qin Yu gently nodded, her face calm. This little girl still has some confidence. That's good. Yang Kai nodded and stopped trying to persuade her. No one dared to play around with their own lives. Since Qin Yu said so, she definitely had something to rely on. "Old Sir Qin, what do you think?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang's expression was solemn. After pondering for a long time, he raised his head to look at Qin Yu and said, You really don't need to do this. This calamity concerns the entire Maplewood City. If worse comes to worst, we can just let the City Lord Master take the risk and use the soul-searching technique." Qin Yu said, "The City Lord Master is now responsible for the safety of the entire city. If something really happens, the entire Maplewood City will be finished. Yours is different. Even if something really happens, it won't affect the overall situation. Old ancestor, my Qin family members are all in the city. If the city is breached, my Qin family will definitely perish. I want to do something for the family." You sigh. Qin Chaoyang had a speechless expression on his face. He didn't know how to persuade her. Yang Kai's expression changed. He looked at Qin Yu with some surprise. He didn't expect a little girl like her to be so considerate of the overall situation. But before that, this little girl has something to ask Lord Yang. Qin Yu suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai with a smile. "What is it?" Qin Yu's lips squirmed, but she didn't make any sound. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. After a moment of silence, he gently nodded his head. Qin Yu's face lit up with joy. She clapped her hands and said, "If that's the case, then you has an 80% chance of success. Moreover, we only need Lord Yang to assist us. Old Ancestor can stay here and continue to defend." "You don't need this, old man?" Qin Chaoyang was stunned when he heard this. Qin Yu said with a smile, "Lord Yang is extraordinary." Qin Chaoyang gave a sigh and said, "Since that's the case, this old man won't say anything else. However, since this matter concerns the entire Maplewood City, this old man still needs to send a message to the City Lord Master. Furthermore, I also need to inform the City Lord of the situation in Maplewood City. Please wait for a moment." Saying so, he took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. He informed the Dao Source Realm Masters in the city about the situation in Maplewood City and Jiangchu He, with the focus on informing Duan Yuan Shan. Chapter 2087. The surroundings were pitch black, and within the darkness, there seemed to be something quietly lurking. This should be Jiang Chuhi's knowledge sea. Yang Kai's heart thumped as he immediately made a guess. However, his current situation was extremely strange. Although his divine sense had been grafted onto Qin Yu's body, allowing her to use her secret technique to infiltrate Jiang Chuhi's knowledge sea and take a look at what was going on, Yang Kai was not in charge of the situation. Yang Kai could only passively follow Qin Yu's footsteps as she explored, following her will as she went deeper and deeper. This feeling was quite strange, causing Yang Kai to feel slightly uncomfortable. However, he was more curious about it than anything else. Rays of profound light shot out from Qin Yu's soul avatar, dispelling the surrounding darkness and revealing the churning seawater below. Shockingly, the seawater was also pitch black, like a bottomless black hole, causing people to feel intimidated just by looking at it. All of a sudden, unfamiliar scenes flashed across Yang Kai's mind. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai discovered that those images were shockingly all of Jiang Chuhi's life experiences. The images were intermittent and not coherent at all. Nevertheless, he was able to get a general idea of Jiang Chuhi's growth from them. From what he could sense, Qin Yu had already used a soul-searching technique on Jiang Chuhi. The information revealed by these scenes was not of much use, so Yang Kai and Qin Yu did not pay much attention to them. After a long time, another strange scene suddenly appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. It was an extremely profound array diagram. Within the array, pitch-black lines wriggled endlessly like demonic runes, crisscrossing and crisscrossing one another. It was extremely complicated. This array diagram was imprinted on a stone wall. As the lines wriggled, Yang Kai could faintly hear a frantic roar coming from behind the stone wall. When the roar entered his ears, Yang Kai's heart shook, causing him to suddenly feel uneasy. At the same time, the scene imprinted in his mind started to dissipate. It seemed as if it would collapse at any moment. Yang Kai was startled. He knew that Qin Yu was suffering from this shock, and was unable to bear it. Hurriedly, he urged his will, and used the grafted divine sense as a bridge to awaken Qin Yu's consciousness. The dissipated scene stabilized once again. However, the scene he saw earlier had already disappeared, replaced by another scene. It was the scene of an earth-shattering battle. A colossal figure over 300 feet tall, with a terrifying figure wrapped in pitch-black demonic qi, towering over the world, it gave a heaven-shaking roar. The roar shook the surroundings, and the clouds in the sky collapsed upon contact, disappearing into nothingness. As the demonic qi, the true appearance of the colossal figure was faintly discernible. It was ugly and ferocious. A large eyeball occupied half of his face. That colossal eyeball was similarly pitch-black in color. It was so deep that one could not see the bottom, as if it was a bottomless pit. From that colossal eyeball, streaks of pitch-black light shot out. They seemed to have the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, shooting towards the void and tearing the space apart. Just as Yang Kai's consciousness came into contact with that pitch-black eye, he felt an incomparable pain in his mind. His sea of consciousness was tumbling. He was on the verge of collapsing. He was so frightened that he quickly averted his gaze. Black-eyed great demon. In his mind, such a thought appeared inexplicably. It was also mixed with an intense feeling of panic and fear. This feeling was not something that Yang Kai possessed. It was Qin Yu's emotions. Being able to recognize the species of this great demon was completely due to Qin Yu's efforts. However, the two of them were now connected by divine sense. Therefore, her thoughts could be clearly transmitted to Yang Kai, allowing him to understand some of the truth. At this moment, numerous figures were standing around the gigantic black-eyed great demon. Every single one of them was radiating extremely powerful fluctuations of vitality and frightening auras. Impressively, all of these cultivators were masters from the Emperor realm. With a rough count, there were at least 100 of them. The auras radiating from more than a dozen of them were even more terrifying than the Silver Star envoy from Star Soul Palace, Xiao Yuyang, that Yang Kai had seen that day. It was rumored that Xiao Yuyang was already a second-order Emperor realm master. Therefore, these dozen or so cultivators that looked much stronger than him were naturally third-order Emperor realm masters. Every single one of them had the aura of a sect master, causing people to not dare to underestimate them. However, at this moment, these 100 cultivators from the Emperor realm were like mosquitoes surrounding the gigantic black-eyed great demon. Dazzling brilliance blossomed from their secret techniques and Emperor artifacts as they shot towards the black-eyed great demon. A wild roar rang out from the black-eyed great demon's mouth, shaking the heavens and earth. Other than the 100 cultivators from the Emperor realm, there were also more than 20 gigantic battleships hovering around the black-eyed great demon. Every single one of these battleships was at least a dozen meters long. Pure white beams of light shot out from these battleships, bombarding the black-eyed great demon. The heavens and earth changed color, while the sun and moon dimmed. The black-eyed great demon seemed to be unable to move. Although it would occasionally move its body, it was still unable to dodge the countless attacks. After being struck by those attacks, the demonic qi around its body would churn incessantly, causing it to roar continuously in pain. Black rays of light continuously shot out from its gigantic black eyes, while it held a gigantic mace in its hand. When it swung it, it seemed as if it could smash down the stars in the sky. Figures continued to fall from the sky, while sparks flew from the battleships, breaking into two. Yang Kai and Qin Yu were dumbfounded by the sight before them. They simply could not believe their own eyes, and were unable to calm the pounding in their hearts for a long time. The scene before them suddenly changed. When Yang Kai could clearly see the scene before him, his eyes couldn't help but shrink, because in front of him was a scene of devastation. The land within a radius of 10,000 kilometers had been turned into a wasteland, with all sorts of scars left behind from the battle. The black-eyed great demon's gigantic body had fallen to the ground, and the mace in its hand had been thrown to the side. Its body was covered in wounds, from which black blood flowed out. If not for her congenital deficiency, she would definitely be an extraordinary person. At this moment, she said that she had a method, so she might really have a method. Reinforce the seal. Qin Yu said. I have specially observed it before. Although the seal has existed for countless years, it isn't completely useless. It's just that a corner of the seal has been damaged due to the Jiang family's reckless mining. As long as we can repair that corner, we can stop the demonic qi from leaking out. In this way, the demonic creatures and demonic qi outside will become rootless trees and water without a source. Sooner or later, they will be destroyed. Can you repair it? Duan Yuanshan asked in surprise. Qin Yu didn't answer immediately but said, I can give it a try. How confident are you? 60%. Duan Yuanshan fell into silence, as if he was hesitating. City Lord Master, although I don't have full confidence that I can repair the seal, if we leave it alone, the seal will only become more and more damaged. I'm afraid that in a few days, even more demonic qi will surge out. When that time comes, Maplewood City will definitely be unable to resist it. Therefore, we must repair the seal no matter what. Qin Yu looked at Duan Yuanshan with her beautiful eyes, completely different from her gentle and weak image. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little surprised. According to what you said, this matter is imperative? Duan Yuanshan asked in a deep voice. Qin Yu nodded. Duan Yuanshan let out a long sigh. Even so, how can we safely enter the sealed area? How can we resist the corrosion of the countless demonic creatures and demonic qi? Although this city lord is a second-order Dao source realm cultivator, I don't have the confidence to be exposed to the demonic qi for a long period of time. What if? Yang Kai nodded in agreement. The demonic qi has an extremely strong corrosive power. An ordinary Dao source realm cultivator won't be able to resist it for more than half an hour. With City Lord Master's ability, 2 hours is the limit. He had previously fought his way into the city alone, so he had the most profound experience with the demonic qi. Therefore, he had the right to speak on this matter. What's more, to repair the spirit array, you need to enter the demonic qi with your cultivation. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Qin Yu, not finishing his words. However, his meaning was already clear. With her second-order origin returning realm cultivation, once she entered the demonic qi to become the demon race, she would be demonized and turned into a demon. There was no way for her to escape. Qin Yu pursed her lips and smiled. Since I have made such a proposal, I naturally have a way to deal with it. What way? Yang Kai and Duan Yuanshan looked at her in surprise. Using the spirit array. Qin Yu replied with a faint smile. It's definitely impossible to move around by yourself. Qin Chaoyang chuckled and said, City Lord Duan, there's no need to be so formal. We're all making a living in Maplewood City. If Maplewood City is in trouble, my Qin family will naturally not shirk our responsibility. If you keep talking nonsense, you won't get any benefits. Since City Lord Master is so sincere, this old master will reluctantly state a request. Qin Chaoyang had a helpless look on his face, as if he was being forced into prostitution. When Duan Yuanshan saw this, he couldn't help but want to punch Qin Chaoyang's face. After this calamity, this old master will take over all of the Jiang family's properties. Qin Chaoyang said in a deep voice with a solemn expression. Duan Yuanshan narrowed his eyes and said, Brother Qin, aren't you afraid that your appetite will be too big and hurt your stomach? In Maplewood City, apart from the City Lord's mansion, which represented the highest authority and dignity, the Jiang family was the largest and most powerful family in the city. Now that the Jiang family had reaped what they had sown, with all of their high-end forces being annihilated and turned into demons, all of their properties and resources naturally becoming ownerless. At present, Maplewood City was besieged by the demonic qi and demons, so the patriarchs and old ancestors of the other families weren't in the mood to compete for the Jiang family's inheritance. They were only working together to resist the demon thought, but once this matter was over, they would shed all pretense of cordiality and fight for it. With such a large family property, anyone who obtained it would be able to increase their strength in a short time. There were no eternal enemies or friends in this world, only eternal benefits. The City Lord's mansion was naturally very jealous of the properties left behind by the Jiang family. But now, Qin Chaoyang wanted to take them all in one gulp. Even if Duan Yuanshan was prepared for Qin Chaoyang to demand an exorbitant price, he still couldn't accept it. Not to mention that he wasn't willing to agree. The other families in Maplewood City wouldn't agree to such a ridiculous request. Hearing this, Qin Chaoyang smiled and said, What's there to be afraid of if you have a big appetite? Isn't City Lord Duan sheltering my Qin family? You even want to scheme against the City Lord's mansion? Duan Yuanshan's expression immediately became sad and indignant. Qin Chaoyang chuckled. City Lord Duan, what are you saying? It's just that my Qin family is in decline now, so I want to use the City Lord's mansion's prestige to show off. After all, without City Lord Duan, my Qin family wouldn't be unable to take those riches. You old fool. Duan Yuanshan cursed on the spot. How can you say that? As a city lord, Don't you have the virtue of respecting the old and loving the young? Qin Chaoyang rolled his eyes and turned to look at Yang Kai. Little brother Yang, you clearly heard the city lord's master scolding me just now. Chapter 2090. Qin Chaoyang had seen Yang Kai use the great divine technique of the space secret technique when defending against the invasion of the demons. With a single move, he had opened up a black hole and swallowed up countless demons. Thus, he concluded that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. Qin Chaoyang wasn't sure how strong a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of space was. However, he was certain that such a cultivator would have a unique advantage in escaping and pursuing. It was something that ordinary people couldn't compare to. He felt that with Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space, if he really wanted to leave Maplewood City, it wouldn't be difficult. Giving him the complete 7 points Black Tortoise formation in exchange for his promise to protect Qin Yu wasn't a bad deal. All right. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. He glanced at Qin Yu standing to the side and said, as long as I don't die, Qin Yu will definitely be fine. He had the confidence to do so. After all, he had a trump card like the sealed world bead in his hands. Qin Chaoyang smiled happily. With little brother's words, this Qin can rest assured. You can stay here and comprehend the formation method. This old man will be responsible for guarding the city walls. Yang Kai nodded and immediately found a quiet place nearby. He sat down cross-legged and immersed his mind into the jade slip, carefully comprehending it. Time slowly passed. Yang Kai was completely immersed in the mysteries of the 7 points Black Tortoise formation. He found that Qin Yu was right. Although this formation was completed by the Qin family's ancestors and couldn't be compared to the original, it was easy to learn and effective. He didn't need to spend much time to comprehend it. He didn't have a deep understanding of the Tao of formations. However, the 7 points Black Tortoise formation was different from ordinary defensive and offensive formations. This set of array formations was based on the combined efforts of warriors. The complete Black Tortoise 7 points array could even reproduce a portion of the Black Tortoise Divine Spirit's power. On the other side, Tao Source Realm Masters were constantly flying over. They obtained jade slips from Qin Yu and went off to find a place to study them. Qin Yu handed it over to those people. Clearly, it was not the complete formation method. Instead, each of them had handed over 1/7 of the formation method. A day later, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He took out his communication artifact, poured his divine sense into it, and immediately received a message. Impressively, it was the message City Lord Duan Yuanshan had sent to gather his men. Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at Qin Chaoyang. The latter gave him a slight nod. At the same time, a fat figure descended from the sky. Who else could it be but Drunkard with a big cyan gourd hanging from his waist? Drunkard stood on the city wall and waved to Qin Chaoyang. Go. Qin Chaoyang smiled. Then I'll have to trouble Vice City Lord Master to guard this city wall for me. Drunkard raised his eyes and glanced at him. Old man, be careful when you go out. Don't die outside. The corner of Qin Chaoyang's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. He just winked at Yang Kai. Taking Qin Yu with him, they flew towards the gathering place. After a short while the two landed somewhere in the city. At this time, there were already 4 people gathered here, all of them Tao Source Realm Masters. Among these 4, Maplewood City's City Lord Duan Yuanshan and Vice City Lord Zhuangpan were among them. As for the other 2, Yang Kai didn't recognize them. One of them was an old man with a pale face and a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure. Yang Kai's eyes swept over them and landed on the beautiful woman in shock. Because he discovered that this beautiful woman was a 3rd order Tao Source Realm Master, even stronger than Duan Yuanshan. Moreover, her aura was restrained, and the power within her body was faintly discernible, making it difficult for others to grasp. Since when did Maplewood City have so many 3rd order Tao Source Realm Masters? Yang Kai was puzzled. He had seen a male master of this level at the entrance of the Spirit Pill Plaza 2 days ago, but he didn't expect to see another one now. He didn't know where these 2 came from. but he was sure that they weren't local cultivators. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the beautiful woman smiled sweetly. Her pair of watery peach blossom eyes seemed to be able to speak, containing a captivating light. Kai Yang's heart suddenly became alert, and he quietly averted his gaze. Brother Yang, Brother Qin, you've come. Duan Yuanshan cupped his fists when he saw the two arrive. Vice City Lord Zhuang Pan coldly snorted, as if he had a grudge against Yang Kai and didn't want to see him. Yang Kai didn't care. Last time in the city lord's mansion, he and Zhuang Pan didn't get along well, even breaking the spirituality of his artifact. At this moment, the other party naturally wouldn't give him any face. City Lord Duan, this lady is. Qin Zhaoyang landed on the ground and looked at the beautiful woman with a puzzled expression. The formation method of the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was taught to these Dao Source Realm Masters by Qin Yu. Qin Zhaoyang didn't intervene, so he hadn't seen this beautiful woman before. He also knew that it was impossible for there to be a third-order Dao Source Realm Master in Maplewood City, so he immediately asked this question. This mistress is Hua Qingxi, greetings. The beautiful woman took the initiative to speak without waiting for Duan Yuanshan to introduce her. So it's Madame Hua. Qin Chaoyang furrowed his brow as a strange look flashed across his face. The other party had only introduced him by name, so he didn't know if it was real or fake. He couldn't guess her origins. Duan Yuanshan smiled and said, Madame Hua isn't a cultivator of my Maplewood City. Before the demonic qi besieged the city, she happened to be working in my Maplewood City. When she heard that we were going out to repair the seal, she volunteered to help. This Duan is very grateful for Madame Hua's righteousness. Hua Qingxi covered her mouth and smiled charmingly. City Lord Duan is too polite. Now that Maplewood City is suffering, this mistress is just trying to protect herself. There's no need to talk about righteousness. This should be Brother Yang, right? This old man is Du Lishan. We had a simple exchange before. The beardless old man seemed to be interested in Yang Kai and stood up to introduce himself. So it's old Mr. Du, nice to meet you. Yang Kai returned the greeting indifferently. He also knew this Du Lishan. He was the old ancestor of Maplewood City's Du family. Like Qin Chaoyang, he was also a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Outside the city, the demonic qi was churning, and the wind was whistling in their ears. They could vaguely hear the sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling, which made their blood run cold and made their blood boil. Qin Yu's face turned slightly pale, while her tender body trembled slightly. Even with Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang working together to protect her, with her second-order origin returning realm cultivation, she was still unable to bear the pressure of entering such a dangerous place. Set up the array. Duan Yuanshan shouted from the front. In the next moment, everyone rushed to different places in a flash, and each of them kept making seals with their hands. As their seals changed, an indescribable connection gradually connected the 7 Dao Source Realm cultivators together. The source qi around everyone's body started to churn, before spreading out and fusing together. An extraordinary aura suddenly appeared out of thin air, before spreading out in all directions. It drove away all of the demonic qi, causing the area where the 7 of them stood to be temporarily empty. With a single slap, none of the demonic beasts could withstand it, and all of them would be sent flying, turning into a pool of mud. Maplewood City wasn't too far away from the mine, only 2,000 kilometers away. However, if any of these 7 Dao Source Realm Masters were to fly there, it would be impossible for them to escape. Only a few of them would be able to reach it safely. But now, with the help of the Spirit Array, the source qi of the 7 people combined into one, transforming into the illusory image of the Holy Spirit. The highly corrosive demonic qi couldn't do anything to them, and was blocked outside of their bodies. On the other hand, the endless number of demonic creatures had somewhat slowed down the group's progress. This spirit array is really a good thing. Everyone pushed forward without any pressure. Hua Qingxi, who was at the right limb of the illusory image of the black tortoise, suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. Her beautiful eyes looked to the left and said, I wonder if old Sir Qin has any plans to sell it to the outside world? If you have such intentions, this mistress can. Madam Hua, there's no need to say more. This spirit array is something that this Qin's ancestor worked hard to complete. This Qin will not sell it to the outside world. Qin Chaoyang didn't wait for Hua Qingxi to finish, and said with a dark face, Old Sir Qin, don't be so decisive. Everything in this world has a price. After this matter is over, this mistress will find an opportunity to have a good talk with you alone. Hua Qingxi smiled. Obviously, she didn't intend to let it go so easily. As she spoke, her eyes were like water. Even though Qin Chaoyang was old and weak, when he was looked at by this pair of peach blossom eyes, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. The blood in his body boiled and his throat became dry. Secretly cursing a vixen, he hurriedly protected his mind. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the roiling blood in his chest. This lord is also very interested in this spirit array. When the time comes, count me in. The middle-aged man suddenly interrupted, his tone not allowing for any rebuttal. This master's words are really unreasonable. Hua Qingxi immediately felt somewhat unhappy. With a snort she said, This mistress was the one who suggested this to old Sir Qin first. If master is interested, shouldn't you wait for this mistress and old Sir Qin to finish our discussion first? You're talking about first come, first served? The middle-aged man shot an indifferent glance at Hua Qingxi and sneered. Do you think that you're buying buns from the marketplace? Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. However, a faint smile remained on her face as she said, Master, are you clearly trying to bully a weak girl like this mistress? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. You're not convinced? The exchange of words between the two had already caused sparks to fly. Master, how can you do such a thing? A look of disbelief appeared on Qin Chaoyang's face, causing him to feel extremely pained and hateful. On the other side, Duan Yuanshan was also infuriated to the extreme, with his fists tightly clenched. It was not because the other party did not place him, the city lord, in his eyes. Instead, it was because this fellow had actually kicked him while he was down. If he had known that the other party had such wild ambitions, how could he have agreed to let him form a part of this spirit array? If not for the current bad timing, Duan Yuanshan might have immediately fallen out with this middle-aged man. This king doesn't have much patience. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to sell it or not? The middle-aged man was overbearing, not giving Qin Chaoyang the slightest chance to breathe. Old Qin. Du Lishan started to panic as he looked anxiously at Qin Chaoyang. Brother Qin, it's better to look at the bigger picture. Zhuangpen also started to persuade him. After saying that, he added, It doesn't matter to the few of us. However, without the protection of the great array, your will. He had a worried expression on Qin Yu's face, appearing as though he was extremely concerned about Qin Yu. A look of resentment and unwillingness appeared on Qin Chaoyang's face. After all, he had taken the initiative to provide the Qin family's great array. Furthermore, he had personally led his precious granddaughter, Qin Yu, into this dangerous place with the intention of alleviating the crisis facing Maplewood City. However, he never expected that his hot-bloodedness would be drenched in ice-cold water here. How could he be willing to hand over the great array? Fine, I'll sell the 7 points black tortoise array to Brother Fu. After muttering to himself for a moment, Qin Chaoyang knew that there was nothing he could do. Therefore he clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, Haha, a wise man submits to circumstances. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. You're pretty good, old fellow. Very good. The middle-aged man was extremely satisfied. He extended his hand and beckoned towards Qin Chaoyang. Since you've handed the item to me, I will not go back on my word. Wait a moment. At this moment, an abrupt voice interrupted the transaction. Everyone turned their heads towards the source of the voice, only to discover that it was Yang Kai, who had spoken. Ever since Hua Qingxi had exchanged words with the middle-aged man, and then forced Qin Chaoyang to sell the 7 points black tortoise formation, Yang Kai had remained silent the entire time, causing everyone to almost forget about him. However, no one expected him to suddenly speak at this crucial moment, causing everyone to be at a loss. No one knew what he was planning to do. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes sparkled as she sized up Yang Kai with interest, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. On the other hand, the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, as a sliver of unknown killing intent flashed within them. He said in a cold voice, "Kid, what are you planning to do?" "Don't be nervous, master." Yang Kai chuckled. "I'm not here to snatch business from you. However, after what you've done, master, I suddenly feel that the alliance between us is a little too weak. If any one of us wants to back out, he can threaten the others. This isn't a good idea." Duan Yuanshan said in a deep voice, "This Duan has not thought things through." He had originally thought that it would be a good thing for 2 third-order Dao Source Realm Masters to take the initiative to join their team. How could he have imagined that things would develop to such a stage? Fortunately, with the exception of the man surnamed Fu, Hua Qingxi appeared to be relatively reliable for the time being. If Hua Qingxi was like the man surnamed Fu, it would be best for everyone to quickly return home, lest they all end up turning into demons and losing their minds. This has nothing to do with City Lord Duan. There aren't many Dao Source Realm Masters in Maplewood City, so it's naturally good to have outside help. Yang Kai said in an indifferent tone. Hearing this, Duan Yuanshan gave a long sigh, filled with helplessness. To prevent something like this from happening again, I feel that we should have a proper discussion. For example, no one will be allowed to do such a thing again? Yang Kai said as he looked around. Yes, we should indeed discuss this. Du Lishun hastily nodded his head in agreement. The others did not care, as they all knew each other well, and had family businesses in Maplewood City. Naturally, they would not be as despicable as the middle-aged man. However, they were not familiar with Hua Qingxi. If she were to do the same thing as the middle-aged man, their team would definitely be disbanded. Even returning safely would be a problem, so how could they talk about repairing the seal? Furthermore, the middle-aged man was so despicable. If he were to go back on his word and back out after obtaining the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array, what could everyone do? Various worries surged in their minds, causing everyone to frown deeply, while worry filled their hearts. What's wrong? Do you guys not believe in this king? Seeing this, the middle-aged man's face could not help but sink. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. Master, do you think that you're a trustworthy person? The middle-aged man gave a cold snort. Madam, what are you planning? He did not believe that a third-order Dao Source Realm expert like Hua Qingxi would truly be hot-blooded and want to assist everyone in repairing the seal. She would definitely have her own reasons for doing so. This mistress doesn't have such bad intentions. It's just that I can't stay out of this situation. Hua Qingxi said with a tender laugh. Being reprimanded by Hua Qingxi in such a manner, the middle-aged man grew furious. However, he did not dare to take action, and could only force himself to endure. Everyone, there's no need to quarrel. This Duan feels that Brother Yang's words are reasonable. How about this? Let's agree that before we repair the seal and safely return to the city, we are not allowed to make any more requests like the one you just made, nor are we allowed to leave our positions without permission. Duan Yuanshan said in a deep voice. Rest assured, as long as this king is able to obtain the complete formation method, he will naturally assist all of you in repairing the seal. The middle-aged man said in a cold voice. There's no guarantee. Zhuang Pan said weakly from the side. Then what do you want? Don't tell me that you want this king to make an oath to his heart demon? The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly turned cold as he looked towards Zhuang Pan. Zhuang Pan's face turned pale with fright, before he hurriedly replied with an embarrassed smile. Master, you must be joking. Why not? Yang Kai replied with a faint smile. If Master is really willing to advance and retreat together with us, it's fine even if you have to make an oath to your heart demon. Unless Master has a guilty conscience. Impudent. The middle-aged man was enraged as he glared at Yang Kai, the flames of fury in his eyes seemingly wanting to incinerate the latter. Yang Kai remained unmoved as he continued to stare back at the middle-aged man. In any case, the middle-aged man had already determined that he was Ning Yuancheng's murderer, so there was definitely a grudge between the two of them. Therefore, Yang Kai was not afraid that the middle-aged man would hold a grudge against him. This little brother is right. Unexpectedly, Hua Qingxi was extremely agreeable. It's rare for this mistress to act together with an outsider on a whim. I don't want my mood to be spoiled by certain people. Since everyone has agreed, let's make an oath to our heart demons. Who agreed? The middle-aged man asked in astonishment. Everyone has agreed. It seems that only the master has a different opinion. Yang Kai smiled as he looked at the middle-aged man. All of a sudden, he pretended to be astonished and said, "Could it be that master really wants to leave after obtaining the formation method? Master, you can't go back on your words and be so vicious." Bullshit. When did this king ever say that? The middle-aged man was extremely furious. Then I'll take it that you've agreed. As Yang Kai spoke, he no longer paid any attention to the middle-aged man. Instead, he looked around and said, "Since no one has any objections, let's begin." After he finished speaking, he made an oath to his heart demon, Zhuangzhong. The others looked at each other in dismay, and they all followed suit. In fact, even Hua Qingxi had meticulously made an oath in front of everyone. After that, everyone looked towards the middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes were spitting flames as he glared hatefully at Yang Kai, as though he wanted to chop him to death with a single palm strike. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Good, very good. This king will remember you." Yang Kai giggled. "I'm really sorry to have troubled master." "You're courting death," the middle-aged man said hatefully. "Why are you threatening me, master?" Yang Kai had an innocent look on his face. "I didn't do anything." "This master, it's your turn now." Hua Qingxi interjected, smiling as she looked at the middle-aged man. "Unless you don't want the complete formation method, you don't have to make an oath to your heart demon. If that's the case, this mistress will have to properly thank the master. This mistress is prepared to purchase it at a higher price. All of you are very good." The middle-aged man forcefully suppressed the fury in his heart. Under the gazes of everyone present, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and make an oath. Although the oath to one's heart demon was only spoken verbally, it wasn't completely useless. No cultivator would dare to casually disregard it. Otherwise, if they were to suffer a backlash from the oath at a critical moment, it would be an extremely troublesome matter. However, there were quite a few secret techniques that could be used to evade an oath to one's heart demon. Therefore, there were many times when it could not be taken seriously. These secret techniques required an extremely powerful cultivation to be unleashed, and also required an extremely long period of preparation. With the middle-aged man's strength, he should not be able to evade it in a short period of time. Chapter 2093. After swearing the Great Heart Demon Oath, the middle-aged man coldly extended his hand towards Qin Chaoyang. "What about the origin crystals?" Qin Chaoyang asked with a solemn expression. The middle-aged man sneered. "Are you afraid that this king won't be able to afford a mere 10 million origin crystals?" As he spoke, he retrieved a spatial ring from his robes. After arranging it slightly, he tossed it over to Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang received it and carefully inspected it. After confirming that there were no errors, he took out a blank jade slip and poured his divine sense into it, inscribing the complete 7 points black tortoise formation method. After a brief moment, he handed the jade slip over to the middle-aged man. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, the middle-aged man received the jade slip. After a brief inspection, a look of joy immediately surfaced on his face, before he stored the jade slip away with a hearty laugh. He was clearly very satisfied with the outcome of this transaction, and even the slight unhappiness he felt earlier had been temporarily forgotten. "Everyone, we should hurry up. If we don't leave now, we'll be surrounded." Yang Kai suddenly reminded them in a deep voice. Everyone scanned the area with their divine senses, and found that in the short time they had been delayed, countless demonic creatures had gathered in all directions, surrounding them in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Nothing but a bunch of clowns. Duan Yuanshan roared in a low voice, before suddenly forming a series of hand seals. The others were within the spirit array and were affected by it. With Duan Yuanshan's actions, everyone had no choice but to follow suit. After a brief moment, the gigantic divine spirit suddenly opened its large mouth, causing the surrounding water elemental chi to frantically converge. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic ball of water appeared at the dragon's head. Following Duan Yuanshan's muffled roar, the divine spirit appeared to be controlled by something, before it opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of water. The gigantic ball of water transformed into a ray of white light, before shooting straight ahead. Along the way, it was unstoppable, as countless demonic creatures died upon contact with it, turning into ash. A safe passageway over 1,000 feet long appeared before them. Duan Yuanshan did not utter a single word. He took the lead and rushed forward, with the others following closely behind. The city lord's master should have been angered by the middle-aged man's disgust. Unable to truly fall out with him, he could only vent his anger on the demonic creatures. With a change in the spirit array, the demonic creatures that had originally gathered in the surroundings were also stirred. Without any fear of death, they pounced forward, continuously using various kinds of powers to bombard the spirit array. As far as the eye could see, the gigantic black tortoise's body was filled with demonic creatures. Nevertheless, they were still unable to stop the group's advance. Approximately half an hour later, the group finally arrived at the original location of the mine. Although the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was filled with pitch-black demonic chi, there was a certain location where the demonic chi was even denser. At that location there was a black energy pillar that soared into the sky, connecting the heavens and the earth. There was no need for anyone to remind them. When everyone saw the pitch-black pillar of energy soaring into the sky, they knew that it was the beginning of everything. It should also be the location of the seal. Leading the group, Duan Yuanshan hurriedly rushed in that direction. However, the closer they got to the starting point, the faster they felt the source chi in their bodies flowing away. The rolling demonic chi seemed to have been obstructed by something, causing it to become sluggish in an instant. In the end, not a single bit of it was able to leak out. However, everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. That's because after using the power of the 7-points black tortoise array to suppress the damaged part of the seal, everyone felt the source chi in their bodies flowing out madly, like a river bursting through a dam. The rate at which their source chi was being consumed was akin to releasing a forbidden secret technique, without any regard for their lives. Something that practically no one could withstand. The faces of the few First-Order Dao Source Realm cultivators immediately turned pale. Little Yuer, how long will it take for you to repair this seal? Du Lishun asked with a bitter look on his face. Without even turning his head, Qin Yu continued to take out various precious materials used to repair the seal as he replied, "At least half an hour." Half an hour? Du Lishun's face turned even more bitter. Success or failure will depend on this one move. Everyone, do not lower your guard. Duan Yuanshan roared out loudly to boost everyone's morale. Hearing this, everyone could only grit their teeth and circulate the source chi in their bodies, while continuously stuffing various kinds of recovery pills into their mouths. A bunch of trash. Seeing this, a look of ridicule and disdain surfaced on the middle-aged man's face, while his expression remained carefree and relaxed. With the powerful cultivation of the third-order Dao Source Realm, the quality and quantity of source chi in his body was more than 10 times that of Du Lishun and the others. Naturally, there was no need for him to worry too much. "Master, have you carefully studied this 7-points black tortoise array?" Hua Qingxi suddenly asked out of the blue, a mocking smile appearing on her beautiful face. However, she quickly retracted it, before pursing her lips and smiling charmingly. "Master, there's no need to be so stingy. Although the Flying Saint Palace's blood-burning source restoring pill has some side effects, its effects are extremely powerful. Although the Flying Saint Palace's blood-burning source restoring pill is extremely powerful, it's famous in the Southern Territory, and Master's cultivation is profound. You should have an important position in Flying Saint Palace. Don't tell me you don't have any blood-burning source restoring pills on you? I don't. The middle-aged man's face twitched slightly as he rejected her. Hua Qingxi could not help but spit out, a look of disdain appearing on her face. What's a blood-burning source restoring pill? Yang Kai quietly asked Qin Chaoyang. Brother Yang, you've never heard of it before? Qin Chaoyang looked at Yang Kai in astonishment, appearing extremely astonished. Yang Kai's face turned embarrassed as he slowly shook his head. The blood-burning source restoring pill is a unique product of Flying Saint Palace. It seems to have extremely strict requirements for the location of its refinement. Therefore, even a spirit alchemist as strong as Star Soul Palace is unable to refine the spirit pill. The greatest use of this pill is its ability to rapidly restore one's source qi. Furthermore, its effects are extremely powerful. However what? Yang Kai asked in astonishment. However, consuming this spirit pill will consume a certain amount of one's blood essence. Therefore, there are some side effects. However, the flaws cannot obscure the jade. Compared to its effects, what does a little bit of blood essence count for? A spirit pill like this is more than enough to save one's life at a critical moment. However, due to the extremely low production of this spirit pill, its price is astonishingly high. A single spirit pill is worth at least a few 100,000 origin crystals. You know quite a lot, you old thing. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man gave a proud laugh. That's right. This palace's blood-burning source restoring pill is indeed the best in the Southern Territory. Even a large sect like Star Soul Palace is unable to refine it. This is because refining it requires one to refine it in this palace's restricted area. The supply of spirit pills is already insufficient to satisfy the needs of the sect's disciples, so how could there be any extra for people like you? If you don't want to give it, then don't give it. What's the point of saying so much? Hua Qingxi snorted. In any case, everyone will have to die here after exhausting all of their source qi. This mistress won't be alone. Madam Hua, don't say such discouraging words. We'll definitely be able to survive this crisis. Zhuang Pan consoled himself with a pale face. Then what does the blood-burning source restoring pill look like? Yang Kai asked. Qin Chaoyang replied. It's blood-red in color, smells fishy, and is about the size of a broad bean. A strange expression appeared on Yang Kai's face as he pulled out a jade bottle from his spatial ring and said in a daze, "Could this be the item?" What? Everyone was shocked as they turned to look at him. Yang Kai leisurely opened the bottle, before pouring out a single spirit pill. Just as Qin Chaoyang had described, the pill was blood-red in color, smelled faintly fishy, and was about the size of a broad bean. Blood-burning source restoring pill. The middle-aged man involuntarily cried out in alarm, as he stared coldly at Yang Kai, before roaring in a low voice. How did you get this item? Haha, is this really the blood-burning source restoring pill? Yang Kai gave a hearty laugh, appearing to be somewhat surprised. Brother Yang, how did you? Qin Chaoyang's expression changed drastically, as his face turned completely pale. As he asked in a trembling voice, he shot a glare at Yang Kai, hinting for him to quickly keep the spirit pill. The expressions of Duan Yuanshan and the others also changed, as they remained silent. Kid, this king is asking you a question. Where did you get these spirit pills? The middle-aged man's expression turned gloomy as he roared in a low voice. I picked them up. Yang Kai casually replied. Picked them up. Black lines appeared on everyone's faces upon hearing his reply. There were at least a dozen blood-burning source restoring pills in this bottle, worth a few million origin crystals. How could something like that be picked up so casually? One had to know that the number of blood-burning source restoring pills in the outside world was extremely small, with only the important figures of the Flying Saint Palace carrying some with them. With so many blood-burning source restoring pills suddenly appearing in Yang Kai's hands, people could not help but think that he might have done something bad to some important figure of the Flying Saint Palace, such as murdering and robbing them of their possessions. This was also the reason why Qin Chaoyang had shot him a glare earlier. Some time ago, an important figure of the Flying Saint Palace had indeed arrived in Maplewood City. That person was the Flying Saint Palace's young master, Ning Yuancheng. However, ever since the auction a year ago, Ning Yuancheng had disappeared without a trace. A new young master had been appointed within the Flying Saint Palace. This information was not a secret, and coupled with the spirit pills in Yang Kai's hands, people could not help but think of many possibilities. Bullshit. The middle-aged man gave a fierce roar, as the aura radiating from his body suddenly turned dangerous. He stared coldly at Yang Kai and said, "Brat, if you don't give me a clear explanation today, this king will make you regret being born into this world." "Master, you've got quite a temper." Yang Kai continued to chuckle, not showing the slightest bit of fear. This caused everyone to be shocked by his courage. "I've just picked up a bottle of spirit pills, yet you're still so aggressive, as if I've killed your parents. Even if these blood-burning source-restoring pills are from the Flying Saint Palace, there's no need for you to be like this, right?" After speaking, he did not wait for the middle-aged man to reply before continuing. "However, I've indeed picked up these things. I've even picked up a ship artifact." The middle-aged man was stunned. Seemingly having thought of something, he suddenly suppressed his anger and coldly said, "Tell me in detail about how you picked up these things." "What's there to say?" Yang Kai chuckled. At that time, two groups of people were fighting, and in the end both sides perished. I hid by the side and watched until the very end. In the end, I picked up these things from the battlefield. "That's possible?" Qin Chaoyang's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The sandpiper and clam fought, and the fisherman reaped the benefits. After all, this was just a classic story. In the world of cultivation, it was extremely rare for a cultivator to encounter such a situation. At that time, I was only a third-order origin king. That was a battle between Dao Source Realm Masters, so how could I participate in it? Yang Kai explained. "Indeed, Brother Yang has only recently advanced to the Dao Source Realm. A year ago, you were indeed a third-order origin king." Qin Chaoyang nodded. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, though a look of relief appeared on his face. He was no longer as angry as before. However, his tone was still stiff as he said, "Since it was a battle between two groups of people, who else was there other than the people from my Flying Saint Palace? There was only one person from the other group, and he was called Han Lung." Han Lung. Everyone turned pale with fright upon hearing this. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at Yang Kai with a complicated and pleasantly surprised look. So it was that traitor from Star Soul Palace. The middle-aged man seemed to believe Yang Kai's words. "So you're saying that the enmity between the two parties was formed during the auction?" Du Lishen asked thoughtfully. At the time of the auction, almost all the Dao Source Realm Masters present had participated in it. Ning Yuancheng and Han Lung's struggle for the right to bid had been witnessed by everyone. Now that they learned about this matter from Yang Kai, they immediately guessed what would happen next. Be careful to conserve your source qi. Seeing that he was about to take action, Duan Yuanshan immediately gave a reminder. However, it was a pity that it was already too late. The short spear started to radiate with a faint glow, before disappearing from his hand in a flash, causing a sonic boom to ring out. Not far away, the demon surnamed Cheng seemed to have sensed something, causing his body to twist in the air. In the next instant, a bloody mist erupted from his shoulder, before his arm exploded apart, revealing the jet-black flesh and white bones within, giving off a clear and distinct appearance. Feeling the pain, the demon surnamed Cheng roared out, his roar appearing just like an invisible shockwave, causing everyone's knowledge to become uneasy. Fortunately, the strength of everyone present wasn't low, and with the support of the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array, they were able to suppress the uneasiness with just a slight circulation of their strength. "He's still not dead?" The middle-aged man was greatly surprised. His short spear was a mid-rank Dao Source grade artifact, and possessed incomparable might. Originally, He had assumed that it would be an easy task to deal with a demon that had lost its consciousness. However, never did he expect that the other party would actually be able to avoid hitting his vitals at the most crucial moment, causing him to only lose an arm. From the looks of it, their combat instincts have increased quite a bit after they lost their consciousness. Yang Kai said thoughtfully. The attack from the middle-aged man had caused him to feel threatened, and clearly wasn't something that could be easily avoided. Hearing his words, Hua Qingxi nodded in agreement. Right at this moment, an astonishing scene occurred. Demonic qi churned around the demon surnamed Cheng's severed arm, before converging towards the wound. Under the gazes of everyone present, the wound started to squirm and wriggle, before rapidly growing back. In less than 10 breaths of time, his severed arm had regenerated. Chapter 2096. That's possible? Everyone's eyes popped out in shock, while their jaws dropped, unable to close for a long time. Regrowing a severed limb was something that had only been heard of in legends. Only a few rare and precious spirit herbs that had already gone extinct in the world were able to possess such a heaven-defying effect. Even a powerful cultivator in the Emperor realm was unable to rely on his own strength to regrow a severed limb. However, such a scene had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Furthermore, the one who was able to achieve such a feat was merely a cultivator in the first-order Dao Source realm. Who wouldn't be astonished? The demonic creatures they had encountered earlier had varying strengths, with all of them being below the Dao Source realm. They were simply no match for the combined might of the 7 people, exploding upon contact. Therefore, no one was able to detect that the boundless demonic qi had such a frightening effect on demonic creatures. However, this demon surnamed Chung was actually able to rely on the demonic qi to regrow his severed limb in an extremely short period of time. While everyone was astonished, they also secretly felt that the situation had turned somewhat thorny. From the looks of it, we'll have to attack their vitals, or directly shatter them. Duan Yuanshan said in a deep voice. This king wants to see how many times you can dodge. The middle-aged man could not help but feel somewhat angry out of humiliation after his attack failed. With a flick of his wrist, the short spear appeared once again, before he desperately poured his source qi into it. With a slight tremble, the short spear split into 2 into 4 into 8. Every single short spear appeared to be more or less the same, with all of them appearing to be Dao Source grade mid-rank artifacts. No one knew if this was due to the divine technique he had grasped, or the might of his artifacts. Go! He roared out. With a slight tremble, the 8 short spears suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. In the next instant, the figures of the 2 city lords of Forest City started to sway furiously. At the same time, another figure shot out from the side. Forming a seal with his hands, the demonic qi instantly flourished. A mysterious energy condensed in the sky, before enveloping the area before them. Asterisk xiao xiao xiao. Asterisk sounds of air being pierced rang out as large patches of blood mist erupted from the bodies of the 2 city lords of Forest City, causing them to appear exceedingly miserable. When the 8 short spears disappeared and returned to the hands of the middle-aged man, his face turned even darker than before. Up ahead, the 2 Forest city lords were heavily injured. One of them had his chest pierced through, leaving a fist-sized hole in his chest. One could almost see the wriggling internal organs from one end to the other. The other man's legs were broken. He fell to the ground and struggled to get up. But even with such a terrible injury, it was still not fatal. The demonic qi was still rolling. The scene of the severed limb growing back appeared once again. But after a while, the 2 Forest Cities castellans once again appeared unscathed in front of everyone. At that moment, apart from the 2 of them, there was another person who appeared to be an old man. Jiang Taisheng. Duan Yuanshan snorted coldly. He deeply detested the culprit who had caused Maplewood City's crisis. This demonic old man was clearly the Jiang family's ancestor, Jiang Taisheng. However, at this moment he was slightly different from the last time Yang Kai had seen him. He had completely transformed into an existence similar to a demonic person, while his aura was more than a level stronger than before. He was the one who had taken action earlier, blocking quite a few attacks for the 2 Forest Cities city lords. With the strength of the middle-aged man, he should have at least killed one of them. You bunch of trash. You've successfully angered me. I'll make you all pay the price. The middle-aged man was on the verge of exploding from anger, as flames of fury gushed out from his heart. With a loud roar, he suddenly began to circulate his source chi with all his might. With a wave of his hand, a fireball-like secret technique appeared on his palm. As he poured his source chi into it, the temperature of the fireball began to rise, while it also grew increasingly bright. You can't. Seeing this, Duan Yuanshan turned pale with fright. Everyone had already consumed a large amount of their source chi, and after the middle-aged man's earlier actions, they were already stretched to their limits. Seeing that he was about to unleash a secret technique that consumed a large amount of his source chi, how could Duan Yuanshan allow it? It was fine for him to unleash a secret technique, but now that all 7 of them had fused their source chi into one, the source chi required to unleash the secret technique would have to be supplied by all 7 of them. It was far less effective to rely on the 7 points Black Tortoise Grand Array, which was both safer and more energy efficient. He's gone crazy. He won't listen to us. Hua Qingxi's beautiful face changed slightly as she shouted out, "If you don't want the Grand Array to collapse, hurry up and take the blood-burning source restoring pill." After saying that, she immediately retrieved the spirit pill that Yang Kai had given her earlier, before stuffing it into her mouth. Seeing this, the others no longer hesitated, before taking the spirit pill one after another. This was the first time Yang Kai had taken such a spirit pill. After the spirit pill entered his stomach, he felt a burning sensation radiating from his abdomen, causing him to feel an unbearable pain. At the same time, a portion of his precious blood essence suddenly ignited, catalyzing the pill's effects, transforming it into pure source chi that was injected into his empty meridians. His eyes could not help but light up, as he realized that this spirit pill was indeed a good item. There were quite a few spirit pills in the star boundary that could replenish one's source chi. However, there shouldn't be any that had a better effect than the blood-burning source restoring pill, as well as a faster rate of absorption. However, consuming it would consume a portion of one's blood essence, a side effect that was neither too big nor too small. Generally speaking, consuming one's blood essence would cause one's body to weaken. Once the pill's effects wore off, everyone would definitely feel a little weaker. At this moment, the middle-aged man, who seemed to have lost all reason, had a malevolent sneer hanging from the corner of his mouth. The fireball in his hand was as dazzling as a miniature sun, its scorching temperature causing people to feel extremely uncomfortable. All of a sudden, multicolored butterflies shot out from her body, flapping their wings as they flew forward, blotting out the skies and covering the earth. There were over 100 of them in total. Upon approaching the bodies of the demons, those enchanting butterflies started to radiate intense energy fluctuations, before exploding one after another. Every explosion was equivalent to the self-destruction of a third-order origin king cultivator. With over 100 butterflies exploding at the same time, it was a spectacular sight. The situation of the 3 demons, who were already heavily injured, became even more worrisome. Chop! The long saber in Qin Chaoyang's hand transformed into a massive beam of light as it slashed downwards. The demon surnamed Cheng, who was 10 meters away from the group, was sliced in half by this attack. Falling to the ground, he was finally dead. Zhuangpan and Du Lishan also knew that this was a matter of life and death. Not daring to hold back, they unleashed their strongest attacks to intercept Jiang Taisheng and the demon surnamed Zhou. The long sword in Yang Kai's hand unleashed an endless stream of 5 elements indestructible sword chi. Linked together, they shot towards the demon surnamed Zhou, nearly turning him into a beehive. Dragon Emperor Flash. Duan Yuanshan clasped his hands together, before suddenly pushing them forward. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, a dragon shadow pounced forward, turning into the final straw that broke the camel's back. It struck the chest of the demon surnamed Zhou, causing his already broken body to explode into several pieces, before falling from the sky. Where's Jiang Taisheng? Qin Chaoyang's expression suddenly changed as he asked in a low voice. In this moment of chaos, he suddenly discovered that Jiang Taisheng had disappeared. Everyone was greatly shocked as they hurriedly looked around. "Over here!" Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. Relying on his attainments in the Tao of space, he was able to keenly capture Jiang Taisheng's traces. The long sword in his hand trembled, before shooting out, transforming into a streak of light. Pu. Jiang Taisheng's figure mysteriously appeared, before the long sword pierced through his heart. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Taisheng had actually already arrived in front of them. Although he had suffered a fatal injury, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, an extremely unstable energy fluctuation was emitted from his body. A searing pain radiated from his back, while the blood and qi in his chest roiled, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of golden blood. The aftershocks gradually dissipated. The current situation was too horrible to look at. Everyone was gasping for breath, while their faces were filled with palpitations. Ordinary First-Order Tao Source Realm Masters would definitely not be able to cause such a powerful explosion. The reason why Jiang Taisheng was able to do so was definitely because he had been demonized. How's the repair of the seal coming along? Duan Yuanshan suddenly turned his head towards Qin Yu and asked. At this moment, one of the 7 Tao Source Realm cultivators had fled. One was dead, and the fate of the last one was unknown. It was already impossible for them to continue maintaining the spirit array. If the repair of the seal was completed, everyone could immediately retreat back to Maplewood City. If there was still a small gap, Duan Yuanshan felt that they could still put in a bit more effort. If there was a large gap, they could only immediately flee. Upon hearing his question, everyone turned their gazes towards Qin Yu. In the next instant, everyone's faces turned blank as looks of despair appeared on their faces. That's because the seal on the stone wall appeared to be much more tattered than before. Clearly, it had been affected by the explosion earlier. At this very moment, a faint golden glow was sparkling from the seal on the stone wall, while lines of squirming earthworm-like patterns continued to swim about, appearing as if they had devoured some kind of vitality and were about to turn into living creatures. Furthermore, a peculiar attractive force was radiating from the stone wall, causing people to be reluctant to shift their gazes away. Upon sensing this, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Hurriedly biting their tongues, they closed their eyes while their minds were still clear. "We can't stay here for long. Everyone, hurry up and leave." Duan Yuanshan knew that the situation was hopeless. As he spoke, he rushed over to Qin Chaoyang's side and extended his hand to check his breathing. After confirming that he was still alive, a look of joy appeared on his face as he lifted him up. The middle-aged man and Hua Qingxi exchanged glances, both of them wanting to retreat. "Little brother, let's go." Hua Qingxi shouted towards Yang Kai, who was still standing in his original spot, appearing extremely concerned about him. "There seems to be something wrong with Lord Yang's situation," Qin Yu shouted out with a sobbing tone. She had been protected by Yang Kai earlier, so she had not suffered any injuries. On the contrary, Yang Kai had been struck by the frightening energy wave, causing him to spit out a mouthful of golden blood onto the stone wall. Qin Yu had clearly seen that after Yang Kai had spat out that mouthful of golden blood, the entire stone wall had become slightly different, brimming with vitality and a bizarre demonic power. Unable to help himself, he opened his mouth and cried out. Boundless demonic qi continued to flood into his body through the destruction of the seal, causing his flesh and blood to crumble apart. However, under the dual effects of his golden blood and demonic qi, he was rapidly reborn. This kind of pain was even more unbearable than the legendary pain of being sliced into pieces. However, what caused Yang Kai to feel even more terrified was that the black-eyed giant demon that had been hovering in the air was rapidly closing in on him. Yang Kai could clearly feel a joyous emotion being transmitted from the black-eyed giant demon, as though it had finally found something after waiting for countless years. In the next instant, the black-eyed giant demon wrapped itself around Yang Kai, before gushing into his body like an invisible object. In the next instant, a pitch-black energy pillar suddenly erupted from Yang Kai, shooting straight into the sky, dispersing the clouds and reaching the peak of the horizon. The boundless demonic chi that had pervaded a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers seemed to have been attracted by something, as it rolled over from far and near locations, frantically converging towards Yang Kai. Within the demonic chi, countless demonic creatures turned around and looked towards Yang Kai's location. They had long since lost their consciousness, and did not know what life, death, and pain were. However, expressions of joy appeared on their faces, as they knelt down one after another, revealing pious expressions of worship. It was as though a king that had been waiting for countless years had finally returned, as though an invincible sovereign had finally awakened. 500 kilometers away, Duan Yuanshan was protecting Qin Yu and the unconscious Qin Chaoyang, as they fought a bloody battle against a group of demonic creatures. The demonic creatures were not difficult to deal with. After all, their cultivation levels were different, and they were far from being a match for Duan Yuanshan. However, there were simply too many of them, and it was impossible to kill them all. Duan Yuanshan also had to protect the two members of the Qin family, which made it even more difficult for him to deal with them. Seeing that the demonic creatures were about to break through his defensive perimeter, Duan Yuanshan no longer cared about his own injuries and bit the tip of his tongue, burning his blood essence. However, right at this moment, a violent howl rang out from afar, piercing through their eardrums. The demonic chi surged and rolled, as the demonic creatures knelt down one after another, completely ignoring them. Duan Yuanshan's eyes narrowed. Although he did not know what had happened, he knew that time was not on his side. He was not in the mood to fight against the boundless demonic creatures. So he took the two members of the Qin family and flew into the sky, frantically fleeing towards Maplewood City. Along the way, the densely packed demonic creatures all knelt down on the ground, while the demonized monster beast was actually crawling on the ground, motionless. Exactly what's going on? Doubts arose in Duan Yuanshan's heart as he turned around to take a look. However, he was unable to see anything, with only a stretch of pitch-black darkness. Nevertheless, he was able to clearly sense terrifying energy fluctuations radiating from the seal. On the various city walls of Maplewood City, countless cultivators were dumbfounded by what they saw. That's because the demonic creatures, who were still madly attacking the defensive light barrier a moment ago, had all stopped moving in the span of a single breath, as though they had all died in an instant. However, there were some sharp-eyed cultivators who were able to see through the pitch-black demonic chi to observe the situation, and were still able to see the vague figures of the demonic creatures. Even though he was from the Flying Saint Palace, he was still somewhat unable to understand exactly what kind of monster he was looking at. As his voice rang out, the two completely different colored gazes suddenly turned towards him, and Hua Qingxi. Not good. Upon making contact with the two gazes, Hua Qingxi suddenly felt her head sink. Her beautiful face contorted as she roared out, "Hurry and run!" As she spoke, she formed a hand seal. With a bang, her entire body transformed into over 100 colorful butterflies that flew off in all directions. Seeing her leave so decisively, how could the middle-aged man not know that he had just witnessed a great disaster? Hurriedly biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was enveloped by a layer of red light as he hastily retreated a few dozen kilometers away. She felt just like a little lamb facing off against a savage and ferocious king of the jungle, where her life and death would be decided with a single thought from the other party. The only thing that Hua Qingxi felt fortunate was that Yang Kai did not try to kill her the moment they met. This allowed her to see a sliver of hope for survival. "It's me, your big sister. Don't you remember me, little brother?" Hua Qingxi brushed her hair behind her ear as she continued to try. She did not know if she was lucky or unlucky, but as expected, Yang Kai appeared to be moved by her words. His dual-colored eyes started to tremble intensely once again, as if his consciousness was resisting against something. "Little brother, I've just saved your life. You're not thinking of killing me, are you? You're repaying kindness with enmity, right?" Hua Qingxi's clothes were completely drenched in cold sweat, revealing her beautiful and voluptuous figure. Bean-sized beads of perspiration rolled down her forehead, while her face turned pale. Nevertheless, she still forced herself to remain calm. Roar! Yang Kai, who was wrapped in demonic qi, suddenly reached out and covered his head, letting out a low roar from his throat. Hua Qingxi was shocked and hurriedly retreated a few steps. However, on second thought, with the opponent's current strength, it would be useless no matter how far she retreated. She could not help but smile bitterly, and simply stood in place without moving. "If you don't say anything, your big sister will leave," Hua Qingxi gently probed. Seeing that Yang Kai did not respond, she was overjoyed and said, "Then the green mountains will not change, and the green water will flow forever. Let's meet again if fate wills it." Speaking up to this point, she once again displayed the divine technique of 100 discs. In an instant, she transformed into countless multicolored butterflies and fled into the distance like a gust of wind. However, at this moment, the roaring Yang Kai suddenly straightened his body, stretched out his hand, and grabbed in the direction of the countless butterflies. The 100 discs dissipated, and Hua Qingxi's body reappeared. Her face was extremely ugly. She suddenly became angry and shouted, "What the hell do you want? You didn't say a word, and you won't let me go. Just kill me." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and grabbed in her direction. "Ah." Hua Qingxi's heart sank on the spot. She was shocked and said, "I was joking. Why did you take it seriously? Don't." As she spoke, she desperately urged her source qi to resist. However, the gap in strength between her and Yang Kai was enough for the latter to easily crush her. Before she could raise her source qi, Hua Qingxi felt her body tighten, as if she was wrapped in an invisible force. A suffocating feeling hit her. The next moment, her head became heavy and her feet became light. Her divine sense became chaotic, and her vision turned black. By the time she regained her senses, Hua Qingxi was standing in a daze in an empty field, her pretty face pale as snow. She turned her head and looked around. She found that this place was flat and surrounded by a dense forest. A strong wind blew, cool and refreshing. This wasn't the star boundary. Hua Qingxi immediately felt the difference between this place and the star boundary. She couldn't tell what the difference was, but she was sure that this place was definitely not the star boundary. Did she die? Hua Qingxi stood there with a blank expression. Death wasn't as terrifying as she had imagined. She didn't even feel anything before dying. Why would she come to this place after dying? Then where was that annoying guy from the Flying Saint Palace? Could this be the legendary infernal prison? Her thoughts ran wild, and Hua Qingxi couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. "Oh, I didn't kill you but instead sent you here." She shouted loudly. She knew all three of them and had naturally heard about the artifacts they used. Even if she had never seen them before, she knew what they were after seeing them now. The long sword in Chen Wenhao's hand was also not an ordinary artifact. It was the Emperor artifact, Flowing Water Sword. 3 great emperors' artifacts. 3 great emperors' venerable realm experts had attacked together. She seemed to have seen Yang Kai, who was like a demon king, fall. This made her smell the scent of freedom. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the blazing sun shrouded the sky. Yang Kai seemed to have sensed a fatal threat. He suddenly roared, and a majestic and masculine aura suddenly erupted, completely different from the evil and violent aura from before. In the next moment, his arm that was stuck in Chen Wenhao's water transformation body suddenly swelled. Dragon scales appeared on his arm, and his entire hand suddenly turned into a dragon claw. With this help, he suddenly jerked. Chen Wenhao let out a muffled groan. His water transformation body seemed to be unable to maintain, and Yang Kai broke free, leaving behind a trail of blood. Immediately after, Yang Kai turned around and grabbed towards the plasma that was bombarding him. Ci la la. Yang Kai's body trembled violently. He had actually blocked the attack of Feng Ming's secret technique with his dragon claw. However, he couldn't get rid of the numbness caused by the electric current surging through his body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes turned cold, and she increased the power of the blazing sun mirror. The demonic qi on the surface of Yang Kai's body evaporated faster and faster, causing him to cry out in pain, as if he was suffering great torment. Die, all of you must die. A roar rang out, and the space within a radius of 12 miles suddenly changed. A kind of world principle power was added to her body, and Gao Shueting's movements couldn't help but pause. On the other side, Chen Wenhao, who had been shaken off by Yang Kai, was about to attack with his sword, but his body also sank. Space principle? Gao Shueting screamed, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. Since the 3 of them from the Emperor realm were able to reach their current level, they naturally had their own unique understanding of the world principle power. The 3 of them had comprehended the world principle power according to the secret technique or cultivation method they cultivated, and that was how they had advanced to the Emperor realm's level. Every member of the Emperor realm had a different understanding of the world principle power, and the territory they specialized in was also quite different. Only those geniuses who were blessed by the heavens could comprehend the most profound and most primitive world principle power in a unique territory. The 5 elemental principles, the true essence of various powers, and the mysteries of various divine technique were the cornerstones of the Emperor realm's gradual growth. Among them, the most difficult world principle power to comprehend were a few mysterious and difficult to comprehend. Without a doubt, the space principle was one of them, and it was almost impossible to comprehend. For countless years in the astral plane, countless great emperors had used their understanding of the world principle power to reach the peak, but no one had ever heard of anyone who used the space principle power to reach this step. The space principle power was too profound, and even the Emperor realm would shrink back at the sight of it. But right now, a demonized demon was actually using the space principle power to seal this area. Gao Shueting's breathing stopped. While she was in a daze, Yang Kai had already charged straight at her with the radiant sun mirror's divine might. Like a bolt of lightning, his speed was unimaginably fast. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already charged in front of Gao Shueting. He completely ignored this enemy who wanted to kill him, and instead threw a punch at the radiant sun mirror. Roar! Roar! The roar of a dragon rang out, and 12 pitch-black demonic dragons shot out from his fist, fluttering in the air. Even though Gao Shueting reacted quickly and dodged in time, she still couldn't completely avoid them. Boom! 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 The pitch-black demonic dragons collided with the radiant sun mirror, and the radiant sun mirror flickered. When Gao Shueting flew to Feng Ming and Chen Wenhao's side, her pretty face had an ugly expression, and she looked at the Emperor artifact that she had spent so much effort to refine with heartache. The radiant sun mirror seemed to be shrouded in a faint layer of black gas, which damaged its spirituality. Inside the sealed world bead, Hua Qingxi was dumbfounded. Her small mouth opened into a circle, and she said in a low voice, "He's so strong." Originally, she thought that with the 3 great emperors working together, and even using their emperor artifacts. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to take down Yang Kai? But after a round of confrontation, it was the three from the emperor realm who suffered losses, and Yang Kai was unstoppable. Hua Qingxi couldn't accept this at all. The principle of sword Dao condensed on the long sword in his hand and stabbed at him slowly and cautiously. 3,000 sword Dao. Chen Wenhao shouted. The sword stabbed out. The 9 scorching suns in the sky seemed to be overshadowed. Between heaven and earth, there was only this sword that condensed Chen Wenhao's life's work. The sword flashed, blood splattered, demonic qi surged, and Yang Kai roared. This sword finally made a great contribution. It directly pierced Yang Kai's chest and abdomen, bringing with it a pool of golden blood. In pain, Yang Kai stretched out his dragon claw and grasped the flowing water sword. He ignored the sharp sword edge cutting into his palm, and his other hand turned into a giant palm that covered the sky and slammed down on Chen Wenhao. Chen Wenhao's eyes narrowed. He wanted to retreat, but he was shocked to find that the strange principle of space was approaching him again, and he couldn't help but pause. In this moment of delay, Yang Kai's palm was already in front of him. Displacement transposition. Gao Shueting's voice sounded. She put her palms together and pushed forward. A scorching sun hanging high in the sky suddenly replaced Chen Wenhao and was directly shattered by the giant palm. On the other side, Chen Wenhao's figure appeared. His face was slightly pale, and he nodded to Gao Shueting to express his gratitude. If Gao Shueting hadn't used her secret technique to get him away, he would have been injured. Did you forget someone else? A voice suddenly sounded behind Yang Kai. While Yang Kai was entangled with Chen Wenhao, Feng Ming had already rushed in front of Yang Kai with the Thunder Goose spear in his hand. He pointed the tip of the spear forward and condensed his source qi, which suddenly exploded. Thunder Goose explosion. A huge thunder ball suddenly appeared at the tip of the spear. It was filled with violent thunder power that could destroy the world, and it suddenly exploded beside Yang Kai. Thunder danced wildly and silver snakes ran. The ground turned into a territory of electricity. At that moment, the demonic qi behind Yang Kai disappeared temporarily, revealing a figure full of bones. This attack seemed to have caused great damage to him. Feng Ming didn't even have the time to be happy before he saw Kai Yang suddenly turn around and send a palm towards him. You dare to look down on me? Feng Ming was furious when he saw Yang Kai casually attacking him. He pointed his spear and attacked again. However, this time he missed. The figure in front of him disappeared. Feng Ming's heart instinctively tightened. He withdrew his spear and retreated, his face full of vigilance. After all, the person he was fighting was a terrifying existence who could use the law of space. Feng Ming did not dare to let his guard down. At the same time, Chen Wenhao also spread out his divine thought. He wanted to find Yang Kai. However, at this moment, a delicate cry suddenly sounded. When he turned his head to look at the battlefield again, the embodiment showed a deep worry. Although it seemed like they were in a stalemate on the surface, the embodiment was just a cultivator in the first-order Dao source realm. Even with the help of the demonic qi, it was still not enough to fight against 3 masters from the Emperor realm at the same time. The fact that the embodiment kept getting injured was the best proof. This didn't matter. The key was that the embodiment didn't run away even though he knew he was no match for them. This was what worried the embodiment the most. The embodiment didn't know whether the embodiment still had his own consciousness. He tried to contact the embodiment, but he didn't get any response. On the contrary, when he secretly told the embodiment about the flaws of Gao Shueting's Radiant Sun Sky Territory secret technique, the embodiment actually paid attention to it. Otherwise, the embodiment wouldn't have dragged Gao Shueting out of her hiding place and almost severely injured her. It was definitely not a good thing for the embodiment to suddenly obtain such powerful power, and it was the evil and violent power of the ancient great demons. Once it lasted for a long time, no one could tell what would happen. Chapter 2104. A few thousand kilometers away in Maplewood City, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the city no longer had the joy of surviving a calamity. Instead, they all looked towards a certain direction in horror. In that direction, there was a violent energy fluctuation, followed by a deafening explosion. Duan Yuanshan, Drunkard, Qin Chaoyang and the Tao Source Realm old ancestors of the various great families stood on the city walls, their gazes piercing through the void as if they were trying to find some clues. City Lord Master, who is fighting over there? Liang family's old ancestor, Liang Penglu asked in shock. Duan Yuanshan pondered for a moment and said, "This Duan met Master Qin and the other two Master of Heavenly Martial Holy Land on the way back. I think they are the ones who are causing the commotion." Master Chun Wenhao, who came to our Maplewood City last time. Xian family's old ancestor, Xian Gaojia, narrowed his eyes. That's right. Then who is their enemy? Xian Gaojia's face was full of shock. Chun Wenhao and the other two were all masters of the Emperor realm. Even when the three of them joined forces, they were still fighting fiercely against the unknown enemy. The sky was falling and the earth was rending, and they were unable to obtain victory in the shortest time possible. It was obvious how strong the enemy was. I don't know. Duan Yuanshan shook his head. But at this moment, Yang Kai's figure inexplicably appeared in his mind. At that time, 7 great Tao Source Realm Masters brought Qinyu to repair the seal. In the end, there was a mistake. Zhuangpan escaped. The 7 points black tortoise array broke by itself. Du Lishun died tragically on the spot, and Qin Chaoyang was seriously injured and unconscious. Yang Kai was eroded by the demonic qi and stood motionless, as if he was about to turn into a demon. It was possible that Yang Kai lost his mind and became a demon. But with his foundation, even if he became a demon, could he fight against the 3 masters of the Emperor realm? Duan Yuanshan shook his head and dispelled the ridiculous thoughts in his mind. What's more, the strange ancient demonic qi had completely disappeared, and the demonic creatures whose minds had been eroded had recovered. Yang Kai should be the same. Rumble! Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang out in the sky. Along with this sound, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by something. They quickly converged in a certain direction. What happened? Xian Gaojia was the first to react, looking towards a certain direction in Maplewood City in astonishment. Duan Yuanshan also turned his head, and after taking a look for a while he exclaimed in joy. Someone in the city is about to advance to the Tao Source realm. Whose disciple is it? The ancestral patriarchs looked at each other and slowly shook their heads, indicating that it was not their clansman. Let's go and take a look. This is an omen of great prosperity after our Maplewood City's calamity. Duan Yuanshan shouted loudly, using his source qi to stimulate his voice. It was enough for all the cultivator in the city to hear it clearly. As the city lord of a city, he naturally had to reassure the people at this moment. This promotion phenomenon just happened to give him the space to do so. No matter who this person was, to be able to cause a change in the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth at this juncture was a good thing for the cultivator, who had survived the disaster in Maplewood City. It was not a bad thing. Not long after, everyone then flew to the front of the most superior cave residence. Outside the cave mansion, an old woman, a middle-aged beauty, and a young girl stood quietly in front of the cave mansion. Miss Xiaoqi? Duan Yuanshan glanced at the young girl, a stunned look on his face. It was normal for him to recognize Mo Xiaoqi. After all, they had fought together against the demonic creatures and the demonic qi. Although Mo Xiaoqi was only a third-order origin king, Duan Yuanshan did not underestimate her in the slightest. Because of the time they spent together, Duan Yuanshan discovered that the origin of this young girl was quite mysterious. She was also very knowledgeable and profound. Most importantly, Mo Xiaoqi looked only 16 or 17 years old this year. A 16 or 17-year-old third-order origin king. Even a great sect like Heavenly Martial Holy Land might not be able to nurture such a person. Only Star Soul Palace had such a possibility. For a while, Duan Yuanshan even regarded Mo Xiaoqi as a secret disciple of Star Soul Palace. Of course, he did not dare to underestimate her. City Lord Duan Seniors. Mo Xiaoqi smiled faintly and greeted everyone. Miss Xiaoqi, the person who broke through. Duan Yuanshan went straight to the point and asked. It's Spirit Pill Plaza's shopkeeper Kong. Mo Xiaoqi did not intend to hide it. Kong Si ran. Duan Yuanshan was shocked, and the old ancestors of the other families also opened their eyes wide, as if they had heard something extremely impossible. Spirit Pill Plaza was the property of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and all the masters in Maplewood City naturally knew about it. They also knew about Kong Si Ran. But it was precisely because they knew about him that they were confused. How could Kong Si Ran break through to the Dao Source Realm? His martial Dao had already reached the end, and his aptitude was only enough for him to reach the Third Order Origin King Realm. He might not be able to break through to the Dao Source Realm in his lifetime, but his hope was only 1 in 10,000. Hearing that it was Kong Si Ran's breakthrough to the Dao Source Realm, everyone was surprised. A strange look flashed across Duan Yuanshan's eyes, and he suddenly smiled. So it's shopkeeper Kong. Congratulations. There was a hint of disappointment in his tone. Although Kong Si Ran had always lived in Maplewood City, his origin and identity did not belong to Maplewood City, so his breakthrough did not have much effect on Maplewood City. This was also the reason for Duan Yuanshan's change in mood. Shopkeeper Kong must have obtained some incredible opportunity. Xian Gaojia had a thoughtful expression on his face. If not for this opportunity, with Kong Si Ran's aptitude and ability, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through to the Dao Source Realm so suddenly. Moreover, judging from the time, it seemed that he had started his secluded cultivation when the demonic qi besieged the city. Daring to enter secluded cultivation at that time to prepare for his breakthrough meant that Kong Si Ran had full confidence in his breakthrough. This kind of thing should wait until shopkeeper Kong comes out of seclusion, and seniors can ask him yourselves. Mo Xiaoqi replied with a smile. Duan Yuanshan nodded and said, naturally. He was very curious. What kind of ancient exotic tree was this? How could it have such powerful power? Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand. In the next moment, a light flashed, and the embodiment in Hua Qingxi appeared not far from Yang Kai at the same time. You've solved your problem? The embodiment stared at Yang Kai. He couldn't feel any demonic qi from him, so he couldn't help but feel strange. Yang Kai nodded, and with a move of his divine sense, he poured all kinds of information into the embodiment. After a moment of contemplation, the embodiment understood everything and nodded. So that's how it is. He also looked at the gold and silver tree, his eyes bursting with light. Little brother, how are you? Hua Qingxi forced a smile, but her expression was a little unnatural. Yang Kai's previous display of power had left a psychological shadow that was very difficult to erase. The man surnamed Fu, who was on par with her, was killed with a single palm strike. Although Yang Kai didn't kill her immediately as a prisoner, she didn't feel safe. As she spoke, she intentionally or unintentionally revealed her charm and said, "Your previous state made me very worried." Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently and said, "Let me ask you a question." "Little brother, please ask away," Hua Qingxi said embarrassedly. "Do you recognize this tree?" Yang Kai pointed at the gold and silver tree and asked. In his opinion, since Hua Qingxi was from the Star Soul Palace and had extraordinary strength, she should be very knowledgeable. Maybe she would know something. But to his disappointment, Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes were full of confusion when she looked at the strange tree. Obviously, she didn't recognize it. On the other hand, the immortal tree on the side exuded a shocking aura of life, which made Hua Qingxi take a few more glances at it. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. This is the immortal tree, Yang Kai explained. Hua Qingxi's delicate body shook, and an extremely shocked expression appeared on her face. Then, her expression changed drastically, and she covered her ears with both hands. While shaking her head, she muttered, I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it. Yang Kai was stunned and glanced at the embodiment, saying, Is this woman crazy? The embodiment chuckled. The more you know, the more dangerous your situation is. She's very smart. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded slightly and looked at Hua Qingxi with ridicule, saying, Whether you listen or not, you won't be able to obtain your freedom. Stinking brat. Hua Qingxi suddenly looked angry. She gritted her teeth and looked at Yang Kai, saying, Have I ever offended you? Why do you torture me like this? Have you forgotten who saved your life when you were in danger before? It was me. If I hadn't stopped you in time, you would have died in the hands of that bastard Fu Si Tong. As soon as that thing appeared, the temperature of the entire room suddenly rose and an aura that could burn everything spread out. This is... Lu Yan's beautiful eyes shrank as she stared at the thing in Yang Kai's hand in shock. It was a feather that was 1 meter long. It was completely golden in color, but there seemed to be a pitch-black flame burning on the feather. It seemed to be alive and jumping. At a glance, the flame seemed to be able to incinerate one's soul. The feather of a Luanfeng, Yang Kai explained. This feather of a Luanfeng was picked up by him in Clear Jade Mountain. It was not a feather left behind by a young Luanfeng, but the divine feather of an adult divine spirit. This kind of thing had always been a priceless treasure. It could be used to create the best artifacts, but Yang Kai felt that giving it to Lu Yan should be the best choice. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Kai said this, Lu Yan's tender body shook violently. She stared at the feather of a Luanfeng, and her beautiful eyes trembled. She said bitterly, I can try to refine it. That would be for the best. Yang Kai smiled and handed the feather to her. Lu Yan took it and played with it fondly. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai immediately put her into the sealed world bead, and let her refine it herself. Then Yang Kai walked out of the room and met with the Zhang family. When they saw Yang Kai, the Zhang family naturally asked about his well-being, especially Zhang Ruoxi. Although she was shy and did not say a word, Yang Kai could feel her concern and reassurance from her gaze from time to time. After chatting with the Zhang family for a while, Yang Kai returned to his room and took out the sound bead to report to Mo Xiaoqi that he was safe. Xiaoqi was very happy and immediately said that she wanted to visit Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could stop her, she cut off the connection. He could only smile helplessly. After a while, Yang Kai felt several tyrannical auras approaching from afar. Before they arrived, a person's voice came from afar. Haha, Brother Yang, we have come to visit you. The voice was full of energy and spread everywhere. After the Zhang family members heard who had sent the message, they immediately went into a panic. Under the lead of the Zhang family matriarch, they all went out to greet them. After a short while, a light flashed and several figures appeared. The Zhang family's old matriarch bowed slightly and said loudly, The Zhang family is honored by the city lord's visit. Please forgive this old matriarch for not going out to greet you. The rest of the people also greeted Duan Yuanshan. Duan Yuanshan waved his hand and said with a smile, Old matriarch, you don't need to be so courteous. This city lord came uninvited. I hope you can forgive me. And I came here to see Brother Yang. I wonder if Lord Yang is resting in the guest room. Please come in. The old matriarch's voice was steady, but anyone could see that she was suppressing her excitement. Normally, how could a small family like the Zhang family enter the eyes of the city lord master? City lord, what do you mean by this? Yang Kai pretended to be confused and asked. Duan Yuanshan said. At that time, Zhuang Pan escaped, and the 7 points black tortoise array collapsed by itself, while you were corroded by the demonic qi. This Duan couldn't save you, and every time I think about it, I feel apologetic. Yang Kai shook his head and said, City Lord Duan is too serious. I was naturally aware of the situation at that time, and it wasn't your fault. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Duan Yuanshan said with a smile, Brother Yang is really a reasonable person. Humph, he's just greedy for life and afraid of death. Kong Si Ran said angrily. Duan Yuanshan chuckled and cupped his fists. Brother Yang, you should rest for the next few days. We'll take our leave. Yang Kai nodded and watched the three leave before returning to his room and sitting down. Half an hour later he opened his eyes again and said calmly, Since you're here, come in. Why are you sneaking around outside? Chapter 21:10. Just as Yang Kai finished speaking, a person rushed in from the outside like a bolt of lightning. With a wave of his hand, the door was closed again. Looking at the person who had just arrived, Yang Kai cupped his hands and laughed. Old Mr. Qin. The person who had just arrived was none other than the old ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Chaoyang. Little brother Yang. Qin Chaoyang returned the greeting with a slightly embarrassed expression. Yang Kai asked, Old Mr. Qin, why are you here instead of recuperating in the family? Qin Chaoyang's complexion was not very good. It was obvious that he had not fully recovered from his previous injury. However, what made Yang Kai feel even more strange was that Qin Chaoyang had not come with Duan Yuanshan to visit him. Instead, he had secretly come alone. Yang Kai thought for a moment and somewhat understood what Qin Chaoyang wanted to do. This old master's injury is not serious. Qin Chaoyang waved his hand and found a place to sit down. When I heard that little brother Yang had returned safely, this old master hurriedly rushed over. However, I did not expect that the city lord's master would be one step ahead of me. So you hid outside? Yang Kai chuckled. There are some things that are not convenient to say in front of the city lord's master. Qin Chaoyang said awkwardly. Ai. Yang Kai sighed and looked sincerely at Qin Chaoyang. I roughly understand old Mr. Qin's intentions, but please forgive me for boldly refusing. Qin Chaoyang asked curiously. This old master hasn't said anything yet, and you already know? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Old Mr. Qin, didn't you come here to ask me to join your Qin family? Did I make it that obvious? Qin Chaoyang was startled. Yang Kai nodded. Old Sir Qin has already asked me several times before. If I still can't figure it out, then I'll leave. Wouldn't I be a fool if I didn't know? Furthermore, it was said that the Jiang family's businesses would be taken over by the Qin family. The Qin family swallowed up the Jiang family's enormous foundation in one go. If they don't have enough martial power to deter others, I'm afraid they won't be able to deter others from taking action. Brother, you know me. Hearing this, Qin Chaoyang's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. That's right, this old man came here specifically to invite you to be my Qin family's grand elder. Your status is the same as mine. When the time comes, you and I will join hands. I believe that the other old fogies won't dare to be presumptuous. Yang Kai sighed. I just rejected the vice-castellan position that Castellan Duan promised me. When Qin Chaoyang heard this, his face immediately darkened. He said disappointedly, I see. Both of them were smart people. Yang Kai didn't need to explain too much. Qin Chaoyang knew that he had no chance. Yang Kai had just rejected Duan Yuanshan's invitation. If he accepted Qin Chaoyang in the blink of an eye, Duan Yuanshan would definitely offend him in the future. Duan Yuanshan would think that Yang Kai was looking down on him, and might even hold a grudge against him. At that time, the Qin family wouldn't be able to stay out of this matter. He had hired a grand elder, but ended up offending the city lord's mansion. This was not a good deal. Qin Chaoyang was clear in his heart. He looked at Qin Chaoyang. Yang Kai said somewhat shamefully, "Originally, old Mr. Qin taught me the formation method of the 7 points black tortoise formation. If the Qin family needs it, I will not refuse. But this matter, if I agree, it will only harm the Qin family. I can only disappoint old Mr. Qin." "I understand." Qin Chaoyang nodded. "But..." Yang Kai changed the topic. "If the Qin family needs help in the future, I can help as a friend. When the time comes, I hope old Mr. Qin will not be polite." Qin Chaoyang raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Chapter 21:12. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Yang Kai stood up and looked down at her condescendingly. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled up into a smile as he stroked his chin and said, "Actually, if you want to regain your freedom, it's quite simple." "What do you mean?" Hua Qingxi shuddered and looked at Yang Kai warily. "What do you want to do?" Yang Kai snorted and said, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. But if you really want to regain your freedom, you should obediently hand over your soul brand to me. Maybe I can consider it. The strength of the third order Dao source realm is not bad for me right now." Wishful thinking. Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth and said, not waiting for Yang Kai to finish his words, "Then goodbye." Yang Kai waved at her and directly left the small sealed world bead. Hua Qingxi was left alone in a daze. After a long while, she cried out in grief, "Come back, come back, come back." In the side room, Yang Kai reappeared. After pondering for a moment, he turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the Zhang family's old mansion, heading in the direction of Maplewood City. A moment later, he arrived at Maplewood City. He did not look for Mo Shaoqi and Kong Ran, but went straight to the Qin family's residence. He had been to the Qin family once, so he was quite familiar with the place. With just a sweep of his divine sense, he found Qin Yu's location. He had no intention of hiding his aura, and just swaggered over there. Not long after, he came to a side room and gently knocked on the window. "Who is it?" A low cry came from inside. Kai Yang nodded in agreement. The room was silent for a while, but soon. Then he heard a series of light footsteps moving. He came to the window and opened it. Qin Yu looked at Yang Kai in surprise and confusion. "Yang? Lord Yang? It's so late. Why are you looking for me?" "And I have something to ask you," Yang Kai replied, looking inside and asking, "Can I go in and talk?" Qin Yu blushed and said, "Master, please come in." As soon as her voice fell, Yang Kai directly flashed in through the window. Qin Yu's face turned even redder. It was night. Yang Kai did not enter through the front door, but took a different way through the window. If someone who did not know the truth saw this, it would cause a misunderstanding. However, Qin Yu wasn't worried about Yang Kai. After all, with Yang Kai's strength, if he really wanted to do something to her, he could do it without anyone noticing. There was no need for him to deliberately expose his identity. After sitting down, Qin Yu offered him tea and said, "Master, what do you want to ask me?" Yang Kai picked up his teacup and took a sip before saying, "Sister Qin is beautiful on the outside and intelligent on the inside. Her intelligence is peerless, and her knowledge and experience is something I have never seen before in my life. I mainly want to ask you to solve my doubts. Qin Yu pursed her lips and said with a smile, Master, you flatter me. I'm just a little more educated. If there's anything I can do to help, Master, please don't hesitate to tell me. Yang Kai grinned and said, Then I'll get straight to the point. But I hope today's talk. I swear on my divine soul that I won't reveal it to a third person. Qin Yu said seriously. Yang Kai looked up at her, thinking that it was easy to talk to smart people. He said, Outside the city, I was invaded by the demonic qi. I was almost turned into a demon. I'm sure you saw it. Hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. She nodded and said, Master, heaven helps the worthy. You're safe now. During the period when I was corroded by the demon qi and turned into a demon, many strange images appeared in my mind. Yang Kai casually made up a story. Qin Yu said in surprise, Many strange images? Yes. Yang Kai nodded his head. Back then, we used our secret technique to pry into Jiang Chuhi's knowledge sea and saw the silhouette of the ancient giant demon. Therefore, I'm guessing that there might be a sliver of the ancient giant demon's remnant within the demon qi, retaining many of the knowledge and experience of the ancient giant demon. After being corroded by the demon qi, it had the opportunity to see these things. Master's words make sense. I think so too, Qin Yu said happily, as if she had found a confidant. However, what I saw was different from what Jiang Chuhi saw. Although those images were fragmented, there was no trace of the ancient great demon. Oh, what kind of images were they? Qin Yu said with interest. Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look and said in a low voice, There are too many images, and I can only see two of them clearly. The first one is a seed that is half gold and half silver in color. After it was planted, the seed grew into a gold and silver colored tree. Gold and silver colored divine lights twined around it, overlapping and alternating, as if it possessed great power. A gold and silver strange tree? Qin Yu said with a surprised look on her face. She covered her mouth and exclaimed. Yang Kai nodded seriously and looked at her. I wonder if young lady Qin knows what this gold and silver strange tree is. This young lady seems to remember reading about this strange tree somewhere. Qin Yu frowned as she tried hard to recall. Yang Kai's expression shook as he looked at her expectantly. However, even after a long time, Qin Yu was unable to give a correct answer. She shook her head and said, I'm sorry, Master. I have indeed read about it, but I can't remember it for the time being. How about this, Master? Give me a few days, and I'll look up the ancient books I've read before. I should be able to find the relevant records. Alright, there's no hurry anyway. I'm just very curious about what it is. Yang Kai chuckled. Although he was a little disappointed in his heart, he did not show it. What about the second image that Master saw? Qin Yu asked. It's a token that's the size of a palm. It's made of a strange material. It's neither gold nor wood. There's the word dragon on the front, and it seems to be written with ancient characters. There's a picture of a real dragon soaring in the sky behind it. The Dragon Island token. This time, Qin Yu gave the answer as soon as Yang Kai finished his description. Is that really the Dragon Island token? Yang Kai was delighted. Although Hua Qingxi had told him that it might be a Dragon Island token from the Dragon Island, he did not believe it completely. Moreover, Hua Qingxi was not sure if his judgment was correct. However, since Qin Yu said so, it was highly likely that it was true. If Master's description is correct, then it's definitely the Dragon Island token. Chapter 21:13. When Yang Kai returned to the Zhang family, he pushed open the door of the guest room and saw Zhang Ruoxi sitting in a chair, looking like she was about to cry. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Ruoxi looked up and her beautiful eyes flashed with joy. Quickly getting up, she called out in a panic, Sir. Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled. What's wrong? Did you think I left the Zhang family alone and now you're crying? Zhang Ruoxi pursed her red lips and slowly shook her head. Then why are you crying? Yang Kai asked. Zhang Ruoxi whispered. Since Ruashi has followed Sir, I have nothing to do with the Zhang family anymore. Ruashi thought Sir didn't want me anymore. Speaking of this, she suddenly summoned up her courage and looked up at Yang Kai, saying in a deep voice, Sir, Ruashi knows her strength is low and can't help you. On the contrary, Sir has been taking care of me. But Ruashi can serve you tea, make your bed, and do some trivial things for you. I can be a servant. After that, she seems to be a little shocked at herself for saying such a thing. Quickly lowering her head, her pretty face blushed as she quickly bowed her head. Ruashi has been rude. Please rest, mister. After saying this, she turned around and wanted to leave. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Yang Kai suddenly called her. Zhang Ruashi's tender body trembled. She stood there uneasily and asked in a trembling voice, Sir, do you have any orders? She seemed to have thought of something and her face became nervous. Her two small hands were placed on her abdomen and unconsciously entangled together. Her face was as red as fire. The sound of his heart beating like a war drum came from his small chest. Yang Kai looked at her. Don't underestimate yourself. Since I promised the old madam to take you with me, there is naturally something I need your help with. Something I can help with. Zhang Ruashi heard this and her beautiful eyes lit up. She eagerly asked, What does Sir want me to do? Can you tell me? Yang Kai smiled. I wanted to wait until your strength improved a little before telling you. But since you are so anxious, then there is no harm in telling you first. While talking, Yang Kai took out the space spirit jade he obtained from the Lu family's Lu Baichuan from his space ring. When this space spirit jade appeared, Zhang Ruashi's tender body trembled. She stared at it and murmured, This feeling. At this moment, the space spirit jade seemed to have been stimulated by something, and it was constantly emitting spatial energy fluctuations, causing the space around it to become chaotic, as if it was about to sink into the void. Lu Baichuan was right. Zhang Ruashi was the key to the space spirit jade's reaction. As long as Zhang Ruashi's space to a certain extent, it to do yang. It was for this reason that Lu Baichuan was able to gain a basic understanding of the Tao of space. To marry Yang's, Yang Kai's to marry to the Lu families to heaven is to the Lu families to have to study to spaces. Yang's yang spaces. To yang to raise to uses to. Yang Kai waved his hand and space principles surged, completely sealing off the room and isolating the transmission of energy fluctuations. What can you feel? Yang Kai looked at Zhang Ruashi and asked. Ruashi can't explain it clearly. Zhang Ruashi shook her head slowly. But this feeling is very familiar. When I visited the Lu family before, I often had this feeling. It was as if something was calling out to me from somewhere in the Lu family. It's just that it wasn't as strong as it is now. Yang Kai nodded, thinking that the connection between Zhang Ruashi and the space spirit jade should be two-way. Do you recognize this thing? Yang Kai asked. Zhang Ruashi shook her head slowly. I got it from Lu Baichuan, Yang Kai said. Granduncle Lu's thing? Zhang Ruashi was surprised. This kind of fundamental damage couldn't be healed by ordinary spirit pills. If left alone, Zhang Ruashi's body would rapidly age. After an unknown amount of time, the drop of true dragon blood was finally completely refined by Yang Kai. He slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Feeling it slightly, Yang Kai could clearly feel that his cultivation realm had not increased, but he could clearly feel that he had become stronger. This strength was not reflected in his physical body, but dragon transformation. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. The power of the dragon blood in his bloodline was stimulated, and the bones in his hands suddenly exploded, turning into two sharp dragon claws with a series of cracking sounds. On his arms, dragon scales condensed from source chi slowly appeared. These dragon scales were a fiery red, and each one seemed to contain the power of fire. Even the real dragon scale on his chest began to change under the influence of the dragon blood. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, 4 turned into 8. Yang Kai's entire body seemed to be wearing a dragon scale armor. He waved his hands, feeling the endless power in his body, and laughed happily. Chapter 21:15. After refining the true dragon's blood, the dragonification secret technique he used was obviously different from before. The first difference was that he now had a two-handed dragon claw instead of a single-handed one. The power of the dragon claw was invincible and could break through anything. It was enough to confront Yang Kai's artifact head-on, so the two-handed dragon claw was naturally much more powerful than the single-handed one. The second significant difference was naturally the change in the dragon scales. Although the dragon scales on his arms were also manifested from his own strength, they weren't fiery red, but now they had a trace of the fire dragon's aura, so they were obviously more solid. There was also the dragon scale armor on his chest, which was enough to provide Yang Kai with an extremely strong defense. Just refining a drop of true dragon's blood had such a miraculous effect. So what would happen if he completely refined the verdant dragon bone sword into his body? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart burned with passion. With a thought, he dispersed the dragon transformation secret technique, and sat down cross-legged again. Refining the true dragon's blood was relatively simple, as he could directly swallow it into his stomach, but the dragon bone sword was different. It was a piece of true dragon's spine, so he couldn't do the same. Fortunately, Yang Kai had roughly refined it before, so he could absorb it into his body. So he only needed to spend some time to slowly fuse with it. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and directly separated the two materials in the dragon bone sword, the true dragon's spine and the dragon bead, fusing them into his body and gradually refining them. The small sealed world was peaceful, and a month passed in a flash. During this month, people constantly came from Maplewood City to visit Yang Kai. Mo Xiaoqi came the most. Next was Kong Si Ran, and of course, the City Lord's mansion and the Dao Source Realm old ancestors of other families. However, the Zhang family's matriarch received a message from Yang Kai, telling her that he was in retreat and wouldn't see any guests, so she could only brace herself and block these guests outside. Mo Xiaoqi, Kong Si Ran, Duan Yuan Shan, Qin Chaoyang and the others were easy to talk to, so when they heard that Yang Kai was in retreat, they didn't force them. Instead, they asked about Yang Kai's recent situation with concern. After a while, the Zhang family's matriarch became familiar with several Dao Source Realm old ancestors, and received a lot of help. On the other hand, the Dao Source Realm old ancestors of the other great families didn't look so happy. All of them had come here enthusiastically, wanting to win over Yang Kai and hire him as an elder or foreign elder, but being blocked by an old woman at the First Order Origin King realm. They naturally felt left out. The old woman of the Zhang family, and the beautiful woman. Although he was scared out of his wits, he could only explain with a smile. After a few times, no one came to this place anymore. Fortunately, even though these Dao Source Realm masters were unhappy with the Zhang family's hospitality, they still had the protection of the City Lord's mansion, so they didn't dare to make things too difficult for this group of orphans and widows. How could they still exist peacefully? 1 month later, Yang Kai came out of seclusion safely. When the members of the Zhang family heard the news, they all came to meet him. After a series of greetings, the old woman said, "Master, many people came to visit Master while you were in seclusion." I know. Yang Kai didn't ask who it was because he could guess. In addition, Spirit Pill Plaza's shopkeeper Kong and the girl named Mo Xiaoqi each left a jade slip for Master, the old woman said as she winked at Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi understood and handed over the 2 jade slips respectfully, then stood beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became awkward, knowing that he was being ignorant again, so he said, "Since it is a secret territory in the Southern Territory, doesn't that mean that anyone can enter?" Qin Chaoyang smiled bitterly. "If that is the case, then that is good. However, since ancient times, the Four Seasons realm has been controlled by the great sects in the Southern Territory, and each sect has a specific quota of disciples who can enter. It is impossible for people like our Maplewood City to have the opportunity to enter." "Then what should we do?" Yang Kai frowned. "Use this," Qin Chaoyang said as he reached out and took out a token from his chest. When the token was taken out, Qin Chaoyang's old face turned slightly red. Yang Kai took it suspiciously, but after glancing at it, his body trembled and the corners of his mouth twitched as he said, "Brother Qin, where did you get this thing? Does you or know that you are so disrespectful?" Since Brother Qin is willing to provide me with this rare opportunity, how can I not seize it? I also want to see the sealed world in the Southern Territory. Speaking of this, Yang Kai showed a look of yearning. This time, it was Qin Zhaoyang who had entrusted him to enter the Four Seasons realm to find the tribulation fruit. But if he thought about it from another perspective, it was actually an opportunity. The elite disciples of the major sects were all rushing to enter the sealed world, and there were obviously a lot of good things inside. Not to mention the precious treasures hidden in it. Just the countless young talents alone were worth Yang Kai entering and taking a look. This was an excellent opportunity to test his strength. Great! Qin Chaoyang didn't expect Yang Kai to agree so readily. Originally, he was worried that Yang Kai would refuse, but he didn't expect that he didn't need to persuade him at all. Overjoyed, he said excitedly, "Because I don't know when the Four Seasons realm will open, but I'm afraid that things will change if we delay. If Brother Yang has nothing else to do, how about we set off tomorrow? It will take more than 10 days to get to Azure Sun Temple." "Okay." Yang Kai nodded and got up. "Then I'll go back and prepare first. I'll come to you tomorrow." "Then it's settled." After a short while, Yang Kai left the Qin family and returned to the Zhang family. Not long after Yang Kai left, Qin Yu suddenly came to the secret room again. Looking at Qin Chaoyang's face, he understood and asked in a low voice, "Old ancestor, Lord Yang, did he agree?" "He agreed very quickly," Qin Chaoyang said happily. "I didn't need to say anything at all. Brother Yang is really a straightforward person." "Then did old ancestor tell him about the risks of entering? In there, killing and stealing treasures is normal. The disciples of the major sects fight openly and secretly, and no one forbids them. Although Lord Yang is strong, he is only a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. What if?" Qin Chaoyang heard this and fell silent for a while before saying, "I don't think Brother Yang is a short-lived person. Since when did old ancestor learn to judge people's appearance?" Qin Yu gritted his teeth. Qin Chaoyang looked embarrassed and said helplessly, "There is no other way. In Maplewood City, there is no one in the Qin family that can be trusted. Besides Brother Yang, I can't think of anyone else. How about old ancestor go alone?" Qin Yu's face darkened and said, "If old ancestor goes personally, I'm afraid you won't be able to come back. The Qin family has just taken over the Jiang family's business. If you leave, who can maintain the current situation?" After a pause, she said, "Forget it. Old ancestor, give the Qin family's myriad sword and the method to use it to him." Myriad sword. Qin Chaoyang's face changed drastically when he heard this. That was passed down by the Qin family's ancestors. Knows that the myriad sword is of great importance, but there is no one in my Qin family who can use this emperor artifact now. Senior Yang's cultivation is a little lacking, but I think that with his strength, he should be able to display a little of the myriad sword's power. Perhaps it will be able to help him in the Four Seasons realm, and turn misfortune into fortune. Since Lord Yang is willing to risk his life for the Qin family can't just stand there and do nothing. If we do, I will feel uneasy." "Since you said so, forget it. When he comes tomorrow, I will give him the myriad sword. I hope he can understand your painstaking efforts. Qin Chaoyang sighed and finally compromised. On the way back to the Zhang family, Yang Kai explained a few things to Zhang Ruoxi, telling her that he was going out for a while, and that she should cultivate well in the family. Zhang Ruoxi looked reluctant, but she agreed without saying anything. However, Yang Kai could see that this little girl seemed to be holding back a strong desire to enter retreat and improve her cultivation. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai changed his mind and asked, "Do you want to come with me? Sir is willing to take me with you?" Zhang Ruoxi's beautiful eyes lit up as she asked in surprise. "There's no problem with taking you with me, but you can't follow me," Yang Kai said. "Sir, I'm confused." Zhang Ruoxi showed a puzzled look. Yang Kai smiled slightly and waved his hand, wrapping her in source qi and bringing her directly into the sealed world bead under Zhang Ruoxi's exclamation. Uncle Lee nodded seriously. When Uncle Lee sees him next time, he will definitely accept him as a disciple. At the same time, he secretly thought, when this king returns, I'll enter retreat for 1,000 years. Shaoqi will definitely forget about this matter by then. Qin Chaoyang seemed to be a little distracted, and was shocked when he heard this. He also stopped and stood quietly in place. After a while, two streams of light suddenly shot from a distance, and landed accurately not far in front of the two people, looking at them coldly. One of them had a fat head, big ears, and a simple and fat body. The fat on his face was piled together, and it was almost impossible to see where his eyes were. The other person was a man with a blue face. He didn't know if it was his original skin color, or because he cultivated some kind of secret technique. In any case, he didn't look like a normal person. The cultivation of these two people was not high. One was a second-order origin king, and the other was a third-order origin king. But as a patrolling disciple, such cultivation was enough to show the powerful heritage of Azure Sun Temple. "Who are you, and why are you trespassing into my Azure Sun Temple?" The fat man didn't show any signs of fear because of the difference in cultivation. On the contrary, he had an arrogant look on his face as he ordered Yang Kai and Qin Zhaoyang around. Yang Kai's heart moved, thinking to himself that a great sect was a great sect. If it was elsewhere, an Origin King Realm cultivator would be trembling in fear in front of a Dao Source Realm cultivator. But here these two guys didn't show any fear. Instead, it seemed that their cultivation was lower than theirs. Qin Chaoyang was also a little surprised, but thinking that this was Azure Sun Temple, he was relieved. He quickly lowered his posture and cupped his fists. "Greetings, two little brothers. This old master is the patriarch of the Qin family in Maplewood City. This is..." Before he could introduce Yang Kai, the fat man frowned and said, "Maplewood City? Never heard of it." "Never heard of it." The blue-faced man also looked impatient and said contemptuously, "It's probably some remote village." "Senior brother, you're right. The fat man touched his double chin with a look of approval. In the blink of an eye, he shouted at Qin Chaoyang, "Bumpkin, why don't you stay in Maple Leaf City? What are you doing in my Azure Sun Temple?" Bumpkin. Qin Chaoyang was shocked at the time. This fat man actually called him that in front of him. No one had ever called him that before. He couldn't help but feel a little angry, but now that he was under the eaves, he had to bow his head. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and smile apologetically. "It's Maplewood City, not Maple Leaf City." "Isn't it the same?" the fat man said. "And it's the same." The blue-faced man also nodded. "You haven't answered my question yet. What are you doing in Azure Sun Temple? If you don't answer quickly, you will be regarded as invaders. Don't blame my brother for being ruthless." As the fat man spoke, he opened up an attack posture with an agility that didn't match his body shape. "We brothers are very powerful. Hurry up and tell us why you've come." Even though Yang Kai was wrapped in demonic qi at that time, and his face couldn't be seen, it would be over if Gao Shueting noticed something. Yang Kai didn't want to see this woman the most. "Who has been here?" An old man who looked about 70 or 80 years old suddenly asked after sweeping his majestic gaze across the crowd. This old man's aura was as deep as the sea, and he was obviously much stronger than Gao Shueting. He was similar to Xiao Yuyang, whom Yang Kai had met before. He should be a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Also, the material of the token can be found everywhere. It is definitely not something precious. "Elder Gao, what can I do for you?" Yang Kai felt that it was not a good thing to be stared at all the time, especially when the other party was from the Emperor realm. It made him feel uneasy, so he simply spoke up. "Where have I seen you before?" Gao Shueting asked. "I keep thinking that you look familiar." Ha 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 ha. Before Yang Kai could answer, Wen Zishan, who was above, laughed loudly. Gao Shueting frowned and glared at him unhappily. "You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."